And he's bowling to Lewis Rees on 22 not out, and his first ball is through outside off stump. Alex Thompson is on 32 not out. He was dropped on 12, tempting him to try and hit over the top maybe, as he clips this one nicely away on the leg side. A stray delivery is dispatched.
As the injured Rees waits and whips this one into the leg side, and he's going to get his first boundary of the morning out towards mid-wicket. Be shame for them to fail now, wouldn't it? As Hassan is in and Thompson clips that away. That's running across the square and will get to the boundary just in front of Callaway. Best chance of forcing a win now, Red, what do you think?
Yeah, I would have thought so.
Well, he's whipped away by Alex Thompson into the leg side, and it's a 50 for the Derbyshire off spinner. For that is what he is. That's only his third first-class 50.
In that sort of third, fourth position as Gorvin bowls. This is driven nicely through the covers, and it's running up towards the boundary, and I think it's going to get there. Yes, it does.
As Fernando bowls a full toss that's turned through the leg sides, helped away for 4 runs by Lewis Rees, who really just had to get firm bat on ball there, didn't need to move.
Van der Gooten bowls, and it's gone, caught in the wicket, gone on to bounce, and the partnership is broken. Here's Van der Gooten, comes in, bowls, Chappell has played a lovely shot through the covers and will get 4 runs, just a fraction short, and mid-wicket is posted 20 yards further back, and that's again hammered out to deep extra cover. That could be another boundary, it is. And
Fernando is into Rees, and he cuts that away for 4, and the follow-on target has been reached. I think we got away with it. This next one is bowled him. Zach Chappell goes. I'm not sure where he was trying to play that shot. It looked like he was trying to play it into the leg side.
For 9. Van der Gooten bowls. Oh, that's a beautiful shot by Tickner. He's drilled it through the vacant mid-off position and will pick up 4 runs. Gorvin into bowl. Tickner hits it towards and over Tim van der Gooten at patience, fading fast. Gorvin bowls and a big swing by Lewis Rees. He's picked that one up. It's half a dozen over the long boundary.
Next delivery is defended by Tickner, and the bails are removed.
See the players' flannels as on the leg side. It's a dreadful delivery. Gone down, and it's gone for 4 leg byes. Fernando bowls to Tickner. Hey, that hits his off pole, and that is that. 350 all out. Ironic cheers for a few Glamorgan supporters that eventually have got the last man out.
It's to bowl to Hassan, who defends on the leg side. And there's no run, so we can take it that Blair Tickner.
I was dull in, bowls driven. Beautiful shot, goes down to the long on boundary. Always a classic. Not the easiest shot in the book to play an on drive. Tickner bowls, and he's caught at the wicket. Is a big appeal. He's gone, caught very well, low down, and Glamorgan lose their first wicket, 11 for 1.
Here comes Anuj Dal then from the Cathedral Road end into bowl, driven and edged and caught, and Sam Northeast goes for 1. Glamorgan 12 for 2, 93 ahead.
The wicket is Tickner, passes the umpire on his way and bowled. Oh, and that's a good, and he's caught at second slip. So there goes Carlson, Madsen the catcher, and Glamorgan in all sorts of trouble. They lost their 3rd wicket.
Without that, as Tickner bowls, that is driven gloriously, but just past the man diving at point, and goes away for 4.
Dal from the Cathedral Road end bowls. Ingram drives. He has timed that one. That is the Colin Ingram cover drive that Welsh followers know and love as it races away.
Here comes Zach Chappell in from the River Taff end, bowling to Hassan, who guides the first ball of the over, which was short of a length, down to the vacant 3rd man area for 4. And Chappell He's in again and bowls a short one this time down the leg side. Oh, no, the fielder down there is Alex Thompson, didn't see it, and it's gone for 4.
Anderson is in to bowl. Ingram pulls effectively through the leg side for 4 runs.
Very good session for Derbyshire, as Lloyd is in, and that one is pushed out by Ul Hassan into the offside. He is unbeaten on 15. Colin Ingram is unbeaten on 18.
And bowls the first ball, and that bounces just a little and is pushed away. Good cricket. Here's this one, and this is swept. Good looking shot, and he's going to get 4 runs for that. Well played, young man. As
yeah, tricky. Dal bowls, Ingram drives, and he's going to get 4 runs as here. Morley's chasing round the boundary, but the ball wins the race and crosses the rope. And a welcome after his brother Tom was dismissed for 32. Dal bowls, that comes off the edge and goes down to third man for 4 runs, vacant third man. Ingram gets a little bit fortunate there, but
Somewhat lower one. Same modus operandi, but that's a full toss, so it won't spin anyway, and it's punched through the covers by Ingram to bring up his half century. Yes, it is. Now pushed considerably ahead of his younger partner, who pulls that one towards square leg. The fielder at backward square leg didn't pick it up straight away, and thus there was
as Chappell is in. That one is edged in between the slip and the gully and down into the ground, incidentally, but down towards the vacant third man area. Week of games. As this next delivery from Chappell is driven handsomely by Ul Hassan to the cover boundary for 4 runs.
it's a dot ball. 118 for 3. Ingram goes for it, whacks it straight back over the bowler's head for 6. Where'd that one come from? In comes Thompson again. And has he got him?
Bowled him.
Yes, he has. He's bowled him. It's gone through the ball after Ingram hit Thompson for 6.
one way or the other, in comes the next ball, which is pushed away into the offside. That's going to run away for a boundary, I fancy. Yes, it does. That was beautifully timed by Callaway. Got on the back foot. He's
All 3 still possible.
as the saying goes.
All 4.
Oh, that's a beauty. And he's caught at the wicket. Yeah, beautiful delivery from Chappell, who bounced, caught the edge, and Glamorgan have lost their 2 main scorers. He's in and bowls to Gorvin. Gorvin's forward meets it with the full face of the bat. That is the end of another excellent day's cricket. The 3rd day is over. And after it all, it's a good day for Derbyshire.
It's good morning, Borodar, to our two-match umpires, Tom Longley and Mark Newell. And good morning, Borodar, as well to the Derbyshire team led into the field by captain Wayne Manson. And Borodar, good morning as well to the two not-out batters from Glamorgan, Andy Gorvin and Ben Callaway.
Very good morning from your BBC Sport commentary team here at Sapphire Gardens. Dave Fletcher, Kenneth Davis and myself, Nick Webb, for this final day with Glamorgan on 132 for 5 in their second innings, leading by 213. Dave, all results possible, as they say.
All four results possible, yeah, but I think you'll find it might be an important first hour. Now, Derbyshire need to take these wickets quickly so that the game is in their hands. If they don't, it's down to what Glamorgan want to do and how generous they want to be, and whether they want to set something that is reachable, but at the same time give themselves enough time to bowl Derbyshire out. It's fairly straightforward, isn't it? But it's more exciting than I ever expected it to be earlier on in the game. So that's an absolute bonus, Nick. An absolute bonus.
Quite so.
Those two wickets yesterday evening after 6 o'clock
Yep.
were enormous, weren't they? Ingram going for 64 and Al Hassan going for 48, both after 6 o'clock last night in the closing stages of the day. So get rid of the night watchman, Andy Gorvin. That's the first job, because they hang around and that becomes very irritating.
Well, he had a torrid time off Blair Tickner last night.
Well, they didn't score a run.
In 6 overs.
After they lost their fifth wicket, they just didn't.
Nothing happened for the last 20 minutes. No. Well, Tickner gave Gorvin a bit of a peppering, so I don't think Gorvin would agree that nothing happened, but there was no change to the scoreboard. Dave Fletcher will be back with me on commentary very shortly once he's updated radio listeners, and Alex Thompson will bowl the first ball of the morning that's turned into leg side by Ben Callaway. So the not-out batters, Callaway on 7, Gorvin yet to score, having done his job as night watchman. 19 balls he faced. Thompson is in. Balls turned on the leg side, and they'll scamper through for a quick single, which didn't particularly need to be quick because the ball eluded the mid-wicket fielder, Brown anyway. 1-3-3 for 5, lead 2-1-4. And Callaway is on to 8. So this is a choice to bowl Thompson. They don't have to because of the over 8. That is +2, but the ball is in its 52nd over. So it is quite liable to be getting soggy. And there was a bit of turn for Thompson, who bowls that one flat, and Gorvin on the back foot defends one that kept a little bit low. There's been a bit of variable bounce through this match. Nothing too untoward, but enough to keep the batters honest as Thompson bowls and Gorvin pushes forward, hit on the pad. Polite inquiry no more to umpire Longley. And it is Blair Tickner who is warming up at mid-on. So it looks like he's going to start from the other end as forward comes Gorvin, defends Thompson, bowling from the Cathedral Road end. So as yesterday, a little bit of sunshine around as Gorvin is on the back foot defending again, playing it out on the leg side, and there is just the single off the first over of the day. Alex Thompson, 16 overs, 1 for 32, so he's been economical. Blair Tickner even more so, 13 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 19. So the Kiwi paceman, who had 12 wickets coming into this innings, so he's up to 14 now, claiming the wickets of Tribe and Carlson in that devastating early blast from the Derbyshire bowlers, where Glamorgan lost wickets in the 5th, 6th and 7th over. We then saw a century stand between Ingram and Ul Hassan before both went in relatively short order, and then we had the stasis last night with no run for 6 overs. Ben Callaway on strike then, facing up to Tickner with 2 slips and a conventional gully. We've seen Martin Anderson pushed back a fair way, but no longer. Maybe the pitch is getting a bit quieter, as that's edged by Callaway, but between slips and gully, and it'll run away for 4. That was a fairly low edge, not sure whether it would have carried even to a third slip, but something of a let-off for Callaway. Yeah, he played it down into the ground, so wouldn't have been a chance to any number of slips. David Lloyd wanders down to the fence to retrieve it. 1-3-7 for 5. Glamorgan lead by 2-1-8. And Glamorgan dressing room knowing though that they need to be past 300 before there's any degree of relaxation at all. There's Tickner bowls to Callaway, who's on the back foot defending that one. Back up to Kame, who wanders round from mid-wicket to do the fielding, even though he played it fairly straight. So Anderson, who has been posted 5-10 metres further back on occasion at gully, is now moving into a third slip position, that ball having gone through third slip. There's Tickner bowls, and Callaway sedately plays up to mid-off, and every indication that Glamorgan's batters are just going to try and play themselves in normal manner.
As you would expect.
Yeah, indeed.
They haven't got too many wickets to play with, have they really? Having lost those 2, as we mentioned earlier, late on.
Yeah, that did swing the game back again, didn't it? Derbyshire having dominated most of day 3. Glamorgan fighting back with a century stand, then both out as Callaway is forward, playing back to the bowler. No run. 1-3-7 for 5. Ian Harvey is in the Glamorgan dressing room for this match, the former Australia all-rounder. Was briefly at Derbyshire, I understand.
2 centuries in 2 games. And then he was no longer there.
Indeed. Here comes Tickner again. Ball to Callaway. Short ball. Callaway ducks underneath fairly safely as it goes through to Gast. So it is, I think, a temporary arrangement at the moment, but obviously Glamorgan did advertise a vacancy for an assistant coach before the season started. And Ian Harvey was an assistant to Richard Dawson at Gloucestershire for a number of years, so it'd be no surprise if that arrangement were made more formal. Tickner steaming in bowls. Callaway turns it away into the leg side. Ball trickles past the umpire and the batters wander through for a single. 1-3-8 for 5. Also cited around the Glamorgan dressing room during the course of the match has been Jonathan Trott, the former Warwickshire batter and current Afghanistan coach, who is doing some consultancy work as and when his national commitments with Afghanistan permit.
So we'll go.
Indeed. Well, last season Grant Bradburn brought in Toby Bailey as a sidekick, a man whom he'd worked with, so it'd be no surprise it wouldn't be actually an extra coach from last season if Richard Dawson does bring Ian Harvey on board on a more permanent basis.
Alex Thompson to continue from the Cathedral Road end, using his feet. Callaway comes down to meet him and then just strokes it up to Tickner at mid-on. And they go through for a single 139 for 5. Yeah, Derbyshire had Ian Bell as a consultant in the batting department a couple of seasons ago. I think he has slightly bigger fish to fry now in franchise cricket. As Thompson is in again, back goes Gorvin, pushes the ball up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Chappell.
You mean the Derbyshire Falcons don't pay as well as the
As anybody.
whoever he's working for these days?
Yes. He'd be in India at the moment, I would imagine, as Gorvin plays this one into the leg side, mid-wicket. Pat Brown is there. He's on in place of Lewis Rees, who will bat again in the second innings, hopefully, or perhaps he won't bat again, and that would be even better. But he's not fielding, just that hamstring injury. As Thompson's next delivery is defended straight back to him by Gorvin. Another dot ball. The lead currently 220, which is around about, from what I was hearing this morning, Derbyshire's record successful run chase against Glamorgan, as that one is pushed into the offside. That might be here.
Gorvin off the mark, 27th ball faced.
Well, he did his job last night, didn't he?
Absolutely.
Well, not every over, because some overs were played out by Callaway, because there were a number of maidens, but he kept his end up. 140 for 5, 2-2-1. The lead. Now Wayne Madson's gone into that very close, straightish mid-on. And the ball is played into the offside by Callaway. Guest comes from behind the stumps to do the fielding, and the over comes to an end at 140 for 5. Callaway has 14, Gorvin has 1, and the lead is 221.
Yeah, Madson's not the first or the last to be in that catching position on the drive later in the game, particularly at Sapphire Gardens. You quite often see the slips moving from behind the wickets to go on the drive at mid-wickets or cover, or in that case shortish mid-on.
You know the game or the pitch is starting to become troublesome for the fielding side when they have two mid-wickets, don't you know? The mid-wicket cordon, which is never great.
I think it was at Lord's where Glamorgan tried an umbrella field of 3 mid-wickets and 3 covers.
Excellent. A bit of innovation.
140 for 5 here on BBC Sport Online. As Tickner elbows pumping is into bowl, and he's beaten Gorvin with an excellent delivery there, through with pace and carry to Brooke Guest.
So there's still a bit of that, isn't there? I mean, that's gone through at a really good height to Brooke Guest, so if you bend your back,
indeed,
get something out of it. But I mean, he is quick, Tickner anyway.
Yes, I've been impressed with him during this match, and his second innings figures rather more reflective of his efforts than first one. He did bowl a bit too much short, maybe, but yeah, he's seeing Gorvin edge through the slips for 4. A flurry of activity, bodies diving one way and then the other, and Gorvin managed to thread it through completely. Well, he's played it down, to be fair, looking at the replay. It was less of an edge and more of a steer, but it did see slips diving all over the place, and it did bring him 4 runs. Not entirely in control, but at least he got on top of it and played it down.
Takes us closer to where we need to be.
225 is the lead. Gorvin to 5. And taking it in, balls tucked off his legs by Gorvin, down to fine leg for a single. 226 is the lead, and obviously Derbyshire would like to bowl Glamorgan out and be chasing 230, but if they can't do so, then it might be in Derbyshire's interest that Glamorgan score any runs that they're going to score rather more quickly to allow themselves longer in the chase.
Yes, I don't think there'll be any collusion between the two changing rooms, so it's going to have to be somebody setting something down, laying something down.
Taking it in to Callaway, short delivery. Callaway ducks underneath it. Met Edward Cooper of the Balconeers on the way in. Apparently they are taking parties to, I think it was Lancashire, Leicestershire and Derbyshire, but not to Kent. So look on the Balconeers website if you want details of that, thebalconeers.co.uk. Up to JCH. The Pseudostats account has been in touch with a prediction from the Super Abacus. As in comes the next delivery, which Callaway clips to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Apparently the Opta JCH Super Abacus predicts that Glamorgan have a 47% chance of a pleasant lunch pondering a declaration and a 53% chance of indigestion.
Very good.
That's my sort of stats.
Yeah. I would say it's probably 50-50 in reality. The outcome of this game. Leaning more towards a draw, personally.
As Callaway nudges the next one off his hip down towards fine leg and goes through for a single. Callaway to 15, total to 146 for 5, and the lead to 227. Of course, we've been discussing various rugby issues over the course of the programme, as well as football, and I'd forgotten that next week we will be the subject of a West Country invasion, as Bristol are playing Bath here at the Principality Stadium. And it's sold well, apparently. Sold 40,000 tickets, so there'll be more West Country people coming in than were present at the Four Welsh Regions Judgment Day, which got 28,000 there.
Thompson begins a new over from the Cathedral Road end, and Callaway pushes it out into the offside. Funnily enough, we were talking about the rugby because Northampton beat Leinster.
A fabulous result,
Well, a fabulous result, but not necessarily for the pubs of Cardiff, I would suggest. That final here as well?
Yes, that is here, yes.
Yeah, I think they'd have probably preferred 30,000 Irishmen, but there we are, and women. That one is turned into the leg side by Callaway.
Yes.
You can come here in a day from Northampton. That's no good to anybody, is it?
It's not a lot of use to the hoteliers and hospitality industry, no.
Thompson bowls. Callaway gets one that bounces a little bit into the leg side. A short leg might have been interested, but there isn't one.
But be full of elegant French people instead, maybe.
Well, yes. There always was going to be a French team in it, wasn't there?
Yes.
Thompson around the wicket bowls to Callaway, who defends, and there's no run.
Yes, Bordeaux defeating Toulouse by 35 points to 18.
I think I saw Toulouse. I'm desperately trying to remember who I saw Sale play live around about the 21st of January. I think it might have been Toulouse. Very impressive. Sale, that is. Beat them. Or they might have to. No, I can't remember. Here comes Thompson and bowls. That one is, again, it's met it by dancing down the pitch, meets it on the full just about, and then dances back into his crease for fear of having his stumps thrown down by Thompson.
Have to be careful though, bowlers these days.
You can't do it. No, it's not worth it. I don't think. This next delivery is turned into the leg side. It was Toulon I saw, not Toulouse. And Sale were very impressive. That's the end of the over. 146 for 5, 15 to Callaway, 6 to Gorvin.
If you ever do get a chance to watch rugby in Toulouse or Bordeaux, if you happen to be in that part of the world, it really is quite the spectacle.
Yes, I can imagine.
Very much rugby hotbeds.
My kids always make a point of taking me to Sale. It's like the old man's day out, really. let's take him to Sale, which is great. I've seen a few really good games there. It's one of the best sides in the country.
One of the matches I covered there was an unfeasibly early kick-off. I think it was a 12 o'clock kick-off on a Sunday or something, and I was at the ground by about 10 o'clock, immediately after breakfast, and it was still misty, and I thought, what am I doing here?
Yeah.
That's not Sale's fault, of course, the kick-off time. 1:46 for 5, Glamorgan, as Gorvin is beaten yet again by Tickner.
It's the same delivery and the same outcome, isn't it, really? Gorvin, bless him, is doing well not to touch the ball.
Yes, quite.
There's a chat with Caleb Jewell, who's in at short leg. David Lowe's already practicing his shadow batting.
That may well be a while away.
Yes, I fear it will.
5 wickets for Derbyshire still to claim, to do things on their terms, as Tickner is into bowled. Gorvin shuffling defensive across his stumps, plays out to cover. Good morning to Duncan in Kent, asking if Jamie McIlroy might play in Canterbury. Duncan is listening and cataloguing art. Well, why not?
Yeah.
I would be surprised, to be honest, although Glamorgan could do with a left arm option. McIlroy hasn't exactly been tearing it up in the twos. Valuable white ball player for Glamorgan, I think. That's skied and taken. Short ball, Gorvin couldn't get on top of it, and it flew up, looped up to short leg, and Glamorgan lose their 6th wicket. Gorvin has gone for 6, and that one really has been coming.
It was the best short ball he's bowled, because some of them have been far too short and gone straight over the head of the batters, but that was perfect. And poor old Andy Gorvin, who, as you mentioned, had been sort of done over yesterday evening by Blair Tickner, only got his first run this morning. Goes for 6. Caleb Jewell at short leg with the catch, the simplest of catches. Only Alex Hughes could have dropped that one against Glamorgan. Morning, Alex, if you're listening in the changing room. I didn't bring it up yesterday, by the way. And more reward for Blair Tickner, who now has 3 for 20 from his 15 overs and 2 balls as well. The lead, 227 with 4 wickets to go. This is it's what Derbyshire needed, but here's Chris Cook, who is a very good number 8, I would suggest.
Yes, one lower than he would have been otherwise, due to the employment of Andy Gorvin as a night watchman, who did his job and watched the night out. Garanti is suggesting that Tickner might have set a record for the number of double teapots in an innings. Well, he didn't need a teapot on that one, even a single one.
He does. He is very expressive.
And why not? So 20 minutes into the day, Derbyshire take their first wicket. Can they bowl Glamorgan out by lunch to give themselves a realistic chance?
That's the plan. These plans seldom come off, though, do they? Harry Moore and Jack Morley, the little and large of the 12th man duties.
Yes, I see what you mean.
Harry is 6'7", 6'8". Jack isn't. Both top individuals.
Chris Cook on strike then. Blair Tickner racing in. Balls. Cook pushes forward back to the bowler, who picks up and gives Cook a stare, possibly a word or two. It's quite old-fashioned, isn't it, that approach to fast bowling? It's quite fun to see.
He has a smile on his face most of the time as well, Blair Tickner. He's a remarkable character. Enjoying his work.
3 slips and a short leg. Jewel having taken the catch to get rid of Gorvin. Tickner bowls, Cook pushes it into the offside and wants a quick single to get off the mark, please. Even having played first-class cricket for 14, 15 years or so, no one is immune to the promise of a quick single to get off the mark. 147 for 6, the lead 2-8.
Just mutters to Callaway as he goes past him, "I'll take the spinner." You're in. I'll take the spinner.
Let's see how Callaway deals with the threat of the high-stepping Tickner. And he comes to bowl a short delivery that Callaway goes down on one knee and watches it sizzle past his nose. 147 for 6.
No, my 11:30 might be to 11:25, but I have asked them to remind me, so they haven't reminded me yet.
I think that sentence made sense.
Yeah, I'm going to wait because I don't want to sit in there for 10 minutes listening to music that I have no interest in. Alex Thompson to continue after that breakthrough for Tickner. 3 for 31 from 16 overs. Really bowled nicely in this second innings especially, and got the reward, as Nick was saying, for his efforts. Thompson, just the 1 wicket, but a reasonably important one. Colin Ingram, the ball after Ingram had dispatched him straight back over his head for 6. He was bowled, Colin Ingram, by Alex Thompson, who enjoyed it, you could tell. He's not wearing a hat, that is his hair. 147 for 6. Thompson over the wicket and defended by Cook out into the offside. There is a short leg, as well as Main Madsen at slip. So Caleb Jewell in the thick of the action, having taken that catch as well. Thompson in again. Cook goes back and then just sort of whips it up to mid-on where it's fielded by Zach Chappell. He also, when he picked up the last wicket to fall yesterday evening, when he had Zainul Hassan caught by Brooke Guest. So they've all played their part, as this one is inside edge into the onside. Looking for a little extra bounce there, and it would have been another opportunity possibly for Jewell at short leg. A more conventional bat pad kind of catch. Thompson pushed out into the offside by Cook, and he goes through for another single. Moves on to 2, 148 for 6. Over 8 remains at +2 where it was yesterday. Glamorgan not quite so fortunate in that respect. They've got a bit of work to do on that front as well.
-4.
-4, yeah.
Yes,
-4.
horrendous.
They don't seem to have bowled any differently or at any slower speed than Derbyshire, but Thompson is in. Back goes Callaway, forces the ball up towards long on. In off the boundary comes Zach Chappell. They take another single. Callaway moves to 16, 149 for 6. They've moved the stumps around because yesterday's middle stump at this end is now the one on the left.
Oh, that's even more annoying.
Yes, I don't like that at all.
That's infuriating.
Hasn't got the sponsor's logo on it, and that one goes past the edge of Cook's bat into the hands of Brooke Guest.
Yes, you can probably just make it out on the stream. The wickets at this near end, the left hand stump as we're looking at it, is a plain one and doesn't have the sponsor's logo on.
But at least it was symmetrical yesterday because they put it in the middle.
Yes.
No longer. No longer.
Indeed. The scorebook shows that Glamorgan lead by 230, and Dave Fletcher will exit stage right, hopefully not pursued by a bear. Well, we're nowhere near Warwickshire, and Kenneth Davis will join us here on BBC Sport Online. Bit of darker cloud drifting overhead at the moment as Tickner Goes through the Tickner dance and comes in to bowl, and Callaway squirts it away on the leg side for a single down past the umpire. Since square leg was deep on that occasion, now I think he's going to stay in. Is he? Pat Brown? Umpire Lungley is going over to point because Derbyshire are going to post a short leg for the new man, Chris Cook. Caleb Jewell is the overseas pro going under the lid. Whatever next should be the kid. 150 for 6 Glamorgan. Painstaking progress in the 59th over. 231 is the lead as Cook drives gently on the leg side straight to mid wicket, fielded by Kame. No run. Borada, Kenneth.
Borada, Nick. Borada, everybody. Now the odd thing is, wickets here for Derbyshire may, in a way, force Glamorgan's hand.
Yep, it wouldn't be a surprise if they were bowled out the way things are going.
Yeah, we're in that in-between period.
As Tickner is in to bowl a short delivery. That's a good one that Chris Cook had to rock back, but did so with the minimum of effort.
You would have said, Nick, I mean, we're away short at the moment, but if Glamorgan could have had anything close to a 300 lead, it would be that tough total to negotiate for Derbyshire.
Yep, but that is still
way off,
69 runs away, and Derbyshire will want to run through these last 4. Here comes Tickner in to bowl to Cook. Again a short ball, and again Cook manages to sway out the way with a minimum of effort. There's a man who's faced similar bowling before, manages just to get his torso rocking back.
Chris Cook still coming down the order. Obviously we had the night watchman as well, which is slightly odd.
I suppose it doesn't make a huge amount of difference to Cook. He's well capable of batting with the lower order, and it just gives Callaway a bit of extra responsibility. Say, well, you know, I know you're only 21, but you're meant to be an all-rounder, so you can bat 6. As Cook pushes forward, defending up to mid-off, no run. I'm not sure that it makes an awful lot of difference to the team as a whole, so you might as well give the young Tyro a chance.
Still there on 17. What did he went for 12 in the first innings. LBW to the bowler. He's, well, this pair facing now.
Yes, there's Cook facing up and playing that one nicely defensively. Back down the pitch. End of another quiet over. Just the single coming off it, and Glamorgan are in sort of defensive accumulating mode. They've lost 1 wicket this morning for the addition of 18 runs in the first 31 minutes. Tickner is continuing to provide a threat, but maybe one more over from him and there will be something slightly less rapid being hurled at them. Maybe 2 more, and maybe plenty more from Alex Thompson from this Cathedral Road end.
Yep, and Derbyshire continuing with the spin of Alex Thompson. Plenty of, well, more cloud cover today in the Welsh capital, certainly cooler. And Nick's gone with the full trousers today rather than the shorts as Callaway comes down the wicket and plays it to a wideish deep mid-on.
Yeah, you're a brave man, but I suppose at least if it is too chilly you can nip home at lunchtime and change.
Not too far, which is advantageous to Sophia Gardens. Thompson. So Cook takes guard. There's a bit of a rejigging of the field as mid-on comes up. Thompson in drops short, and Cook is able to cut out to the offside, and they take an easy single. The lead is 233.
Yeah, Steve West lamenting the Glamorgan run rate. If it was 3.5, he says we'd have a 300 lead already.
Thompson in, bowls slightly short once more, which enables Kellaway that time to rock back and play it down to mid-off, and there is a single taken. I was absent yesterday, Edward, and our colleague Dave Fletcher was back from football duty as Thompson comes over the wicket from the Cathedral Road end, and Cook takes a stride forward and prods it defensively. And I was just keeping tabs on events, and just the frustration, Nick, of not being able to whittle Derbyshire out quickly.
Yeah,
tail wagging.
The Derbyshire lower order did really well. This man Thompson among them.
Thompson in, and a big stride down the track.
And
Cook.
And Lewis Rees, who was batting further down than you would have expected, did brilliantly on one leg, and confused us all by having the runner out there all day yesterday.
Yes.
She's perfectly entitled to, of
that
course.
Does cause carnage. Or can do. Thompson in over the wicket, bowls to Chris Cook, and there is no run. End of Alex Thompson's over. Chris Cook, who's just come in, the only wicket to fall then today was that of Andy Gorvin. Caught Caleb Jewell at short leg, just popped up airborne from the bowling of Blair Tickner for 6. Gorvin, of course, was the night watchman. And the next man in, and I can see him on the balcony with pads at the ready, it will be Timmy van der Hoogten.
Little conversation between Cook and Kellaway. A little Derbyshire committee meeting as well, because they are well up on the run on the over rate. In other matches today, the Glamorgan women are playing Gloucestershire, whom they beat in a 50-over contest on Saturday, and they're playing them at Newport in a 20-over competition, which is actually being played with a cup format, and that's 2:30 at Newport if you're in the area there. And the Wales national counties side, who beat Hertfordshire in a thrilling finish in Sudbrook yesterday by 6 runs. Well, they're playing Wiltshire at Warminster today, but not quite such a strong Welsh side, I would suggest. Wales there 24 for 1 in the 9th over. So have a look at what's bubbling up elsewhere on the county championship circuit, as Kenneth mourns the loss of Trent Alexander-Arnold from Liverpool.
Well, it was inevitable, Nick. It was only a matter of time. Can't understand why it's taken so long, but there we are. Hasn't mentioned his next destination, Real Madrid.
Here comes Zach Chappell taking over from Tickner through outside off stump and through low as Kellaway plays no shot. So in Division 2, Lancashire against Gloucestershire. Well, Lancashire made 450. Gloucestershire batted on to make 589 for 8. Ollie Price 253 not out. Gloucestershire in their second innings are 36 for 0. 103 behind still, so a little bit of pressure on the Lankies despite their decent first innings total. Chappell in from the river end. Bowls. Kellaway forward, playing to mid-wicket, no run. At Lords, Middlesex are 93 for 3, needing a further 272 to beat Kent. So that will be a tricky chase for the hosts there. The match that's really bubbling up is in the First Division, over the water at Somerset. And James Rue making a decent contribution there. Chappell bowls, Kellaway forward, defending to cover, and there's no run. Somerset are 254 for 6, and now need a further 67 runs to defeat Essex, with Rue accompanied by Craig Overton at the wicket. So there's a bit of batting power there, and Somerset really in need of a victory after struggling more than everyone thought coming into the season. Chappell into bowl. Callaway. Oh, he's nearly played on. That was extraordinary. The ball was chopped down, went miles in the air. Callaway couldn't, I don't think, risk kicking it away, and it trickles just wide of the stumps.
Well, let's have a look again at this.
That's bounced up about 12 feet in the air, and it's just spun away from the off stump, having landed about an inch or two away from it.
He couldn't risk kicking it because he would have.
No, he'd have kicked his stumps over if he'd tried to boot that one away, which he's entitled to. Well, a let off for Callaway. He'll have to settle again after that one, and does so by prodding one through the offside for a single to move on to 20, and the total to 154 for 6, the lead 235. Well,
that's astonishing.
I wonder if that could be an important moment in the course of this morning's play. That is the nearest I think I've seen to a play on without it actually hitting the stumps.
Of course, you can't use your hand.
No, can't use your hand, or you're out obstructed the field. As Cook is forward, defending to cover, and there's no run. Only score we haven't given you is at Southampton, where they're still in the first innings. Hampshire are 450 for 8, with Ben Brown, the skipper, on 155 not out in reply to Durham's 511 all out. Both sides have faced 140 odd overs, and maybe cricket is not the winner at Southampton today.
Well, just saw Dave Fletcher peering through next door, and he couldn't believe what he saw there.
Could have had a wicket live on BBC Radio Derby as well, but not quite the case.
So it will be Alex Thompson. Nick will be going down to Canterbury on Friday. Well, before Friday, but
yes, he'll be going down on Thursday.
Yes, yeah.
Which reminds me, I must get a car to do that in.
For Glamorgan's next championship match, as Thompson comes in from the Cathedral Road end round the wicket, and Callaway tries to whip that through the leg side, but it's fielded at mid-wicket. Always a good welcome down at Canterbury. Thompson drops that short that time and fields himself. Kent having come down, of course, from Division 1 last year.
Yes, I enjoy working there. If the Sainsbury's store on the ground could stock up with meal deals.
Yes, I know it well. I was there last year for Glamorgan's win in the T20 as Thompson comes in, and that's worked, played on the offside, backward point will field, and there's no run. And then 2 home games before the short version kicks in at the start of next month in the shape of Northants and Middlesex. Thompson, and it's played and it's fielded by Thompson from off the bat of Ben Callaway, and beaten on 20. Cook, who's come down the order as Gorvin was a night watchman, is on 3. Thompson coming around the wicket, fullish that time, and that sort of squirted and fielded by Brooke Guest, the wicketkeeper. Sunshine peering through the clouds here at Sophia Gardens. Not so many here today, as has been Thompson, and big stride dancing down the wicket is Callaway, but just plays it to mid-wicket, and there's no run. 154 for 6.
Yeah, he's looking as though he wants to get on with it and attacking the spinner, but at the moment Callaway is seeing him coming, isn't he?
Yeah, well, Callaway, it's in his nature, he wants to score.
Likes a big straight hit, does young Ben. And 6'2", he's got the levers to do it. But at the moment, Glamorgan making slow progress. Callaway 20 off 64 deliveries, Cook 3 off 17. As Chappell, having nearly dismissed Ben Callaway in his last over will bowl to Chris Cook with just one wideish slip and a gully. There's Chaplin to bowl. Cook works it to cover.
It's the sort of score you can be stuck between a rock and a hard place. They can ill afford a shut-up shop, can Glamorgan.
Yeah, they've been going that way in the 40 minutes we've had so far, though.
235 the lead.
As on his way is Zach Chappell. Under cloudy skies, bowls to Cook, who drives, gets a bit tucked up and plays it to mid-on, and there is no run.
Went down the bay yesterday, lovely, and then watched Liverpool against Chelsea. No point at all, because all the players are on the beach, Nick.
Mentally, if
Didn't
not
care
physically.
at all. A jot.
Good job you didn't spend your money in going to into London then to follow it. As Cook plays it away on the offside, and we'll take a single out to Dahl, sweeping on that cover side of the grandstand side. 2-3-6 the Glamorgan lead. Freddie, in an overcast mumbles, says, do we expect Messrs Crane and Harris to be available for our next game? Yes, I would have thought so. Yes.
Well, speaking to him on Friday night, he was positive in his in terms of his injury.
As Callaway chops that one down onto his pads, and again the ball rolls just away from the stumps rather than towards them. Not as close as the previous let-off.
Both have been playing, of course.
Yes, they both played for the seconds last week with limited workloads, but we were told that James Harris might do a bit of 12th man duty today if circumstances permit, or need, rather. As next delivery is driven nicely by Callaway. He'll need to get a move on though, and he does so, taking a quick single to mid-off. And Freddie also asked, would Will Smale have a chance of staking a claim for playing as a batsman? I'd be surprised if there are any changes in the batting lineup for Canterbury, to be honest.
No, but I have to say I was impressed with Will Smale last year. Obviously donned the gloves for a while in the T20. Chris Cook was absent for a bit.
Yeah. As Callaway is into bowl, Cook drives without timing it to
of course he shared the stand, played well, but was overshadowed by Kieran Carlson's huge knock against Somerset. All in vain, of course, because Glamorgan couldn't get through, but it was an absolutely brilliant knock from Kieran Carlson.
It was the only match I in the T20 that I didn't actually attend, so I was listening to you from a distance. Here's Chappell into bowl to Cook, who defends to cover. No run. There was no ball in that over that I didn't pick up, which is why it lasted 7 balls, and 3 runs came off it. 158 for 6, the lead 239.
Yeah, all sorts of records tumbled that evening in terms of runs.
Yes, runs and wickets, with Manus Lapashane getting on the act. Will we see him at all this year? Who knows?
Well, hopefully Glamorgan will be in the hunt, because last year petered out, and the year before started well, but they tended to have a few injuries.
They haven't been helped, have they, last couple of years?
During the T20.
Yeah, there's one point where they were down to sort of bare minimum 12, 13 fit players to choose from, I think, a couple of seasons ago.
Thompson continues from the Cathedral Road end, and that's played through mid-wicket. It'll be an easy single as the ball is thrown back from the deep. by Harry Kane.
The only boundaries today have been through third man, haven't they?
Yes, they have, yeah.
A couple of
Steers.
stroke edges.
Yes. Well, yeah.
Whose eyes you're
on
in.
the cusp of being edges. Thompson coming over. Fullish delivery. That was very wide, and Cook tried to cut and missed it completely, taken by Brooke Guest.
Yes, he'd been gutted to get out that one. Really ought to have been cracked through the covers.
Missed out there did Cook, and Thompson comes in, full delivery, and Cook just plays it defensively. Man feels it slip.
A reminder that T20 starts for Derbyshire away to Leicester on Friday the 30th of May, and for Glamorgan on Sunday away to Middlesex the 1st of June.
Thompson slightly short that time, but there's no run as it's played towards point.
First home games, Glamorgan on the 3rd of June against Surrey, and Derbyshire the following day, Wednesday the 4th of June against Northants.
Thompson coming over, and that's looped up. Short leg is interested. I'm not sure if there was bat involved, but he didn't take it anyway.
Yes, there's always a shout of catch it, isn't there, and they'd have appealed, but I'm not sure that there was bat in there. Will the replay? Yeah, it was clear knee roll of the pad.
Yes, the we're hoping to pack Sophia Gardens for a few of those, and that's put through quicker by Thompson there, and there's no run. The end of the over. 159 for 6. Cook is on for Kellaway, is unbeaten on 22. The lead now is 240, but just meandering along Glamorgan at the moment in this first hour.
Going nowhere fast, doesn't it? The good news is that there is no rain forecast at all for Cardiff today. I checked that because they've actually gone off for rain at Southampton. 159 for 6, so this game could still go any way. Win for either side. Thrilling draw, boring draw, tie. Who knows? Chappell into Callaway, who is forward, pushing up towards mid-on. No run.
Crowds have dwindled somewhat here in the T20 the last few years. I do wonder if it's because it was later in the season.
Yeah,
it was in July, schools were off, but of course everything's been sandwiched in now because of the 100 in August. So
yes, the Golden Goose is being well stuffed by the ECB, as Callaway is forward, defending on the bounce to
pays
Chappell.
the big bucks, I suppose.
Yes.
Especially here, given that there is a franchise at Cardiff.
Absolutely, they've had big crowds, but you wonder whether a souped-up and well-marketed crowd for the T20 Blast wouldn't have been equally effective. As Callaway drives nicely into the offside, but
I do think that
rare aggressive shot and it hits the fielder.
July slot was generally better.
July, August, yes, it's going to be prime time, isn't it? And school holidays, long evenings, and of course the Glamorgan will benefit from having the 100 here. The likes of Derbyshire don't benefit from having the Blast in June, July rather than July, August. Chappell bowls, helped over the top, uppercut, deliberately played by Ben Callaway, and 4 runs down to third man. Good morning, Edward Bevan, President of the Third Man Society.
Yes, yeah. He wouldn't have approved. The other point being, of course, that the season has just started, and within a flash you're into a different format, and then we're into this situation where you play a block of T20s with a smattering of championship games in the middle.
Chappell in, bowls, and Callaway pushes into the covers. There's no run. The lead is 2-4-4 for Glamorgan. Yeah, I don't quite get it, to be honest, why there are 2 championship matches in the middle of the Blast. And then this year it's another slightly tweaked format with 2 championship matches before the One Day Cup, if I'm not mistaken. As Chappell bowls and Callaway again nearly plays on, and Cook wanted a run and there wasn't one there.
He's going through all of his lives this morning.
He has indeed. Yeah, there are then 2 championship matches between T20 and One Day Cup stroke 100, which is quite odd as well.
And of course, the One Day Cup matches, well, many of them clash with the 100 game.
Yeah, maybe these days they're different audiences. And I think with a lot of games being played on outgrounds, it's not actually a bad thing for the counties to take those games out and about. Glamorgan playing 2 in Neath and 2 here. If I were in charge, I'd be tempted to play all the One Day Cup.
And Derbyshire playing at Neath, Dave. I think they are.
Yes, Glamorgan against Derbyshire.
I was told that's the first time Derbyshire have played at Neath, and I'll break off as Thompson bowls since 1950. Well, incredible.
It's beyond the memory of our current contributors.
Yes, 2 games at the Knoll as Thompson bowls full at that time.
Yeah, they were well supported last season. Crowds of 1,200, 1,500, and that many people in a club ground.
They
Fields
won both as well.
Full, yeah, it's good. Full and buzzy. 1,200 here. Make a bit of noise, but not that much.
Thompson in over the wicket to Chris Cook, who cuts aggressively and should evade the man on the boundary, and it does. So I think that's the first boundary bar in the third man area this morning.
Yeah, that one was square of the wicket at
He's not going to miss out there, is Chris Cook.
248 the lead. 250 is next psychological barrier for Glamorgan. It's not bonus points, but it's lead.
Thompson bowls, better line that time, and just a defensive prod from Chris Cook.
And both these are capable of changing gear if Glamorgan do decide to go for it, either before or after lunch, if they're still around.
Thompson shorter that time, and Cook wanted a single, thought better of it. It just seems to us here in the commentary position that they're quite happy to play out at the moment. There's nothing much happening. Pace is quite slow at the moment. Thompson short, and Cook tries to work it through mid-wicket, but it's fielded there.
And the over 167 for 6. Lead 248. So, will we see Glamorgan going for it? Will that potentially lead to wickets and Derbyshire able to bowl Glamorgan out? It's pleasant watching conditions today. A little bit, well, it is substantially cooler than Friday and the first part of Saturday, but at least we've had a reasonable degree of sunshine. So nice as long as you wrap up a bit. 167 for 6 as Derbyshire not hurrying through their overs particularly. Had 15 bowled today, which isn't bad, as Callaway's forward to Chappell defending.
There's a few of those T20 games here this year, double headers as well, Nick. So hopefully that'll make a difference. They've certainly worked in terms of Welsh Fire. I think that has made a big difference.
Yeah, they are on in mid-July, so I may just catch the school holidays when they break up, Ken, round here. Oh, come on, I thought you'd have that engraved in your soul. Callaway is forward.
I should, because I'm going on holiday the day after, so I think it's around the 19th of July. I was there or thereabouts.
All right. So the T20 on the 13th and 18th, I think it's Sunday and a Friday, so they're There'd probably be inset days on the Friday.
Oh, probably, yeah. It's just play games days. And I say that.
Ken's allowed to say that.
I'm allowed. Yeah, my better half is a teacher. There we are, 18th, and I've got 19th going off to Fuerteventura.
Kellaway plays this one up to wide mid-off, and there is no run. Enjoy it. I've already done that island this year in March, which was very pleasant. Which meant I had to find a bar that was showing the Six Nations rugby. So I watched the Scotland game there, and my wife and myself were the only Welsh supporters present, as Kellaway drives into the offside and will take a single, 168 for 6. There were about 4 Scots and a handful of bemused Spaniards who weren't at all interested.
Sure, they were bemused.
But the high point of the afternoon was that beer was only €2.50 a bottle, which was very impressive.
That is a good result.
To 168 for 6, Glamorgan lead by 249. A quiet first hour if you are just joining us on BBC Sport Online. As Chappell into ball, and there's a big appeal as the ball was caught by the keeper. Were they appealing for LBW or caught behind?
I thought it was LBW initially.
Yes. We had a little confusion when Tribe, we thought was caught behind, was given out LBW yesterday, but that one, I think they were appealing as soon as the ball struck the pad. But umpire Newell is not interested. 168 for 6. Lead 249. Chappell in to bowl. Nicely driven by Cook, but he's hit that fairly straight, and it's well stopped at mid-off, as Kellaway has to scramble back at the non-striker's end. 168 for 6. Glamorgan adding just 36 runs in the first hour for the loss of Gorvin's wicket. Caught Jewell at short leg, bowled Tickner. We've got Cook on a sedate 8, and Kellaway 27 off 77.
So Glamorgan haven't gone through the gears this morning.
No, it's the calm before the calm at the moment.
Yeah. And it will be Thompson to continue for Derbyshire with a slip in place. Fine leg is up. Man back on the offside boundary, deep on the offside boundary, as well as protection on the leg side boundary, and mid-on is right back on the fence as Thompson comes in and bowls. Down is Cook. Danced, thought about hitting over, thought better of it, and just defends.
Yeah, Kellaway seems quite keen on coming down the wicket, but he hasn't actually played a big shot yet once he's got there.
27 from 78. Thompson to Kellaway. Does come down, and it evades the man at mid-wicket. Down to long on. So a single there for Ben Kellaway.
Young James Rue has reached his ton for Somerset, closing in on victory against Essex. Still 4 wickets in hand, 43 runs needed.
Alex Thompson comes right arm over the wicket. It's a good length delivery, and it's defended out to mid-wicket.
Middlesex 107 for 3. Still needing another 258 to beat Kent.
Thompson in, good length delivery once more, and defending is Chris Cook. Just a change, asking the man on the offside boundary to come up for the final 2 balls of the over. Sunshine peering through the clouds at Sophia Gardens There's Derbyshire hunt for wickets as they try and wrap up this Glamorgan innings quickly round the wicket, and that stayed low from Thompson, but Cook got to the pitch of the ball and it went through square on the leg side. Just a single, 170 for 6.
Played that well, didn't he, Cook?
Yeah, that did stay low. Haven't had much uneven bounce throughout the course of the 4 days as Thompson comes over to Ben Kellaway for the last ball and is happy just to defend. So there's no fireworks out there at the moment, that is for certain. Glamorgan 170 for 6 on the last day, and that means the lead is now 251.
So, a little chat between the two batters. I think Glamorgan will not look to significantly change gear for maybe another half an hour at least. If Cook and Callaway is still at the wicket with half an hour to go till lunch, they might just look to push on. But having lost 2 out of the opening 3 games, and with a reasonable bonus points haul of 6, Glamorgan might settle for a 14-pointer. As Chappell bowls and Cook is playing defensively out to cover.
Well, then you definitely don't want to lose the game given the tough start it's been to the season.
Yeah, I don't think they'll give Derbyshire a target that they might be tempted to go after. So at the moment there's still 78 overs left in the game.
The only way that's going to happen is if Derbyshire claim a few quick wickets.
Indeed. Here is Chappell, bowls to Cook, who drives to mid-off, but they decide, probably rightly, against trying a single because Tickner is in fairly quickly to field. So 1 wicket this morning. Gorvin caught dual bowl Tickner for 6. The score then was 146 in the 57th over. Some 11 overs, 12 overs later, it's crept on by a further 24 runs. As Cook tries to cut but doesn't time it. Kerching, there's another quid for our fund of the ball not being timed, and the number of times that we've said that over the last few days. Don't think anyone's listening to our pleased to get paid for repetition of that phrase. 170 for 6. All very serene at the moment. Chappell trying to shake that up, and Cook driving streakily off an outside edge down towards backward point and hustles back for the second run and has to turn the burners on, but gets there fairly comfortably in the end by the time that Anuj Dao had made 20-30 metres to the ball, and of course absolutely inevitably loses his hat in the process, another of our favourite phrases in this game. So Chappell in to Cook, who drives straight, scrambling stop at mid-on by Jewell. 172 for 6, lead is 253. Cook went into double figures and 11 with that last shot. So try not to get the headphones tangled up when I hand over to Dave. My favourite trick. I've been known to actually demolish a pair of headphones in studio. Chappell bowls, Cook jabbing down on that one, playing it defensively. 172 for 6. Cook has 11. Callaway has 28. The lead is 253. Are we about to see a storm of runs or wickets? Dave Fletcher.
No, I don't think so. I can't understand what Glamorgan clearly don't want to win the game. Well, that is a hugely different question to a different answer, probably. But yeah, I mean, what have they scored now? 40 runs this morning? Get on with it. Anyway, the lead's 253. It's maybe enough already, who knows. Thompson from the Cathedral Road end bowls to Callaway, who just dabs it into the offside.
Can I perch over and borrow my pen?
Yeah, borrow it. You can have it. I'll let you have your own pen.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Nick's demolishing something else.
There's
at the back
leads
of the
going
box
everywhere
now.
here.
It's absolute carnage in there. As Thompson bowls, cut by Callaway out to the cover boundary where David Lloyd finds himself, and they go through for a single.
Nothing much happened in your absence, Dave.
There was that remarkable...
There was that.
That was it, though, wasn't it? That was pretty much it, yeah.
Ben Callaway almost playing on.
Good effort. As Thompson is in and bowls to Cook. He cuts as well out towards Lloyd, who gets round quickly and keeps them down to a single. Cook has 12, Callaway has 29, 174 for 6, the lead 255.
Yeah, there must have been some divine intervention there, because he couldn't kick it away, because he would have kicked his stumps.
Yes, it was remarkable, wasn't it? He wanted desperately to kick it, but he realised what the consequences would be. Would have been hilarious. That's what it would have been. That one is played into the onside, where it's fielded by Pat Brown at the straight mid-wicket, really. He's too wide to be mid-on. I assume there's a long on. There is. Thompson in and bowls. He comes forward again, Callaway, and then defends it into the offside. Lloyd feels, just where is this going? Absolutely no proper chance for one side to get their first win of the season and the other side to get their second, as this next delivery is played out into the offside. And there is no run. It's the 8 points for a draw. That's what's doing us here. Kirk has just pointed out to me, you're absolutely right, Kirk, no incentive for Glamorgan to up the ante and risk a possible defeat with 8 points for a draw, plus the 6 bonus points that they already have. The county championship point system is ruining the game.
Well, it's something that rears his head all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, last year Glamorgan had 7 draws, and there were a few you thought...
But Derbyshire,
12 the year before, Nick mentions, and yeah, that's the case in point.
Derbyshire loved a draw last year because they didn't win a game, so the draws were the highlight, but no longer.
Zach Chappell continues from the River Taff end, right arm over the wicket. Here he comes, chugs in bowls, and that's played through mid-wicket by Chris Cook, and a single. Sunshine above Sophia Gardens.
Chilly though, isn't it?
It is chilly,
Yeah.
although I'm told it is going to warm up
Yes.
again by the end of the week.
Yeah, I think the shorts might have been a mistake again today. That's 2 days in a row I've made that mistake. We're nearly in summer though. It's cricket. You wear shorts.
Exactly. Chappell coming in and bowls. Good drive on the offside, but picks the man out on the deep cover boundary, and only a single, 176 for 6. Bank holiday Monday, of course. There's a few here, but it's that strange bank holiday in the year when nothing really happens, because you've only got that one day, so nobody can venture away.
No, it's an unnecessary bank holiday, isn't
And
it?
we've got another one in what, 3 weeks? 3
Yeah.
weeks' time.
Yeah.
Chappell wheels round from the River Taff end, bowls. Cook is right behind that resolutely and defends, and there's no run.
I'm surprised that we haven't seen Anuj Dal bowl yet today. Alex Thompson has bowled pretty much, well, he has bowled entirely, all the overs rather, at the Cathedral Road end. We haven't seen Anuj Dal yet.
He had that spell in the first innings where he bowled beautifully, and not much luck from the River Taff end. Anuj Dal. Chappell will be hoping for luck here, but it's played on the offside, and there's an easy single for Chris Cook. Dal fields.
They won for 30 odd last night in 10 overs. The current run rate is 2.5 and over. It'll never replace entertainment.
How was your trip to the valley on Saturday. I haven't seen you. I wasn't here yesterday.
Yeah, no, yes, it was. Well, the game itself was a waste of time, but the trip was enjoyable. Yeah.
Chapel in, bowls, and Callaway plays it on the offside. There's a single. I've got nightmares of seeing the Valley, and not anything to do with the club. It's because I ran the London Marathon in 2016, and you pass the Valley
Woolwich.
early doors.
Oh, is it early then?
You're only about 6 miles in, and you're thinking,
Feels like
oh
the finish
my
line,
gosh. Yeah.
It was good. I went on the Elizabeth. I don't collect lines or anything, but I went on the Elizabeth line for the first time.
Chapel in and bowls, and defended by Chris Cook, and there's no run. That is the end of Zach Chappell's over, and it's still a bit of a stalemate, unfortunately, here at Sophia Gardens with Glamorgan 178 for 6. The lead now is 259.
It confused me. The
Elizabeth line.
Because
Very posh, though, isn't it?
It's very posh, but it's got like a glass wall between you and the track, and then
It's one of those,
The
is it?
train
Yeah.
arrives, and 2 doors open, and another
Yeah,
2 doors
yeah.
open, and I'm thinking, well, where's the track?
Yeah.
I thought I'd just walked into I don't know what I'd walked into. It didn't feel like a train station, a railway station.
It's more reminiscent of a train, the bullet train in Japan, so to speak, where the doors open
Yeah.
exactly where they meant to open.
There was the people pushing us in as well. It wasn't that busy. I've never been to Japan. You might be surprised. My regular listeners will not be surprised by that at all. Alex Thompson begins a new over. He's 11th in a row this morning. He's 26th in.
Well, I spent
total.
2 weeks with Mr. Webb there, back in, when was it, Nick? 2013, yeah, when Wales toured there. Same time the Lions were in Australia.
Thompson's in again. That one is played off the back foot up towards long on. It's Jack Morley on the field down below us.
Very warm out there, Dave.
Yeah.
Very humid in the second test. And very expensive as well.
Was it pricey? Yeah. Yes, I rarely venture. Well, Wales is about the only time I ever go abroad. Once a year, down to Cardiff. Here comes Thompson again, goes back once more. Cook plays it up to Pat Brown. It means there are 2 Derbyshire fielders not on at the moment. I think that is Martin Anderson, who's gone off to get his bowling boots on, currently talking on the boundaries edge to David Lloyd. As Thompson is in, that's a fullish delivery. It's pushed into the offside. Thompson fields off his own bowling.
And I forgot to ask, how very rude of me, who won the big game of the day yesterday between Gossainen and Gowerton?
Easy win for Gossainen then.
Was it?
Yeah. Yeah.
So it was Gav's team then, Gav
Yeah.
McDonald's team.
Ed's team were, this one is clipped into the leg side and fielded by Pat Brown.
Oh, Ed wouldn't have.
Well, they were
that
bowled
wouldn't
out,
have gone
bowled out
down
for
well.
99.
Wow.
Big defeat. Big defeat. Anujdal is now warming up, look. They must have heard me. I very much doubt they'd take any notice of what I said. It's not Anderson who's off the field. I beg his pardon. It's Blair Tickner who's on the boundaries edge. He'll be back soon in place of Jack Morley. As Thompson bowls, a little bit of turn there. Pushed out into the offside square, fielded by Chappell. And that's the end of the over. Callaway has 32. Cook has 14. Glamorgan 179 for 6, having lost Andy Gorvin for 6, 20 minutes into today's play. At that stage, they led by 227. They currently lead by 260, and importantly, 75 overs left in the day. So Derbyshire, even if they declared now, would have to score quicker than Glamorgan are currently inching along to whatever total they think they need. Love to be in the changing room, just to say, well, just tell us your plans so that we don't all get frustrated. Here comes Anujdal.
Yeah, they obviously were listening to you, Dave. There is going to be a change with Anujdal replacing Zach Chappell from the River End. Well, we're just waiting for something to happen. But I was mentioning to Nick, I think the only way the equation changes here is if Derbyshire take wickets, and in doing so will force Glamorgan's hand.
I think you're right. because Glamorgan are not going to be generous with any declaration, which will almost certainly kill the game, and they probably won't have enough overs, you would hope, from a Derbyshire perspective, to bowl the visitors out.
So just rejigging the field for Anuj Dal's first over. Slip is out now, and it is a defensive field with the man out in the deep on the leg side and on the deep cover boundary.
2 mid-wickets. There we go. We've hit 2 mid-wickets territory. Oh dear.
Yeah, mid-off, mid-on. And cover. Here is Anuj Dal, comes in to Kellaway, and he plays that on the offside to point, and there is a single taken. Kellaway is now on 33. A very workmanlike innings from Ben Kellaway. 33 from 90. Which is in sharp contrast to how he usually plays. His Cook is on strike and defends that, and it goes all the way down to mid-on.
Probably fair to say that Glamorgan hadn't taken advantage of scoring 431, having been put into bat.
Well,
they really were on top, weren't they, at the end of their first innings.
They would have been frustrated yesterday as Dahl comes in to Chris Cook, and that's defended not to have gone through the tail, well, not the tail, but Lewis Rees on one leg.
Well, we said yesterday it was probably his good leg.
It must have been.
The career best for Alex Thompson with his 60, that 105-run partnership.
Yeah, that
got us
changed
to where we are.
Dynamic, really. Yeah, of the game. 2 mid-wickets, as Dave mentioned, as Dahl comes in to Chris Cook, flashes, and that's a good shot for nothing because it's fielded well by Dahl himself. Firmly struck by Chris Cook, who's on 14.
Kirk's come back with a suggestion for the points. He says scrap bonus points. Well, I'd scrap them in an instant. 5 points for a win, 1 for a draw, 1 point for a first innings lead in a drawn match. I'm not a big fan of that.
That mid-wicket is right in his eye line now as Cook plays that backward point. Wild throw back to Guest.
My idea, our idea, because we discuss it all the time.
Well, we discuss it every season, don't we?
3
Dave?
points for a win, 1 point for a draw. Bonus points irrelevant, and nobody moves places in the league. But you might just
Something has to be done because it's not
stop teams crawling to an extra bonus point.
Yeah, Dahl in. It is not conducive at all to getting forcing results. This present, the status quo. End of the over. And Glamorgan 181 for 6. So just the single in that over. That is a lead of 262.
I'm not sure if it was the late 19th century or the early 20th century when the point system was 1 point for a win, no points for a draw, and -1 for a defeat. that is points at its simplest, I think. Let's go back to that. Alex Thompson's going to continue, of course he is, from the Cathedral Road end, the off-spinner. It's his 12th over of the morning. He's only conceded 18 runs. And he comes in and bowls to Cook, who drives the ball straight back to him. I think they have their full contingent bar Lewis Rees on the field now, Derbyshire, which is good news. Blair Tickner available before lunch if required, as that one bounces a little bit and it's turned into the leg side by Cook to the left of the man at short leg, fielded by Harry Kane coming in off the mid-wicket boundary. Cook moves on to 16, 182 for 6. And of course we lose 2 of those 73 remaining overs. should Glamorgan not declare at lunch, or indeed, well, if they declare at tea, we might as well pack in. Here comes Thompson. That's a horrible short delivery. That's the worst delivery he's bowled today, I think. And he only goes for a single, down to Jack Morley, so they're not up to their full contingent. He's still on the field, 183 for 6. Sun out, but it's chilly. Chillier here in Cardiff. As Thompson is in once more. Back goes Cook, pushes the ball out into the offside, fielded by Tickner. 180.
Needless to say, Dave, though, we'll be having this very discussion next year about draws and games petering out and nothing being done about it.
Imagine that when they reduce it to 12, which they inevitably will, 12 county championship matches, and then reduce it to 10 because they don't want them anyway, as Thompson bowls. That's clipped away into the leg side by Kellaway for a single. He moves to 35. Cook has 17. It's 185 for 6. If you've got 8 draws in a 10-game season, nobody will come and watch. And why would they? I was disappointed I wasn't here for the discussion about the 100 before, though. But I'll leave it for now. Here's Thompson and bowls to Cook.
Well, usually
into the leg side. They're on 185 for 6 at the end of the over. The lead 266.
Usually, any discussion regarding the 100 in this commentary box revolves around Edward Bevan.
I think I agree with most of what.
Surprise, surprise! Isn't a huge fan.
No. Well, it'll kill Derbyshire and the like. You'll be all right here with a 100 franchise, but of course you talked about the reduction in the size of the crowds in the T20. People have only got so much money, so they'll go to a slightly cheaper ticket or same price ticket with a double header, which was a pure fluke for the ECB because it was introduced during COVID. Because Derbyshire and Leicestershire was supposed to host some women's 100 cricket, but that never happened.
Of course, schools are off. They pack, so it's far easier to pack the ground in August.
We could talk about it. I'm not fed up talking about it because it's such an important subject, but it's maddening. Absolutely maddening. Derbyshire got 4 home games in August.
Dahl.
Days.
Rook guest is up to Anuj Dahl, and that's fielded by the man who's right in Ben Kellaway's eye line, right on the edge of the wicket. He's probably in a position where, do you remember when Matthew Hayden lofted, I'll come back to it in a minute, as Dahl comes in. Did Kellaway to work that off his hips on the leg side, but he didn't connect with it. I think it was he drove Hoggard in the 05, and there was a man in that very position in that brilliant series, of course, that England won.
You can tell it's a bank holiday, can't you? They've not got much content, I don't think, today. I've just been summoned again for 12:30.
Anuj Dahl, which is probably not an update, it's a two-way, more of a two-way, to pad it out, Dave.
Well, I've just been asked that we're good to come to you at 50:30. Bit of fun.
Bit of fun, yeah. That usually means a two-way.
Bit of fun. Yeah.
Bit of banter.
They asked me if I was all right before.
What's for lunch, Dave?
Yeah, I've already been asked what we've been eating. We could get on to what we've been drinking, but I'm not sure the listeners want to know that. Nor my doctor.
Dahl coming in from the river end, bowls, and that's driven firmly, and that does evade the man at wide-ish mid-off, and that's a rarity. This morning, a collector's item off the bat of Ben Kellaway. That was nicely struck.
Yeah,
Been shot of the day, actually.
Yeah, well, there's not much competition.
No, there was one by Chris Cook he cut, which just shows how little there's been in terms of stroke play.
Yeah, that was nice. That was nice. And good to see. Let's hope it's a portent to Some more aggressive cricket.
So the lead is 270. Steaming in is Anuj Dal, and that's worked through mid-wicket. They'll collect a single. They've run the first one fast, but there's no chance of coming back. So we may get a lead of, well, I say may. It'll be close-ish to 300 by lunch.
Yes, it shouldn't be far off, should it? That'll be enough. Everybody, that would be enough. Nobody's scored 150 in a session in this match yet.
Dahl in to Chris Cook. That was a waft. Gave the kitchen sink like that, but it was mistimed, mishit, and it tried to play it on the offside. It ended up being fielded at mid-on. That's the end of Anuj Dahl's over. Now then, yeah, I thought they might have done a change from the Cathedral Road, but it's still going to be Thompson.
Alex Thompson, he's going to bowl all morning, I think.
Yeah.
Alex Thompson, he's bowled
1 wicket for 53.
0 for 22 in 12 overs this morning. So they haven't got after him in any way. And if he cracks on with it, he can get this over him before I have to go. But they're messing around now. What's going on? Anuj Dahl has been sent back to the square leg boundary. He's going to join young Harry Moore, who's wandering around the boundary's edge with a drink. For the players, that is. He's not just been to the bar. In fact, he's not old enough to drink, so that should have taken his read. He's only 17.
The bar is an enticing proposition at this juncture.
Well, we could all adjourn to there. Put the stream on without commentary. Here's Thompson bowling to Callaway, comes down the track and pushes the ball out into the offside. The dive of David Lloyd can't grab the ball, and it goes towards the boundary. It isn't going to make it. They're thinking about coming back to the third, and do come back for the third as Chappell throws the ball in. Lloyd wasn't far away from getting a paw on that one, but he was far enough away that they pick up 3 runs. Let's have a look at that on the way. I can't really tell from the replay. Might have got something on it, actually. 193 for 6, the lead 274. I'm not being rude, Kenneth, but I've got to go. I'll be back very shortly.
Not a problem, Dave.
I'll try and remember the bounce, and we can reconstruct it later.
Dave exits stage left as Alex Thompson continues. He's dropped that short. That's airborne, but will bisect the field. They'll get 2 in the offside as it bisects the man at mid-off and the deep cover boundary. Only 2 then. 195 for 6. The lead is 276 as Nick comes in
to replace the Archbishop of Banterbury.
So they bring the man at the deep cover boundary up. Thompson dancing down the wicket is Cook, only to defend. There's no run. Callaway into the 40s, but it's been tough slog. Thompson coming around to Cook. Tries to work that through mid-wicket, but it'll be fielded. There's no run.
Do you sense there's just a move from first into second gear at least?
Wow. just maybe. Thompson in. That's Fuller, but that's cut, and that's a good shot by Chris Cook. He's not going to miss their meat and drink for someone of his ability. It was just wide from Thompson and enabled Cook to cut it on the offside, and it went through the cover boundary for 4. So he's up to 23. Nick might be right in his observation there. He might have picked up slightly.
Well, he woke me up at the back of the box, snoozing gently.
Yes, with that Ben Callaway off drive. Thompson coming around the wicket from the Cathedral Road end. Just a wicket for Alex Thompson, 1 for 62. coming around to Cook, defends that time. And there's no run. That is the end of Alex Thompson's over. Glamorgan on the verge of 200. They are 199 for 6.
During the lunch interval, as well as
Some 8 minutes before lunch. The lead is 280.
We kindly ask you not to take any food or drink.
Oh, he's gone a bit early with that announcement. That usually comes at 10:02, that announcement. We've got 28 minutes to go till lunch.
Steward, who is sitting in front of the National Cricket Centre.
Apologies. That was me saying 8 minutes. I read it at...
You missed the 20
I read
minutes.
it as 12:52. My eyesight's going.
12:32.
Yeah, well, that is early for Dr. Hignell.
Yeah, that's usually the 10-2 one announcement. Here's Anuj Dal then, setting his field, with Glamorgan starting to move up a little bit. But you could see that since the game slipped away from their control yesterday, that they wanted to make sure that they wouldn't lose. And Derbyshire would have to score more than 4 and over now, which doesn't sound much, but given the scoring rates through this match would be demanding. Here's Dahl into bowl to Callaway, who tries a scoop and gets 4 runs. Hello.
We're in D20 mode now.
Well. The fun is about to start, I suspect. As Callaway getting into position nicely and flicking it away over the keeper's head for 4 runs. Callaway moves to 47 and the total of 203 for 6. The lead is 284. Are we about to see 26 minutes of fun and games? As he's caught. Is he? No, not quite carried. Was that hit into the ground? I thought he'd lobbed it towards cover there, Callaway. Yeah, it was
on the half volley.
Yeah. It was up into the air off the bat, but just eluded a diving Madsen at short cover. 203 for 6. Dahl into Callaway, who drives firmly to deep mid-off and will canter through for a comfortable single. 48 to Callaway.
Yeah, there might have been a message. Let's see what happens, kind of.
204 for 6. The lead is 285. As Glamorgan might look to give themselves maybe 60 overs to dismiss Derbyshire and a target of over 300. Cook steps back and slashes and misses. Keeper standing up. No slips. And Derbyshire really gone on the defensive now. They've sensed an assault is eventually coming after 90 minutes of serenity, solidity, and not much happening. Dahl into bowl, and that was dropped by Madsen off a fiendishly difficult chance. It was blasted by Cook at cover. He got both hands to it, and at least he can grin about it. But that one was hit off the meat of the bat, and a leaping Madsen, to be fair, has done really well to get both hands to it. I suspect it might have stung a bit. Single taken. Cook to 24. Dahl into Callaway. Clips it away on the leg side, and will pick up 4 runs to reach his half century. Well batted to Ben Callaway. 50 coming off 103 deliveries for the young all-rounder. And the over, 209 for 6. And the lead is 290. I think it's time for you to investigate luncheon, Ken.
Well, indeed.
Ben Callaway's 50 came off 103 balls with 6 balls.
And Dave Fletcher to come back in alongside me once he's retrieved the errant microphone muff, which is somewhat detachable.
It is. I thought we'd do the changeover there in the pace of the game, really. Very, very slowly.
Oh, it's all happening now.
Well,
Look at this field. Spread far and wide.
yeah, they have to now, don't they? Thompson is in. That one is cracked away. That might go for 4. Actually, that was a decent shot from Cook. No, it's an excellent piece of fielding by Pat Brown down on the boundary. And they're going to come back for the 3rd run. And he just about gets in. Has to put the dive in. Did do. 3 more to the total. 212 for 6. Just 69 overs left in the day after this one. Lead 293. It's enough, everybody. Derbyshire will not chase that on this pitch. Thompson in reverse sweep comes out. It actually reverse sweeps it into his own pad. And Brooke Guest can do the fielding. Callaway on 52, Cook on 27.
Player Pompey wondering why Glamorgan didn't press the accelerator earlier.
Yes, well...
Fortune favours the brave. Well, not losing the match was aim 1. Now we're on to aim 2, winning it.
Yeah,
from the Glamorgan
oughtn't
perspective.
to have enough time. Derbyshire have to restrict the runs now. Tickner warming up as Thompson is in. That one is driven straight to Tickner, who gets his fingers on it. He's going to throw the ball back to Brooke Guest. It actually hits Cook. Tickner's down on his knees, but you can never tell. He's all right.
He's the Amdram Society chair.
Yes, he does like to.
Somerset beat Essex by 3 wickets, 325 for 7. Rue was out for 116. Overton 53 not out.
Season-defining win for Somerset. Thompson bowls. That one is cut away into the offside, and Pat Brown just walks in to pick the ball up. The batters walk to the opposite ends, and score moves on to 214 for 6.
Blair Tickner treats us to a 1 elbow press up.
They are impressive, aren't they? I do like them. I have no idea how you do them. I wouldn't want to do them. As Thompson is in again, uses his feet to come down the track, Callaway, and drives up towards Anderson down below us for the single. 215 for 6. Of course, Glamorgan go on to win this game. They've worked it perfectly. Just doesn't feel like that at the moment. As Thompson is in. That one is whipped into the leg side by Cook out towards long on. That's David Lloyd's at long on now. 216 for 6 at the end of the over, the end of Thompson's 14th over of the morning. He's bowled every single over from the Cathedral Road end, and now the tattooed Kiwi is back. Blair Tickner, who's got a full leg of artwork and down one side of his torso. Very impressive. Painful, I would imagine, but very impressive. 216 for 6, the lead's 297. 69 overs left in the match.
Dave Fletcher, who's got closer to Blair Tickner than I ever have.
I've only seen them from a distance. Honest gov.
Ben Callaway is equalled his career best. And there are runs to be had as long as Glamorgan are happy to pick them up in 1s and 2s, because Derbyshire are scattered to all compass points of Sophia Gardens.
If they declared now, which I know they're not going to,
Yep.
Derbyshire would need to score at almost 4.5 and over for the rest of the day, and nobody has scored at 4.5 and over.
We're heading for a lunchtime declaration, aren't we?
Well, you'd hope so. At least spare us the pathetic 10 minutes after lunch and then a 10-minute break. Nobody wants that. They'll lose 2 more overs.
Indeed. Glamorgan won't want to lose 2 more overs of bowling. They do have, of course, the matter of their over 8 to attend to as well.
Yes, indeed.
Which is -4. So they really don't want to lose any more points, as Tickner bowls to Cook, who tries to pull and misses, and it reaches Guest on the second bounce.
Slower delivery. Perhaps just a loosener.
So the field is such as it is. Mid-wicket and cover, just about saving the single. Mid-on might do if it's hit hard. Mid-off probably won't. 3 back on the ropes on the leg side. And there's the short ball. And it's pulled gently by Cook to the middle of those 3 fielders, Pat Brown. So they are at fine leg, backward square leg, considerably backward of square, and mid-wicket-ish, squarish mid-wicket. There's also a man on the ropes at backward point, and at third man for the uppercut. A fine third man in line with Madson's thinking, as Cook drives into the offside but drills it straight to Dahl at cover, and there's no run. 217 for 6. Callaway rather hit that shot. Callaway on 54 not out. Will he get the one he needs to mark a new CB? 298 is the lead for Glamorgan. 17 minutes to go until luncheon. Tickner on his way in. Short ball pulled by Callaway through mid-wicket. Not hugely timed. The ball rather trickles towards the boundary. Easily intercepted. And Ben Callaway, with that shot, has a career best. Well battered young man. 36 before this season. For his first half century. 54 not out at Lord's. In is the next delivery from Tickner. Ball to Cook, who pulls over mid-wicket, and man on the boundary there. Anderson didn't pick it up at all. I don't think he would have got there even if he had picked it up, but he had no chance of cutting it off because he didn't see it.
No, perhaps he should take them off a bad light.
Don't 34 for Cook. 2-2-2 for 6, Richie. Stand is worth 76 for this 7th wicket. But Cook and Callaway is probably a better quality than you'd expect for a 7th wicket. As that's flicked off his legs by Cook, runs the first one quickly, but it's gone more or less straight to the mulleted Thompson down beneath us. 223 for 6. End of the over. Tickner has now 3 for 39 off 18. He was going about 1.5 runs and over at one point. It's now crept over 2. 223 for 6. Cook 35. Callaway 55. The lead is 304. And as I've said all morning, Glamorgan are playing this perfectly.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you to Anthony from Hino, who says he's really interested in the discussion about the 100. His son and he are an example, he says, of how exhibition cricket at Trent Bridge turned into membership at the county ground, but we recognise there isn't much of a torrent following in our footsteps. I'm a grumpy old man, that's him saying that, but it would apply here as well. I'm a grumpy old man, so I'm well prepared to turn up for 3 or 4 days of Derbyshire Fair with little hope of a result either way, but my lad wants to know who's winning. I'm often forced to use the immortal words of Zhou Enlai on the French Revolution. It's too early to say. Clearly, decimalised cricket has a high profile and a bit of star appeal. But how do the have-not counties bid for the smitten newbies? Good question. Surely a bit of tinkering towards final day drama would go a long way towards tempting a few more widows like me through the county ground gates. Thank you, Anthony.
That's a surprisingly reasonable and well-balanced contribution.
Yeah, we don't get any of those. Here's Alex Thompson. The ball is 15th over of the morning, and the first ball is beaten into the offside by Cook and fielded by Caleb Jewell. He was possibly the one man who is capable of scoring very quickly if he can stay in. 2-2-3 for 6. Thompson in again, and that one is playing a miss from Cook, trying to cut that one out towards Zach Chappell, who's fielding at backward point on the boundary. He's having a long distance conversation with Pat Brown. Those two are almost inseparable, Brown and Chappell. This next one is lofted down the ground, and it's going to go over Jack Morley for 6. Nice shot from Chris Cook, all the way over the rope. In fact, Morley almost went over the picket fence. I don't think he had his bearings completely correct there. Cook moves to 41, 229 for 6. The lead 310.
Yes, I think he disturbed a bit of the advertising hoarding as the Chief Steward Allen looks on with concern.
More work for the stewards. In comes Thompson. Bowls, and this one is launched out towards long off this time. It bounces in front of Martin Anderson, and they only go through for a single. Almost get an overthrow, but for Wayne Madsen's backing up. Cook to 42, 230 for 6. The second half of the equation of, obviously, there being too many runs, they now have to leave themselves enough overs to bowl Derbyshire out. They would currently have 67. That one is always reaching for it. And it gets an inside edge, and it goes down to short, fine leg for a single to Callaway, who moves to 56.
Well, he's got his CB. He can afford a bit of fun now, and he would have probably been stumped by several metres had he missed that one.
231 for 6. Thompson in once more. Cook comes down the track and lifts it high and long, and one bounce for 4 out towards Cow Corner. Cook moves up to 46, 235 for 6 at the end of the over. Callaway's got 56. The lead is 316 with 67 overs left in the match.
There we are. This is the Bright County Championship cricket your correspondent was asking for.
It is, absolutely. An hour earlier it might have been nice, but...
Andrew Bisping emailed to say he was sorry to hear the Somerset game last year was the only match I missed at Sapphire Gardens. In contrast, he says, it was the only T20 his wife Alison attended. She was greatly entertained, though I had to point out that it wasn't like that every game. Yes. For those who don't know, it was Kieran Carlson setting a Glamorgan T20 record stand with Will Smale record total and a record bowling performance, remarkably from Marnus Labuschagne. It took 5 for 11.
Dear, oh dear. Gary, we mentioned the disability team, Derbyshire disability team. They won yesterday against Cheshire. They play Warwickshire in 2 weeks. He asks, this is Gary Hickinbottom, can Derbyshire chase down 350 today? No. No, they can't.
Well, opening blast from Jewell and Lloyd.
Yeah, no, they can't.
Who knows what that might set them on the road to.
A draw.
316 is the total. As Tickner is racing in, bowling to Callaway, who knocks it down to backward square and takes the single. I don't think they can take as many liberties with Tickner. They might be as well settling for 6 singles off a Tickner over.
Well, if I was Derbyshire now, they're +2 on the over rate. And there's 10 minutes till lunch. You don't want to be bowling too many overs here.
No. So get Thompson off
get Tickner at one end and somebody who bowls quickly and therefore slowly at the other.
Tickner's in to bowl to Cook, and that one is, they scamper through for a single. There's a shy at the wickets from Brooke Gast. Ben Callaway is through. Was it a bottom edge? Possibly.
Certainly bad.
Nearly bowled Chris Cook, squirted through to the keeper, so one can only presume it was a bottom edge.
Just as he walks off the screen there, Blair Tickner just smiled at Wayne Madsen and shook his head.
The things we have to do to earn a living, eh? 237 for 6, the partnership worth 91. Glamorgan swing the bat wildly. Callaway on strike, Tickner bowls to him as he drives on the onside, and it rolls out towards square leg. Single taken. In the one-day trophy at Warminster, Wales 102 for 4 after 27 overs, and yesterday's batting hero Brad Wadlin is 49 not out. Today's team captained by Cameron Herring, the former Gloucestershire keeper. As that's down leg side, and Cook pokes at it and can't make contact to not a great delivery, possibly deliberately stuck down leg side. Harry Friend made 32. Wadland 49 not out, Rodri Lewis 17 not out. There's Glamorgan here, 2:38 for 6, 8 minutes till lunch, so 2 more overs, I guess.
Maximum, I would hope.
3:19 is the lead. 4 men now, 5 men on the fence on the leg side, on the ropes, and 1 man at deepish cover is the only saving the single. Cook swings it up to long on along the ground. We'll just take a single. This is cricket by consent, really. Lots of singles.
Well, the one thing that we can console ourselves with is we're not at Old Trafford.
Okay.
Well, they're only in the 3rd innings of the game there.
Right.
Lancashire are 89 for 3, 50 behind Gloucestershire.
Right.
It would take something remarkable for a result, a positive result there. Wouldn't be quite as remarkable here.
As that is slapped into the onside by Callaway, bouncing up to long on, single taken. John Hughes says he's switched to the stream to watch the conclusion of Somerset against Essex in Taunton. Craig Overton hit a winning 6 straight into the exact seat where he watched Glamorgan win the county championship in 1997.
Wow.
Yes, it's obviously got a good eye for exact seats. Tim van der Hoogten is still padded up on the boundary, so they're not on the balcony, so they're not going to declare for wicket falls now.
No, why would they?
Well, there's not much point in declaring before lunch.
Not unless we went to lunch.
Well, we would do now, wouldn't we? I suppose that would mean an extra couple of overs in the afternoon session. 2:40 for 6, the lead is 3-2-1, and Alex Thompson is going to continue to bowl. And Derbyshire are in no hurry at all, just in case there's any danger of 3 more overs, but there won't be.
Current requirement, almost 5 and over. Derbyshire would need 4.86. Nothing much is happening out here. 8-6, 3-6, 3-6, 3-6 recurring. Oh.
Update for the BBC Radio Wales in the 1 o'clock bulletin.
That's just like a little warning shot, is it? Here's Thompson around the wicket, bowling to Callaway, who goes for the little reverse scoop down towards what would have been fine third man. It gets 4 runs for it. That's a bit of innovation from Ben Callaway, who moves along to 63, 244 for 6. Court can't declare now because Callaway could get his maiden first-class century.
I'm afraid he's going to be sawn off. 63 not out.
It's a team game.
Yep.
I'm sure he understands.
Red inker maybe.
Well, that would be useful, wouldn't it?
As he hits one down long on's throat.
Do well to pick him out. Here's Thompson. He's smashed this. It's gone high. He's going to get caught. Is he? But no, Morley's given up. It's gone for 6. Morley for a minute looked very interested, and then all of a sudden was covering his head with his hands because I don't think he was entirely sure where the ball was, but it's gone all the way for 6, and Callaway moves to 69. 250 up for Glamorgan. 250 for 6, leading by 331 now. There aren't a huge number of spectators in, but he almost picked one out there. Down below was in the air a long time. There is a breeze. Although looking at the flags on the pavilion, you wouldn't know. Here is Thompson again. Bowls, and this one is cut by Callaway out towards Caleb Jewell, who's got the fielding pads on, and he's fielding at straight cover on the boundary.
Yeah, you'd have thought he'd have time to whip them off now between deliveries. So. In that
he's certainly not going to field at short leg again.
Long pause between overs.
Found out that yesterday evening that the Derbyshire flag was put on upside down on day 2.
Good heavens.
Yeah. It's still
half mast-ish.
2/3 of the way down.
2/3 mast.
Yes. Oh, it's a big shot out into the leg side, but it's all the way along the ground. He didn't actually get hold of it there. Cook out to Wayne Madsen, who finds himself on the mid-wicket boundary. everybody's on a boundary of some description. 252 for 6. Cook on to 49. Callaway has 70. 3 minutes till lunch, so there'll be one more over after this maximum, and he's launched the ball down the ground for 1 bounce 4. That's another fine shot from Callaway, who got hold of all of that. He moves on to 74. Perhaps he knows they're going to declare at lunch and he needs another 26 runs in 3 minutes.
Well, last ball of the over, and Tickner probably bowling the final one.
I think we're taking a single then.
Look for 3 here.
Thompson bowls, so he's gone for a big one again. Where's that going? It's going to be caught by Wayne Madsen in the deep. Madsen steadies himself and takes the catch, and Callaway's innings, which has been very impressive, comes to an end with Glamorgan on 256. They're 256 for 7. Callaway departs for 74. I think Cook was looking for a signal, but it hasn't come, and it means that Glamorgan lead by 337 with 3 wickets left.
And that might be
Ben
it.
Callaway was caught by Wayne Madsen off the bowling of
No,
Alex
I thought,
Thompson.
did the umpire take the bails off there?
74.
No, we are going to get one more over. Or are we? No, umpire's heading towards the dressing rooms.
They've declared.
Morgan have declared at 256 for 7. So Derbyshire need 338 to win this match, and 65 overs remain, and that's over 5. Have you got a calculator handy?
I do have one very handy here.
338 divided by 65, if you would, sir.
5.2,
There we are.
which is impossible on this pitch. I would respectfully suggest, but Chris Cook not out on 49.
Oh,
Cruel.
he's got enough 50s. He won't worry.
I wish I'd had enough 50s not to worry. So we'll be back early, won't we?
We will. We'll be back at 13:38.
That's exciting.
And she'll be updating BBC Radio Wales, so don't eat all the lunch in the meantime.
I've got to update BBC Radio Derby, so if it has all gone, it's Kenneth's fault.
Okay. So Callaway was caught Madsen bowled Thompson for 74. The only other wicket in the morning was Gorvin caught Jewell bowled Tickner for 6. We saw basically 90 minutes of serenity and 28 minutes of fun and games.
One man's serenity is another man's tedium, but you're absolutely right. Yeah, the last half hour was exactly how this game should be played on the final day. Glamorgan can't lose this game now, but they can win it.
There we are. We'll be back just before 20 to 2 with commentary.
I've got some latest scores from the other games taking place around the country. Once again, we'll start today with the National Counties Trophy, the third game being played by Wales National Counties. Yesterday, you may remember, they beat Hertfordshire by 6 runs. They're in action today at Warminster. Wales batting first against Wiltshire. They're currently in the 30th over, and Wales are 122 for 4. In the other games still taking place in the Rothesay County Championship, like here at Sapphire Gardens, all in their final day, there's just been a result at Taunton, where Somerset have beaten Essex by 3 wickets. At the Utilita Bowl, Durham are in their second innings after dismissing Hampshire for 470. Durham are 14 without loss at the interval. At Lords, it's lunch at HQ with Middlesex 146 for 3, still requiring a further 219 runs to beat Kent. And at Old Trafford, Gloucestershire declared on their overnight total of 589 for 8, a double hundred there for Ollie Price. And at lunch, Lancashire are 98 for 3, still trailing by 42 runs. A reminder that if you're seeking food...
And Glamorgan have just declared at lunch on 256 for 7, leaving Derbyshire a target of 338 to win this match in 65 overs. That's a run rate of 5.2, which should be too difficult for the visitors. So Glamorgan giving themselves some chance of bowling Derbyshire out. They batted sedately for 90 minutes and then attacked for the remaining half hour. Chris Cook made 49 not out. Ben Callaway a career best 74. Glamorgan 256 for 7 declared. Derbyshire need 338 to win.
And refill your water bottles. The Glamorgan Club shop run by Missouri Sports is also open today. It's situated opposite Gate 2, selling, as always, a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit, plus a range of recently published cricket books. Mentioning cricket books, the 2025 Glamorgan Yearbook is available for purchase from reception, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion, and that's where you can also obtain, completely free of charge, a score sheet for today's game. During the lunch interval, you may wish to visit the Museum of Welsh Cricket, which is situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre. Together with the Glamorgan Cricket Heritage Gallery, these facilities have recently had a refurbishment, thanks to a very generous grant from the Welsh Government. As a result, there are many new information panels and other displays, as well as brand new video films for you to watch. And during the lunch interval, as well as later at tea, you may want to go along and enjoy listening and watching to the reminiscences of the Glamorgan's 1969 playing squad as they talk about the season when they won the county championship. The museum also has a number of second-hand cricket books and old Glamorgan yearbooks, which, together with a range of other items and souvenirs, are on sale to raise funds for the running of the museum. As I said earlier, the museum will be closing at the end of the tea interval. This afternoon I'll bring you up to date as well with news of the Glamorgan women who are involved in their first T20 match against Gloucestershire women. That game gets underway at Spitty Park in Newport at 2:30. Finally, a reminder that we stand against all forms of discrimination. There is no place in it for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity together we are stronger. Here at Glamorgan County Cricket Club we are dedicated to raising the game, so if you witness any form of discrimination, you can challenge it and call it out by contacting in the strictest confidence your nearest steward. Thank you very much. Diolch yn fawr. Just to bring you up to date with news from the middle, Glamorgan have declared during the lunch interval, so the target for Derbyshire to win is 338 runs in the remaining minimum number of overs, which is 65. If you would like to keep your scorecards up to date, I'll just go through the bowling figures in just a moment. So Glamorgan in their second innings made 256 for 7. Chris Cook was 49 not out. There were 5 extras comprising 1 leg by and 4 no balls. The Derbyshire bowling figures are as follows. Anuj Dal 13 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 48. Blair Tickner 19 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 44. David Lloyd 5 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 15. Martin Anderson 2 overs for 7. Zach Chappell 12 overs, no maidens, 1 for 44. And Alex Thompson 31 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 97. So when play resumes in just over 10 minutes time, Derbyshire will be chasing a target of 338 in the 65 overs remaining today. Meanwhile, at warming,
quieter as that's edged by Callaway, but between slips and gully, and it'll run away for 4. That was fairly low edge. Yep, he's seeing Gorvin edge through the slips for 4. A flurry of activity, bodies diving one way. As that's skied and taken. Short ball, Gorvin couldn't get on top of it, and it flew up, looped up to short leg, and Glamorgan lose their 6th wicket. Chappell bowls, helped over the top, uppercut deliberately played by Ben Callaway, and 4 runs down to 3rd man. Make a bit of noise, but not that much.
Thompson in over the wicket to Chris Cook, who cuts aggressively and should evade the man on the boundary, and it does. Bowls, and that's driven firmly, and that does evade the man at wide-ish mid-off, and that's a rarity. Thompson in, that's fuller, but that's cut, and that's a good shot by Chris Cook. He's not going to miss their meat and drink for someone of his ability. It was just wide from Thompson.
Into bowl to Callaway, who tries a scoop and gets 4 runs. Hello.
We're at D20 mode now.
Dahl into Callaway, clips it away on the leg side, and will pick up 4 runs to reach his half century. Well batted to Ben Callaway, 50 coming off 103 deliveries. Is the next delivery from Tickner. Ball to Cook, who pulls over mid-wicket, and man on the boundary there. Anderson didn't pick it up at all. I don't think he would have got there even if he had picked it up.
Brown and Chappell. This next one is lofted down the ground, and it's going to go over Jack Morley for 6. Nice shot from Chris Cook. 31 for 6. Thompson in once more. Cook comes down the track and lifts it high and long, and 1 bounce for 4 out towards Cow Corner. Do well to pick him out. Here's Thompson. He's smashed this. It's gone high. He's going to get caught. Is he? But no, Morley's given up. It's gone for 6.
Look for 3 here.
Thompson bowls, so he's gone for a big one again. Where's that going? It's going to be caught by Wayne Madsen in the deep. Madsen steadies himself and takes the catch. And Callaway's innings, which has been very impressive.
And Prananda, a very good afternoon. Welcome back to Sophia Gardens as the Glamorgan team trudge on to the field, accompanied by the Derbyshire 2 opening batters. So we weren't sure prior to lunch if there was a declaration, but that became official during lunch. So the equation is simple. Derbyshire require 338 runs to win in the second innings, and they have 65 overs to do that. Dave Fletcher, just wondered, they got motoring, did Glamorgan, in the last, 40 minutes or so. Could they have pushed on the accelerator sooner?
Potentially. And Derbyshire will have to break their own record if they're to win this game. I don't think they have much hope of doing that. 285 for 6 at Derby in 1947. The biggest successful run chase in South Wales was at Abergavenny in 1986, 262 for 7. And here in Cardiff it was 216 for 7 in 1987. Thank you to David Griffin for all of those stats. But they've only successfully chased a higher total on 3 occasions against Northamptonshire, Nottinghamshire and Australia. Bizarrely, Australia remains Derbyshire's highest successful run chase at 397.
They were,
I think, for 9.
Well, they were probably caught in two minds, and they would have been wary of leaving the door ajar for Derbyshire, and the judgment probably would have been clouded by their record so far this season. As Fernando will start from the Cathedral Road end, that's full, and that is the first boundary of the first ball. So Derbyshire are going to go for it.
They're going for it. Well, these two will bat like these two bat, David Lloyd and Caleb Jewell, and that is what they were put together at the start of this season to do. The other thing is that the run rates of the innings are successively dropped. 3.39 in the first Glamorgan innings, 3.27 in Derbyshire's first innings, and then 3.12 despite that flourish in Glamorgan's second.
Asitha Fernando coming in, Sri Lankan international, and that's cut ferociously, and David Lloyd's lucky he went gave that one the kitchen sink but missed completely. Interestingly, the first delivery wasn't too dissimilar to the one that got David Lloyd out in the first innings. A loosener outside off stump. Of course, he dragged on to Fernando. He was bowled for 2, was the former Glamorgan captain. But he got away with the second ball. 3 slips, incidentally, for the bowler. Apart from that, it is quite a defensive field. Fernando coming in. And that's wide, and that was an inside edge down to third man, down to fine leg rather, and that's hauled in to Chris Cook, who was stranded, not out on 49, having picked up the pace. Ben Callaway was caught. Madsen bowled Thompson for 74, so good knock for young Ben Callaway. The earlier wicket, Andy Gorvin caught Caleb Jewell, bowled Blair Tickner for 6. So Ben Callaway's wicket brought the declaration, which not immediately, we all thought it had brought it immediately, as Fernando to Jewell, the left-hander, and that's worked only as far as mid-wicket, but it became official during the lunch interval.
Might have been slightly earlier. The scorers not been having their lunch, I imagine, but it came as soon as they'd finished their sweet
curry for lunch.
Indeed. More chicken.
Yeah,
I've never seen so much chicken in one place apart from when I've been in the supermarket.
Here comes Asitha Fernando, 5 for no wicket at Derbyshire. Bowls, that's wide. And again, that's played and missed. And I think Jewell is frustrated. He's missed out on one there.
Yes, I mean, they are attacking batters, but there is a limit. And David Lloyd has just wandered down to have a word with his opening partner, Caleb Jewell. I'm not even I'm sure it's a matter of get to tee and see where you are with a chase of this magnitude.
Yes.
It'd be exciting if they did try. I'm not sure they will.
It's just whether Glamorgan can have an early breakthrough. Fernando. And that's played defensively towards cover, and that is the end of the opening over of Derbyshire's second innings. They're 5 for no wicket, and all 5 runs coming off the bat of David Lloyd.
That's a great first shot. There have been a couple of iffy ones
2 overs
since then.
for Glamorgan at the River End.
Now 5 without loss. They're up with the required rate as things stand, just about. And it's going to be Tim van der Hoogten to open up from the River Taff end.
Not bad conditions, Dave, to bowl. There's a bit of cloud cover.
Yeah.
More cloud cover now.
It's windy though, isn't it? It's quite windy out there. The flags, oh no, the Derbyshire flag's gone. I thought all the flags had gone then. The Derbyshire flag has gone now, as it traditionally does at lunchtime on the final day. The other 2 flags are blowing from the wind, blowing from the south. There is Van der Hoogten in to bowl to Lloyd, who gets a little bit squared up by that one, pushes it out into the offside.
Yeah, the Glamorgan crest in the middle, and then the Welsh flag to the left.
Well, at least if Derbyshire's flag's not there, they can't hang it upside down, as they did apparently on Saturday, which I very disappointingly missed because I wasn't here. I'd have spotted that. I like the flag. I like both sides to have their flags flying as Tim van der Hoogten bowls to Lloyd, who gets up on his toes and pushes this out into the offside once again. But yeah, it was upside down. That's why it was at 2/3 mast, because when they went to put it back up again, I think it got stuck. So, but there is a new flagpole arriving at Derby for at some point in the near future. I'm told it's on order. I don't know what the waiting time is for a flagpole these days.
Yeah, it's coming from the Far East.
Yes, but never having bought one. As Van der Hoogten bowls. Oh, Lloyd leaves that one, and that's a good leave. It just darted back a touch at him and was taken low down by Chris Cook. There is a flagpole shop, for want of a better word, in Derbyshire apparently. Yeah, so I'm just hoping that they've shopped local.
Is there a call for flagpoles then? Obviously there is.
Well, Reform have taken over. Everyone should have one. Here comes Van der Hoogten again and bowls to Lloyd, who defends it straight back to the Glamorgan opening bowler. And just asked, David Griffin has obviously been out there all morning because it's the only way you can take photographs really. And he said when the sun's out it's quite pleasant, but it's not particularly warm when the sun goes in, and there's an absence of bare-chested men on the far side, which we've had throughout the game so far.
Probably just as well.
I think so. And there are 1 or 2 big coats being worn as Van der Hoogten bowls to Lloyd and beats him. Good delivery.
Yeah, that's the best delivery of the morning. Of
Through
the
to
afternoon,
Cook.
rather.
5 without loss. Lloyd with all the runs so far, but just beaten there by Van der Hoogten, who's about to bowl the final ball of his first over. Required rate already up to 5.27. Van der Hoogten is in and bowls to Lloyd, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump to go through to the keeper. 2 overs down then, 63 to go. Derbyshire 5 without loss in pursuit of 338 to win. Lloyd has all the runs so far. I'm trying to remember what they tried to chase at Sussex a couple of years ago. I'll see if I can look it up during this next over. And they did go for it and then shut up shop really late, which was a little bit disappointing. I'll find it.
Fernando will continue from the Cathedral Road end. Slightly expensive in the first innings. Took 5 for in the first game against Leicestershire, and starts his run-up, right arm over to the left-handed duel, and that's a lovely stroke. You could hear the crack of the meat of the bat straight through the covers for 4.
is a joy to watch. Started his Derbyshire career with 5 successive half-centuries. Caleb Jewell, Big Bash winner last season with the Hobart Hurricanes.
Too much width on that from Fernando, and he was on it in a flash. He's not going to miss out. Doesn't need a second invitation. With those, there's Caleb Jewell. 3 slips in for Sita Fernando, who starts his run-up past the umpire now and bowls. And that jabs back at Jewell, and it misses everything and goes through. Misses the inside edge of the bat, taken by Chris Cook.
It seemed to go in between the bat and his body.
Yeah.
It hit him just in the midriff on his way through. I'll do some maths now. That's not good to anybody, is it?
Fernando coming in to Jewell and bowls, and that's played, fended off into the offside. Of course, Derbyshire can't fall into the trap either of just trying to survive, and that sometimes is the way of losing wickets. Lloyd went in the first over in the first innings to Fernando. Caleb Jewell made 34 before being caught and bowled Andy Gorvin. Here's Fernando. 4th ball of the over. Again, a bit of width, and it goes through the vacant 3rd man area, much to the disgust of Edward Bevan. But again, just too much room for Fernando. And he's just not going to miss out on those. Flashes the bat and whizzes past the slip cordon.
That game at Sussex I was talking about, I found it and I've done some maths, so it was dangerous. It was in July 2023, so not that long ago. A lot of players in the Derbyshire side in this game played in that one.
In comes Fernando, bowls, fullish delivery that time, and Jewell is forced to rock back defensively and plays it out in the offside. There's no run.
I've clearly done the maths. No, that's that innings. Derbyshire was set 380 to win in around about 60 overs, which is not a very tempting prospect at all. And shut up shop at 361 for 8. With Lears Deploy having made 128 off 117 balls and Haider Ali 73 off 54. It was a remarkable onslaught.
Yeah.
And then they eventually shut up shop.
Last ball of the over. Fernando straying down leg side, taken by Chris Cook. And Derbyshire are 13 for no wicket. Lloyd is 5. Jewell unbeaten on 8. So they trail the visitors by 334.
I think it was the year before, might have been 2 years before, that Derbyshire, for the first time in their history, that anywhere but they were at Hove, and they declared twice and lost the game.
So 3-2-4, the unlikely target to win.
Tim van der Hookton from the River Taffen. It's pulled into the leg side by Caleb Jewell. It's got the legs to get to the boundary as well, and he's going to pick up another 4. It's David Lloyd. Pick up another boundary. He moves on to 9, 17 without loss. One's right-handed and one's left-handed. It's very easy to tell them apart, and I singularly failed to do that. But it's Lloyd who picks up another boundary. 9 to him, 8 to Jewell. It's a solid start. As Tim van der Hookton is in. That one is defended by Lloyd into the ground. And there is no run. Derbyshire Falcons women taking on Yorkshire again today, having been beaten by them on Saturday. This time it's in the T20 Women's County Cup. A lot of the bigger sides got byes through to the the next round. Derbyshire unfortunately drew Yorkshire. That's at Harrogate, 2:30. Tim van der Hookten is in. That one is defended by Lloyd. Up to Fernando at mid-on, and there is no run. So keep an eye on that. I have to say that Derbyshire may well be second favourites, given what happened at the weekend. And we'll also keep an eye on the other two games that are still going on in the second division. Middlesex 160 for 3. They did another 205 to beat Kent at Lords. That's bubbling up nicely. As Van der Hookten is in to Lloyd, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump. Tumbling take by Chris Cook behind the stumps. And Lancashire are 102 for 3 in their second innings. They still trail Gloucestershire by 37 at Old Trafford. One game going on in Division 1. Absolute thriller. Durham are 19 without loss in their second innings, leading by 60 down at Southampton against Hampshire. Nice and flat at the bowl. Here comes Van der Hookten bowling to Lloyd, who turns this one nicely down towards fine leg. There's a little chase around the boundary for Ul Hassan. He gets there, the batters get back for 2. Lloyd moves to 11, and Derbyshire up to 19 without loss in the fourth over. Still 318 behind, or 319 away from victory. It always confuses me that they do trail by 318, but of course you have to add one on. Otherwise we might get that tie. Van der Hookten in and bowls to Lloyd, who takes his bottom hand off the bat, and that's hurt him. He's thrown his bat away, and he goes for a little walk, inspects the right hand. Final ball of the Van der Hookten over. He still hasn't put the glove back on. He's just sort of pacing around. One of his former Glamorgan team. Was he here at the same time as Sam Northeast?
Lloyd.
Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, so one of his former Glamorgan teammates, Sam Northeast, very kindly picks his bat up for him. He's yet to put his glove back on, but that would have hurt.
Yeah, just spat out.
Very unpleasant.
So nothing much has happened early doors in Derbyshire's second innings. No close shaves to report as Fernando continues. Comes in right arm over the wicket to Jewell, and he was looking to play that to the offside. It eventually came through mid-wicket. There's a single taken, 20 for no wicket.
Jed just asking if Rees will be able to bat. Yes, he will. If his one good leg is up to it.
Well, he was okay in the first
Yeah,
innings.
he did all right, didn't he? Did all right. Martin Brunt, afternoon Brunt, he says you'll need to shop locally for flagpoles because if you order from abroad you can exceed your flaggage allowance.
Oh, there we have one.
Thank you very much. Everyone an egg.
Old one's the best. Fernando in to Lloyd and just chops that one down to the offside. It's fielded at third slip by Kieran Carlson. Kieran Carlson probably hasn't hit the heights that he would have liked in terms of runs so far. Three slips for Fernando, who comes in and bowls. Fullish delivery, and that's struck firmly to mid-off, and there's no run. Fielders trying to G Asita Fernando up, giving some encouragement to get that breakthrough. And you'd think that Glamorgan need a breakthrough quite quickly here, or it might descend into a bit of a stalemate. Fernando in and bowls full again, and Lloyd doesn't get the full meat of the bat behind that, and it an inside edge onto his boot, and it's fielded by Carlson at slip.
Glamorgan women also in action in that T20 competition today. Remiss of me not to mention them at the same time as Derbyshire. They're playing Gloucestershire at Newport in a 2:30 start.
Up the port.
Famous for its collapsing sight screen.
Fernando bowls short that time and straying down leg as well, so he hasn't got his radar on completely so far as Asitha Fernando. 22 for no wicket. 338 the target to win for Derbyshire, which is an unlikely target at this time. 2 balls remaining of the over. Fernando coming in to David Lloyd. Bowls, bangs that one in short. Lloyd gets it, connects, and it's between deep backward square and deep fine leg for 4.
Proving to be a little expensive again.
Well,
Fernando.
yeah, his line's a bit wayward at the moment, putting it mildly. Last ball of the over. Glamorgan needs something to happen here. Fernando bowls, and that's worked through mid-wicket. There'll be a single on offer for David Lloyd and Derbyshire. So they're quite comfortable at the moment, these opening batters. Lloyd is 16, Caleb Jewell is 9, Derbyshire 27 for no wickets.
Yeah, only a couple of scares, so they'll be relatively pleased with that. Derbyshire, I would have thought at this stage. Over rate remains at -4. You'd expect them to be. It's not going to come down while the opening bowlers are on, but Fernando does take a long time to bowl an over, doesn't he? Doesn't race back to his mark. Van der Hookton's a little bit quicker. We're about to start the 6th over of the innings, and Lloyd pushes the first delivery that Van der Hookton sends down out into the offside, where it is fielded. Who did field? Oh, it was Ace of Tribe, I beg your pardon. Yeah, Ace of Tribe. The one number that I've actually written down, it was him. I don't know why I couldn't spot him.
Yeah, I wonder if he'll have a run in the team.
He did well first innings, didn't he? Van der Hookton bowls this next delivery to Lloyd, who turns it into the onside. And there is no run. That's Ned Leonard doing the fielding there. Should we expect a news bulletin at 2 o'clock? No? Okay. We just heard somebody rustling about in the... and we now have the news in our ears. As much as I'd love to... here comes Van der Hookton again and bowls. That's pushed into the offside by Lloyd. But there is no run. Middlesex 3 down, 196 to win now against Kent at Lords, so the psychological 200 barrier has been broken. Lancashire are still 3 down, 28 runs behind Gloucestershire up in Manchester. Sunny Manchester, I imagine. Derbyshire 27 without loss. Lloyd up on his toes and forcing the ball into the offside, straight to Tribe at cover. No run. Some youngsters in, which is good to see on the bank holiday. They've got the little bat. One of them's got the little bat. They're hoping to get some signatures, I'm sure. He's come around to see Zain Ul Hassan. I think he's going to give him a shout.
We should have an update in the next minute or two on Radio Wales.
Van der Houten is in, balls to Lloyd, who defends into the offside once again. This time it goes up to Andy Gorvin. One of the 2 wickets to fall this morning, the night watchman. Made 6. Callaway made 74 and Cook 49. 3 slips still in place. Final ball of the over. This will be very good timing. Lloyd on strike. Van der Houten in and bowls. Lloyd just turns it into the leg side and pinches the strike. He moves on to 17. Jewel has 9. Derbyshire 28 without loss after 6 overs. The run rate 4.6, which is as good as it's been throughout the entire contest. We're going to see a change in the bowling as well. Looks like Gorvin's coming on early. Jewel has faced just 10 deliveries.
There's a change
Lloyd,
in bowling.
thank you. Lloyd has faced 27. It's almost 3 times as many. And Jewel doesn't like it, from what I've the small sample size. That's the snooker. I got excited because there was a session mentioned. It'll be next. Just telling everybody where we were, really. Thanks for that.
Yeah, why we sent Q, I don't know. In comes Andy Gorvin. I'm hoping they will kill Q in due course.
Yeah. This is quite a good box. You can turn it quite a long way down on. There's some boxes you can. It's barely discernible when you put it back down to 0. It barely changes, but.
So first bowling change from the Cathedral Road end is Andy Gorvin. Past the umpire, bowls, and just straying down leg, but there's no run as I battle with Radio Wales in the distance.
They're not coming now, are they? There we go.
There we go.
Full roundup of everything.
Yeah, Mark Williams playing. Well, he did cut the deficit, but it was a tough first session as Andy Gorvin sends one down. It's chipped towards ace at try, but mid-wicket. Is it 11-6 he trails at the moment at the Crucible. So he has it all to do, mind you, if he can turn that around, that would be a 4th World Championship, the oldest competitor to have reached a final, Mark Williams. Andy Gorvin wheels round and aborts his run-up.
Lloyd just stepped away, didn't he? Whether there was a bit of chirping or he got something in his eye. It doesn't look like he's touching his face in any way. It's very reminiscent of Billy Gottleman. Brought back memories.
Gorvin, the first wicket to fall this morning, he was the night watchman for 6 as Gorvin comes in, bowls. It's full and picks out the man at deep backward square. Single taken, 29 for no wickets. Very mundane at the moment.
It's matching what we saw this morning.
Yeah,
Isn't it?
it's a carbon copy at the moment.
I just don't think it's easy to score out there, and Derbyshire don't want to take any risks at this early stage. We saw this morning when Derbyshire had everybody out on the boundary that it's not like T20. You can't take it down to the last 10 overs needing 10 and over. That just doesn't happen in county cricket.
Gorvin comes into Jewel, fended off into the offside, and there's no run as Kieran Carlson fields.
Just been asked what happens if Glamorgan's over rate stays at -4. They lose some points, but if they can get it down to -1, they generally find a way of rubbing that off. But -4 is a concern, clearly, for Glamorgan. Lose some points if they kept it at that.
Gorvin to Jewel. That's whipped off his legs down to fine leg for a single. So it's all very slow paced at the moment. That's Sapphire Gardens, the end of the over. Derbyshire 30 for none. Lloyd 18, Jewel is 10.
I'd be disappointed if there wasn't somebody asleep somewhere in the crowd. It's got that kind of feel to it, doesn't it, really? Although it might be too cold to sleep. If you're in the area, though, get yourselves along. I'm sure you're about to negotiate a good rate with the gateman.
Yeah, but you should by now.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? You'd think so. So, Caleb Jewell, having pinched the strike from the final ball of the previous over, is now on strike as Van der Hookton bowls. That one is pushed up to mid-off, where Fernando does the fielding. 30 without loss, 57 overs, and this one left in the day. Tea at 20-4, don't forget, set in stone on the final day. And the last hour will begin with 16 overs to go. Here is Van der Hookton. 3 slips in place, bowls to Jewell, who takes his bottom hand off the bat there as he plays it into the leg side. Wanders off towards square leg for a little think. His 10 runs have come off 14 deliveries, Lloyd 18 off 31. Lloyd hasn't had a very easy time of it at the start of this season, 1/2 century. Jewell waits and just gets a little bit squared up by that delivery, but copes well in the end and pushes it out into the off side. And there's no run, whereas Caleb Jewell's got 5 half centuries. David Lloyd, as I say, just the one. Lloyd, though, hasn't been out for a duck, and Caleb Jewell has. It's not a lot to brag about, but it's something. 4th ball of Van der Hookton's 4th over is in, and this one is turned into the leg side by Jewell. A little aerially, it has to be said. Ace of Tribe is giving chase. The ball is going to win the race to the boundaries. It's a valiant effort by Tribe. He actually put the dive in, and then his left arm came around, and he just got a fingertip to the ball, which helped it onto the rope. So he's a little unfortunate there. 4 to Jewell, who moves on to 14, 34 without loss. If he hadn't put the dive in, it would have reached the boundary anyway. I'm not suggesting that he's pushed it over the boundary when it wasn't going to make it. It was a terrific effort by Ace of Tribe. 34 without loss. Ball turned up towards mid-off. No, I'm completely lost now, Kenneth.
Dave is now hearing.
I'm hearing Radio
Cymru in his ear. I don't know why that is.
Yeah, could have been talking about anything, I'm afraid.
Kenneth, simultaneous translation.
That's the news, isn't it?
It is the news.
I thought it was. Here comes, I recognise the news anyway. Van der Hookton bowls, and Jewell pushes this one up to mid-on.
I don't know why
the
news bulletin on Radio Cymru is coming at 2:10, mind.
Somebody practising, aren't they? Is it a new voice to you?
Not sure who that is.
I like it. I do like it. I've no idea what the young lady's saying, but it's very good. It's like being abroad.
So, Andy Gorvin starts his run up past the umpire, bowls, bangs that one in short of a length, and will be fielded at backward square. Just a single on offer.
Is this what I'd hear if I asked my smart speaker to play news from Radio Cymru, do you think?
Yeah, it might be.
Yeah.
I haven't been told that there's an update required on Radio Cymru.
And if it suddenly comes to you, I won't know what they've said in the build-up to it, so you'll have to make sure I'm quiet.
Gorvin coming in to the left-handed duel, and it's just fended and dribbled towards point.
That is, as a non-Welsh speaking Englishman, that is quite amusing, because the one word that, bless her, that she stumbled over was the word Hollywood, which is the only word I've understood in the entire bulletin so far.
It was a tricky word to pronounce. Gorvin coming in, bowls, and again is dealt with by Jewel, who's unbeaten on 14.
I think perhaps she saw the double L in the middle and gone,
Yeah,
thought, hang on a
well,
minute.
exactly, yeah. Yes, bamboozled her.
Marvellous.
Yeah, this must be...
It's got to be a recorded one, because
It
she
is.
just carried on where she
Yeah,
left off, didn't she?
Gorvin coming in, and will that evade backward point? No, but it's sort of partially stopped, and then they take a run anyway.
No Welsh word for alcohol.
No.
Wow.
It's an universal word, Dave.
Clearly. I caught Bangor as well, though. Marvellous.
Andy Gorvin coming in and bowls, and it's driven towards mid-off, towards Asitha Fernando, who fields, who's been taken out of the attack. Wonder if there'll be a change the other side as well. Two slips. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Backward, there's a square leg, point, and cover as Gorvin throws that one down, and Kellaway's after this one. .38 for no wicket.
I think we've had the weather. I'm not sure, but I think we've had the weather, because the bulletin's finished and there's lots of saving noises going on in the background.
Yes. You'll be immersed in the Welsh language in no time, Dave.
I think it might take me a long time to learn it.
Well, it's not the easiest language. Nick is Nick is very good, very good.
So more than a smattering.
Oh yes.
Van der Hookton then to bowl his fifth over from the River Taff end, bowls to Jewel, who turns it into the leg side where it's fielded by Tribe, and there's no run. Solid start for Derbyshire. It's all about batting the remaining 55 overs though here. The required rate already up to nearly 5.5. And they only started at 5.2, so it's not impossible, I suppose, but it's unlikely. As Van der Hookton is in again, that one's down the leg side. He tries to tickle it away. Does the Australian opener.
I shall give way to
Okay.
Mr. Webb.
The gaffer. on his way back. You know something important's about to happen when Nick Webb sits down next to you. 38 without loss, Derbyshire, once he's untangled his headphones anyway. Van der Hookton in and bowls to Jewel, who pushes this one up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Yes, I thought Kenneth might be more effective in getting rid of the Radio Cymru cue in our ears than me, unless he's more likely to know the people involved.
I think it was just somebody. It sounded to me, and it didn't. It sounded. It was clearly a news bulletin. I was thinking it might be one of the smart speaker bulletins that you can.
Oh yes, I'd forgotten about those.
Ask your smart speaker for.
Never having had a smart speaker, I've never done it.
Well, I've got some, but they don't do the cricket on mine. He comes round the hooked and short delivery. He goes for it. Does Jewel? Misses it. Goes through to Cook. He will take the bowlers on at every opportunity, Caleb Jewel, which is why Mickey Arthur was attracted to him as an overseas signing.
Yes, and David Lloyd was pushed up the order to become an opener because of Matthew Maynard wanting Glamorgan to have a more positive start and get on with it at the top of the order a bit more.
Which is why he's partnering Caleb Jewel for Derbyshire, absolutely. When the hooked and around the wicket, balls to Jewel, just hurries him a little bit as he turns it into the leg side. Tribe has done an awful lot of fielding so far in this game.
I mean, David Lloyd's batted virtually everywhere in the order for Glamorgan in his time. I have seen him bat at 10 and when he was operating as the fourth seamer.
Greg Watts tells me that the flagpole shop in Derbyshire is in Ilkeston. Flagpole Express, of course it is. And the hooked and in and bowls. This one's pushed into the offside. It's in between the two fielders, so it was well placed, if indeed he tried to place it. Now they're going to come back for the second, but it was Jewel who was running to the danger end. Perhaps if the throw had gone to the end to which Lloyd was running, he might have been in a spot more bother. It's Callaway and Fernando, was it? No, Callaway and Ul Hassan, who were chasing the ball. They eventually got there before it reached the boundary rope. It was the final ball of the over. 40 without loss, Derbyshire. Lloyd has 19. Jewel has 19. 10 overs gone. Derbyshire require a further 298 to win.
And given the increasing prevalence of flag imagery in our political life in the UK these days, perhaps flag polery is a good business to be in. Here's Gorvin from the Cathedral Road end. Bowls outside off stump, slapped away for 4 runs by David Lloyd. Stand and deliver. 44 for no wicket.
I like flag polery, but I'm not sure. There must be. I like that. I hope it is. I wonder what a flagpole maker's called.
I think, given the amount of words that we have to deliver between us in the course of the summer, we're forgiven for making a few up.
Oh, yeah.
Gorvin bowls to Lloyd's. Same treatment, not quite hit as hard. And they'll come back for a couple of runs as Callaway picks it up inside the cover ropes. 46 without loss. Lloyd on to 25 against his former compadres. So Derbyshire, well, the two most likely to at the top of the order are delivering as Derbyshire would want at the moment, as Gorvin's in, bowls to Lloyd, who drives to mid-on, thinks about a single. Fernando gets to his right and picks it up, and Fernando will be keen to get another chance to impress, because as things stand, if Harris and Crane are fit for the visit to Kent, there must be some question over the place of the overseas player. Gorvin in to bowl. Lloyd is forward, respectfully, playing to Ul Hassan at cover, and there's no run.
It's not so clever, this AI, is it? When you ask a flagpole maker called, it just comes up with nothing.
Flagpoleist.
Oh, no, that's a vexillographer is somebody who designs and creates flags. That isn't quite what I asked for.
Gorvin bowls full length again, played through the offside, and I think this will be 4 more. Callaway giving it everything, but having to give up the chase. And 10 runs so far off the over. Wonder whether Glamorgan will think about having a sweeper on that cover boundary.
When do they start to panic, Nick? Not yet, clearly.
Well, possibly another 50 on the board, and they might decide to go on the defensive to make Derbyshire work harder for their runs. As it is, there's only a squarish fine leg back as Gorvin bowls and Lloyd drives to Van der Hoogten at mid-off. So 10 off the over. Derbyshire 50 for naught after 11. Oh, they're going at 4.5. They're almost up with the run rate.
Yeah, terrific start. We'll leave it at that. Glamorgan's women have won the toss against Gloucestershire at Newport and decided to have a bat first in their T20 Women's County Cup match. And Yorkshire's women have won the toss and decided to have a bat first against Derbyshire in their Women's County Cup match, T20 match at Harrogate Cricket Club. 2:30 starts both.
Yes, Glamorgan seem to have yet another brief loanee, Emily Burke, an all-rounder from Surrey. They've already had Emma Jones from Surrey for one match.
Tim Van der Hoogten bowling to Caleb Jewell, who just about gets his bat down on that one. Pushes it up to mid-on.
And a couple of bowlers that have popped in for a quick spell from First Division sides. Poppy Tullock, a teenager from Hampshire, has played for a couple of games. Erin Vukasic from Somerset.
Van der Hoogten bowls to Jewell, who pushes this out into the offside. No run as it's fielded by Ul Hassan.
I suspect we might see a bit of that as Tier 1 players get
Yes.
game time in Tier 2.
Here's a perfect example. Annie Williams, who's on loan from the Blaze, comes into the Derbyshire side. That game at Harrogate. Van der Hoogten in again. Oh, and a flashing drive at that one from Caleb Jewell. Ball goes through to Cook behind the stumps. He does like a drive.
Melissa Story in the Gloucestershire ranks, who was on commentary duties with us one morning in the championship match over there recently. In Bristol, that is.
Award winner, I believe. Melissa, she was the broadcaster of the year 2 years ago. This one is left alone by Caleb Jewell. We'll have to go through.
We do have a potentially incriminating picture of her.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes.
Have you not been on that course?
There is the uniform of the Gloucestershire mascot, Alfred the Gorilla, is parked in the commentary box at Bristol.
And the Hoogten bowls to Jewell, who gets a little squared up by that one, leading edge back towards the bowler.
And it is very tempting when a gorilla's head is in a commentary box for several days not to try it on. I think there are photos of the said Melissa, of Ed Seaborn and of myself all wearing a gorilla's head at one point.
At separate times?
At separate times, yes. It's not that big a gorilla's head.
Yeah, no, she was the broadcaster of the year in 2023, Melissa. Van der Hoogten in and bowls to Jewell, who turns this down towards deep backward square leg. They're just going to walk through for a single off the final ball of the over. Jewell moves to 20, pinches the strike. Lloyd has 29, Derbyshire 51 without loss.
I think one of the motivations for popping in to see us in the commentary box was to delay a fitness session that she wasn't particularly looking forward to.
Fair play.
51 without loss, Derbyshire, chasing or needing a total of 338 in 65 overs. at a run rate of 5.2, the current rate 4.25. Gloucestershire women's side also confusingly contains two players of very similar names, Charlotte Phillips and Charlie Phillips.
Yeah.
As that's worked away off his legs by Jewel down towards fine leg. They'll run the first one quickly, but Ul Hassan is there with a very enthusiastic throw that Chris Cook couldn't take, but it is backed up and there is no overthrow. 52 for naught. Charlotte Phillips and Charlie Phillips reminds me of the time when Pontypridd had rugby club had two Geraint Lewises among their regular players. One was Geraint Owen Lewis, so that was okay. The other Geraint Lewis didn't have a middle name. As in comes Gorvin to bowl to David Lloyd, and that is a nice straight drive from Lloyd, and it will reach the ropes at long on, racing away for 4 before Fernando can do anything about it. And Derbyshire ticking along very nicely up to 56 without loss. Lloyd has 33 of them. So the Pontypridd solution to the gentleman with the middle name, without the middle name, was to call him Geraint P. Lewis, P for Ponty. So they were Geraint O. Lewis and Geraint P. Lewis on programmes for their entire career at Sardis Road.
Wow.
As Gorvin ball strikes Lloyd on the pads, big appeal not given. Lloyd playing rather across the line. Looked a reasonable shout from Gorvin. And good afternoon to Peter Johnson, the then Pontypridd programme writer who came up with that particular solution. Hope you're well, Peter, if you're listening. 56 for naught. Lloyd is there on 33. Jewel 21. And Glamorgan's over 8 needs attention. Gorvin is bustling in balls, and Glamorgan now do have a sweeper on the cover boundary, and that means that Lloyd will only pick up a single on that occasion.
Wakefield Trinity had two Gary Prices once. One was called Gary H. Price, and one was called Gary Price.
Yes, I did actually at university play a couple of matches with another Nick Webb, who was right next to me in the batting order. So he had some middle initials and I don't, so we settled. He was NRD Webb or something. As Gorvin bowls full length ball that's driven off thick inside edge by Jewel down to fine leg, looking to play straightish. Gets a single nonetheless. 58 for naught. And I do have several Nick Webbs following me, and I them on X. So good afternoon to any of my Nick Webbs followings.
Hello to the Nick Webbs. Should all get together in a match sometime and chant your name.
I doubt it. Pulled through mid-wicket by David Lloyd. 4 runs. A leap by the mid-wicket fielder, but getting nowhere near it. And Derbyshire moving on to 62 for naught, and going along at a very nice rate indeed. 4.77 now. Gorvin has been expensive. Lloyd has got after him, and that's rare that you see Andrew Gorvin going for 27 runs off 4 overs. He's usually one of the most parsimonious. On this occasion it's Tim van der Hoogten, whose first spell cost just 14, but that's the end of it.
As you may have heard in the background, Leonard's coming on to bowl. Yeah, that last over went for 11 runs. Perhaps Derbyshire do fancy this. I would take my hat off to them if I had one. If they continue to bat like this. Run rate at 4.77, required rate at 5.3. Not a huge difference, but a huge difference between the two. Lancashire are in front now against Gloucestershire. I think that might end in a draw, I'm not sure. 142 for 3, they lead by 3. The Perfect example of a game where you should be allowed to shake hands any time you want. So, Leonard from the River Taff end, bowling to Caleb Jewell, who flicks that one away down towards Fernando, away to our right-hand side at long leg. Single taken, Jewell moves to 23. Derbyshire 63 without loss.
Yes, it was one of the views of the former Glamorgan coach Matthew Maynard that playing a championship match should be able to be curtailed at tea on the final day.
I think that's fair.
To save spectators and players the occasional agony of an hour's completely meaningless cricket. Hopefully that won't be the case here today.
No. The longer Derbyshire bat like this, the less likely it is to finish early. And then if Glamorgan start picking up wickets, ditto. 63 without loss. Leonard's got a very long run up. He's on his way in now past the umpire. Bowls to Lloyd, who goes back on his toes and forces it out to backward point. And there's no run.
Yeah, can't quite work out who's causing the problems for Glamorgan in terms of over 8.
No, this is a long... Van der Hookton gets to his overs reasonably quickly, doesn't he? For a quick...
That's the impression that I get.
So it's one of the others.
It's not Graham Wagg anymore.
No. Here comes Leonard again. And bowls to Lloyd, who just jabs that out towards the cover boundary and picks up 4 runs up on his toes and forced it away off the back foot. Really nice shot from David Lloyd. He moves into the 40s. He's on 42. Derbyshire 67 without loss. I think Glamorgan might have declared too soon, you know. It is a very placid pitch though, isn't it?
It is.
Very placid pitch. But the pitch last year was weird because it turned before lunch on day 1 for Alex Thompson, and by the end of day 4 we were screaming to get out of the place. Somebody doing something behind us as Leonard is in. That's a short delivery and Lloyd just ducks underneath it.
Yeah, someone else screaming to get out of the commentary area.
It's a bit early for that. The game last year was very strange. But it sort of did the opposite to what pitches are supposed to do. It turned and then stopped turning.
I've almost given up trying to read pitches.
Oh, well, I can't.
As have others who know far more about it than I do.
Well, there's always a tinge of green at Derbyshire, but it never plays like a pitch with a tinge of green. It does fool the opposition a lot as Leonard bowls to Lloyd, who gets struck on the pad. Big appeal and he's gone. And Ned Leonard has the breakthrough for Glamorgan. In his first over, the 5th ball of his first over, he has the former Glamorgan man, David Lloyd, trapped leg before wicket. He goes for 42 and Derbyshire lose their first wicket. They're 67 for 1.
Well, it's a sprightly opening for Derbyshire. Question of which other batters will feel inclined to go after it with the same degree of conviction as David Lloyd has, who is virtually a runner ball. As we get a replay, and that's kept a little bit low, and Lloyd is trapped more or less on the crease. So Lloyd hitting 8 boundaries, and his 42 coming off 46 balls. So he's done his best for the cause of brighter cricket today. Let's see whether Mrs. Kame, Madsen and Guest will continue the theme.
Sorry, Kame. He's running out to bat. Stops on the boundary's edge to touch his toes with his bat. And then goes through his warm-up routine. Has a look round. Always does that. Looks at the sky. Just trying to get his eyes accustomed to the light.
I thought I saw Dan Douthwaite there as one of the 12thers, which would be a good sign if he's got any sort of white clothing on, because He's been struggling a little bit with a pec injury, played a second team game, and then we were told he was unavailable for this one due to a slight setback in his recovery. But Glamorgan would welcome Douthwaite being available as an option, hard-hitting number 7 or thereabouts, and sort of seamer who makes things happen. Can be expensive, but also picks up wickets at a reasonable rate.
Ned Leonard's made something happen. He's got the first of the 10 wickets that Glamorgan need to force a victory here against Derbyshire at Sophia Gardens. He's in now to bowl to the new batter Harry Kane, who defends that straight back to him. And the over comes to an end, 5 from it, but the wicket of David Lloyd as well. 67 for 1, Derbyshire. Caleb Jules on 23. And they require 271 runs from here to win this game. The visitors, it's an unlikely prospect.
There's a change of bowling as well at the Cathedral Road end. Coming on to bowl for Glamorgan
Spin.
is Ben
Here we
Calloway.
are.
Well,
Early spin.
yeah, early spin, early attempts to not only take wickets, but get rid of that lurking number 4, minus number 4 in red on the right of the scoreboard.
Sadly, he's going to bowl with his right arm to start with. He might bowl with his left arm later on if it's petering out to a draw, though, will he? That'd be
It's
exciting.
possible. I can't recall whether he's actually done it in Championship cricket. I think he might have once. Certainly taken wickets with it in the One Day Cup, the left arm that is, as Callaway. Off spin, right arm, round the wicket, and Jewel hits his first ball for 4 through third man, stepping back, cutting nicely, and sending it racing away towards 2 people with Welsh football bucket hats, but they're unable to retrieve it. 71 for 1, Derbyshire.
Very popular item, aren't they, those bucket hats? I believe.
Yes.
They're not for me, but
Absolutely.
very popular.
As Callaway is into Jewel. It's forward defensive. Yeah, I can't get on with the bucket hat for some reason.
No.
I've tried it. It makes me look even more stupid than a baseball cap.
Really?
Callaway is in, ball short, and Jewel tried to hit that one hard, and the ball's dribbled out a couple of metres in front of him. Would he have mistimed it by any chance?
Potentially.
Tribe crouches at short leg as Callaway in, bowls on the back foot. Jewel knocking it up to Van der Hoogten at mid on. 71 for 1. Will there be a few more wickets for the Welsh crowd to get excited about? Oh, that's short and wide by Callaway, not a great ball, and did bounce a bit, but it was cut comfortably by Jewel. Out towards point, where Fernando was sweeping, single taken. Allows Callaway to bowl the last ball of the over against the new man Harry Kane. Still the same slip and short leg as the men in close attendance. Callaway jogs in, bowls outside off stump, turns a little bit but not enough to disturb Harry Kane, who played no shot. 72 for 1 after 15 overs. Derbyshire run rate 4.8, required run rate overall 5.2, and will there be something to disturb the serenity of the afternoon crowd, we wonder?
It's likely to come in the form of wickets rather than a close contest in terms of runs.
Well, almost up with the run rate.
Yes, yeah. Glamorgan, of course, only need 9 good balls, whereas Derbyshire need rather more poor ones. Ned Leonard who's got the only wicket to fall so far, that of David Lloyd, is racing in from the River Taff end and bowling to Caleb Jewell, who drives, and it's really well stopped at backward point by Ben Kellaway. That had 4 written all over it. It was a bit too close to Kellaway to get past him, but he had to get down quickly. And they reinforced the slip cordon.
Chris Cook appeared to be trying to push Colin Ingram over. It was probably some sort of exercise.
He's dancing around. Cook waiting for this next Leonard delivery, which is turned into the leg side, but again he finds the fielder Caleb Jewell with an unerring accuracy. Andy Gorvin on this occasion does the fielding. Yorkshire have reached 22 without loss in the 4th over against Derbyshire. Glamorgan 27 for 1 at the same position against Gloucestershire. In comes Leonard. This one is driven out into the offside towards the cover boundary. Fielded there by Rothesay. They get through for a single. Jewell moves to 29. He's faced 46 deliveries, so by his standards, sluggish. Harry came yet to get off the mark. I noticed that Lancashire, having gotten in front against Gloucestershire in the 2nd Division game up at Old Trafford, they've lost their 4th wicket. Matty Hurst, the man out. Josh Bohannon's still there, the Bolton boy. Middlesex now 200 for 4. Need a further 165 to beat Kent. That'll be some effort at Lord's. Leonard bowls full length delivery, nicely dug out by Kame up towards mid-on. He did well there, Harry Kame.
Yeah, it was good cricket, wasn't it? Decent ball, well played.
Right up in the block hole. Just 1 run from this Leonard over. So far, 4 deliveries gone. Surely Sports Extra can't be there. Oh, it's raining in Durham, so in Southampton, so they can't be there. I assume they're at Lancashire. Next delivery from Leonard's a short ball which bounces over the top of Chris Cook. It goes for 5 wides. That was it didn't appear to be very short when it pitched. I'll have another look at it now. It probably was halfway down the track, but it just leapt and then went away from poor old Chris Cook as he leapt in the air with his right hand stuck up. Couldn't get anywhere near it. Derbyshire's score moves on to 78 for 1 and an extra delivery. Added value for this crowd. And here comes that extra delivery from Leonard. Harry Kane just pushes it out into the offside. And there's no run. Kellaway does the fielding.
I wonder if first-class keepers are the same as us denizens of the lower leagues when the ball goes sailing past you and you look up to see the wide signal and think, thank goodness for that.
I'll say.
Thank goodness for that. Maybe one against our team, but at least it doesn't go down as buys.
Ace of Tribes going in at short leg. Derbyshire chairman Ian Morgan away to the left-hand side. Good to see you in here. Is he about to witness something special? Leonard in and bowls to Kame, who defends this one back to the bowler, thinks about throwing it, very wisely decides not to, and the over comes to an end. 78 for 1 Derbyshire after 16 overs. Jewell has 29. Kame yet to get off the mark, but he hasn't faced too many deliveries just yet. He won't be fretting too much.
Did I see one team was actually penalised for that in this round of championship matches?
Oh, I don't know. I hadn't seen it, but I knew it was. It's high on the list of things you're not allowed to do anymore, isn't it?
Oh yeah, the umpires seem to come up with a different sort of pet peeve every year, or they're probably instructed to crack down on something. There's Callaway bowls a full toss that will go away for 4 somethings.
Oh, that is buys.
That is buys.
That's harsh. Look at Chris Cook. Double teapot. Not surprised. Stood no chance. Dear, oh dear.
Well, that's the trouble with these first-class players. They're not used to bowlers drifting down the line.
Chucking it down the leg side.
If you expect the ball to be going down the leg side as often as not, then the trick is, Chris, get across and keep your legs together.
Very good.
82 for 1. Callaway in bowls. It's a much better delivery, and Jewell plays it defensively back to the bowler.
The impressive thing is that the 5 wides and the 4 byes have taken Derbyshire's run rate above 5.
Here's Callaway in to bowl, defended by Jewell. The over rate has gone worse. It's now -5.
How's that happened?
Ben Callaway's going to be bowling all afternoon, whether he wants to or
I
not.
think so.
Glamorgan now have a leg slip as well as a slip, and Jewell will take a single through the offside to Fernando at point. 83 for 1 then. 255 runs needed for victory by the visitors in what would be their 3rd highest successful chase in the championship, is that?
Oh, no.
One against Australia and a couple,
yes, yeah, that's right. Yeah,
couple of others.
yeah.
As that's popped up off the pad. Oh, it's off the bat as well. And Kamer's gone for naught, and Callaway has the wicket. 83 for 2.
Oh dear. Quite a tame dismissal for Harry Kame there. Just gently lobbed up to Ace of Tribe.
Yep, he
Short leg.
didn't actually complain about that one, Harry Kame. Just got on his way, and he must have known that he'd got an inside edge onto the pad, because there's definitely a fair chunk of pad there. So, caught at short leg, 83 for 2. Wayne Madsen, pragmatist. Madsen,
Well,
or dashing adventurer, which
well, he
side are we going to
is very
say?
much a dasher. I mean, he's a very fine white ball player. He'll have seldom been in a Derbyshire side that successfully chased what's left, I would have thought, of 255 in even in white ball cricket. So the lot rests on Jewell and Madsen, you would say. Guest is clearly a very fine all-round cricketer. Lewis Rees with his 1 leg. Martin Anderson with a couple of centuries already this season.
The incoming batter.
They bat a fair distance down, to be fair, with Thompson. And
Yeah, it's a good middle-lower order, isn't it?
yeah, one youngster just running off there, Harry Moore. That boy can bat, by the way, as well. He is he's going to be some cricketer when he grows up.
It grows up.
He's about 8'10".
How much more do you want him to grow up?
He's such a nice lad.
He'll be requiring double beds in the team hotel, so he can lie diagonally soon.
I would have thought so.
83 for 2. Callaway with his first wicket of the match, 0 for 17 in 10 overs in the first, and that's his 5th wicket of the season. That's a rather better average than the England Test spinner managed in his 3 matches. Just saying.
Yes. Without comment.
Callaway into Madsen, 3 round the bat now, and Madsen flicks it through mid-wicket for a single. So successful over for Ben Callaway comes to an end, 84 for 2. We've had 17 overs gone. The run rate is just under 5, and 254 runs are needed for victory.
I imagine just had a little word with Ace of Tribe there as he walked straight across the pitch without any attempt to leap, which fielders often do. He's not the kind to complain to an umpire, though. Ned Leonard on his third over. That previous over started with 4 byes down the leg side and finished with a wicket. Funny old game, cricket, isn't it? Here is Leonard bowling to the Derbyshire skipper Madsen, who clips this nicely for 4 runs out to the mid-wicket boundary, over pitched and on his legs. And Madsen took full advantage. And Derbyshire moved to 88 for 2. Only another 250 runs required now. To all these psychological barriers being smashed. The run rate and the required rate are just 0.1 of a run behind.
Oh, virtually on track.
As Leonard is in to bowl to Madsen, gets a short delivery, ducks underneath it. That's something else you can do, of course, to stop the opposition from scoring. Is bowl short. Unlikely to take it on. Glamorgan have slumped to 33 for 3 against Gloucestershire in the 6th over. Lose 3 wickets in the power play. We all know what happens. Whereas Yorkshire are 54 without loss in the 6th over against Derbyshire. 88 for 2 here, Derbyshire, as Madsen gets a short of a length delivery. Pushes it into the offside. Van der Hoogten does the fielding. So they get Derbyshire 9 down and the over 8 still -5. They might want to delay the inevitable for a few overs. Was it -5? They were about 32 balls behind, we were told yesterday. Leonard in, bowls to Madsen, who goes back and cuts this one away out towards the cover boundary. Van der Hoogten will reel it in before it gets to the rope. The batters get back for a couple. Madsen moves on to 7, 90 for 2.
I'm told that the Newport ground where the women are playing is quite busy because there's a junior tour taking place on the other pitch there as well. So
Plenty to keep you occupied.
it's difficult to tell who's actually watching which occasion, apparently. Glamorgan women playing a couple of double headers here in the T20 in July.
Yes, we've got some. Probably around the same time as this next delivery from Leonard. Is down the leg side and left alone by Madsen. Go through to the keeper. I'd love to tell you what they were, but off the top of my head I've got no chance. It would be relatively easy to find them, I'm sure. Leonard turns at the top of his mark. One on the 18th of July, I think. Runs towards us. Madsen waits. He gets another short delivery. That's wide.
And called wide.
Yeah. It was 1.5 yards over his head. I think on the 18th of July, Derbyshire's women play Northamptonshire and Derbyshire play... They just call themselves the Bears now, but it's Warwickshire. And always will be.
Well, they got rid of the Birmingham as well, then.
So, yeah.
All right.
Soon they'll just be called B. And then they'll disappear. We'll all rejoice. Derbyshire played twice at Edgbaston in the Blast. Once against the Bears and once against Leicestershire in the Midlands Mania, as it's now called. That one's defended by Wayne Madsen. I can't help but laugh every time I hear that. Well, they played in Blast Off at Edgbaston last year, which was after the start of the season. They'd already played, but this was called Blast Off. Well, this one's in the middle, and it's now called Midlands Mania.
In the middle.
It's sort of in the middle.
Midlands Mania, yeah. Muddle.
Yeah, well,
muddle.
I'm not allowed to say that out loud, but you're absolutely right. They've given up a home game again.
Okay. Is it time for you to have a rest?
I'm more than happy to.
I think Kenneth is chafing at the bit.
I've run out. Oh, is he? Oh dear.
Well, hope not too painful. Kellaway into Joel, who's on 30 not out, and playing that one up to mid-on. Van der Hoogten with the fielding. There is also a 50-over match between the women's teams of these two counties at Duffield on Thursday the 15th of May. Callaway bowls, dual forward defending. No run. So wickets so far for Callaway and Leonard, with Fernando and Gorvin proving expensive. Turned away on the leg side by Jewell to square leg. This elicits an appeal for LBW from Kieran Carlson for reasons only known to the Glamorgan vice-captain.
Yes.
92 for 2. 246 more needed to win. Callaway to Madsen, who hits this one away, flicks it away to deep square leg where Fernando can field comfortably and the batters can walk through for a single.
Of course, Nick, we haven't got the incentive of fresh cake so far this season either. That seems to have gone by the wayside.
Must all tighten our belts. Well, possibly not in my case.
Literally.
As that's cut away by Jewell down to short third man, and there's no run. I think my belt is expanding rather than tightening, sadly. There's a bit of heavy cloud cover overhead at the moment. Callaway bowls and Jewell is forward defending. Still, we've got a dry bank holiday, so we shouldn't complain too much. 2 singles in the over, 93 for 2. 245 needed to win off a further 46 overs. Derbyshire are just playing it by ear at the moment, aren't they? They're putting away the bad ball, taking advantage.
Going through the motions, Nick.
No, I think it's more than
But those
that.
2 wickets have given some degree of interest.
Yes, it needs Derbyshire for... I mean, they're nearly up with the run rate, but largely thanks to a few wayward extras. It needs Derbyshire to accelerate to allow Glamorgan more chance in turn, but Glamorgan were cautious this morning, and maybe it's Derbyshire's turn to exert that caution and possibly settle for 13 points.
Ned Leonard then, who's taken 1 wicket for 18, comes in from the river end, and that's driven to mid-off, where Tim van Hoogten is fielding. So, took the wicket of David Lloyd. The other batter to fall, Harry Kane, caught Tribe bowled Callaway without troubling the scorers. 93 for 2, which means that Derbyshire trail by 244. 338 the target if they are to win. Leonard in and bowls, and that's firmly driven, but it'll be cut off by the man at wide-ish mid-on, which is Fernando. They come through for a single.
Crispin John reports up the road at Llandaff Cathedral. The sky's turned awfully grey, so he's going to put in a word with the boss.
Has it? I'm
At the,
looking that
cathedral.
direction now.
There we are. Well, bit of divine assistance needed on the weather forecast, maybe.
Good.
Apparently a few spots of rain in North Cardiff, according to Steve West.
Good cricket wicket, Nick, at Llandaff Cathedral. Good batting friendly wicket. Leonard comes around to the left-handed Jewell and bowls, that's left outside off stump.
Yes, it's... I made my school debut there, failing to trouble the scorers. It's also the only ground where I've opened both the batting and the bowling, which tells you something about the standard of the match.
I'm sure you're doing yourself a disservice, Nick.
Not at all. I think since I had a set of whites, I was judged to be a professional on that occasion.
Leonard comes in as Glamorgan search for a 3rd wicket, and that's firmly driven, and it's fielded by Leonard.
I was playing for St Michael's College, the trainee priests. Not being a trainee priest and never having been one, but I did know the media officer at the time for the church, which was enough to qualify me.
Ah, right.
and I'd been to church. I knew
So
which
that-
way the altar was.
so that qualified you
was
as well.
enough, Yeah.
3 slips for Ned Leonard. Jewel will face, and that's pulled, and that'll
Shot.
go all the way through square for 4.
6.
Has it got all? Yes, it has.
All the way
Yeah.
up the grandstand.
He was quickly on that. Was Jewel. Leonard was short, and on it in a flash was Jewel, and it was a maximum for the left-hander.
Yes, I did take a caught and bowled at opening the bowling, but it was purely self-defence on the grounds. If I hadn't caught it, it would have drilled a hole through the middle of me, Daffy Duck or Bugs Bunny style.
All right.
There's enough to impress the trainee priests, but they were easily impressed.
Last ball of Ned Leonard's over comes in, bowls, and that's played towards mid-wicket, and they come through for an easy single. 101 for 2 is the Derbyshire's tally. Madsen is 9. Jewel still there, looking solid and beaten on 38.
James Lumber messaging, hopefully any chance Glamorgan can get Michael Nisa signed up for the second half of the season.
Well,
Don't think Fernando sadly is going to work out. Well, yes, they'd
take him.
probably very much like that to happen, but I think the odds are somewhat remote. Chris Drew messages on Blue Sky as Callaway is into bowl, turned around the corner by Caleb Jewell. He'll pick up a couple of runs down to fine leg. 2 taken. Jewell to 40, 103 for 2. Chris Drew asked about Lewis Rees. No, we are expecting him to bat if necessary, since he did pretty well in the first innings. As that's edged by Jewell, running away down towards third man. Is it going to go all the way? Yes, it is. Colin Ingram puts in the slide, but in vain. And they'll pick up another boundary. Off the edge, but they all count. Jewell to 44, 107 for 2. So Derbyshire going along nicely. Callaway bowls again, and left-handed Jewell props forward, plays to cover, and there is no run. Jewell in bowls and turned Callaway bowled to Jewell, who turned it to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Next delivery is defended by Jewell out on the offside, and there is no run. There's Callaway bowls again, defended away towards point. Decide against risking the quick single. 107 for 2, and Callaway has rattled through 3 balls of that over so quickly it's defied those putting together the scorecard on our screens. 107 for 2, Madsen 9, Jewell 44, 231 needed to win, 44 overs to get him in.
So the next hour is going to be interesting to see what course this match takes. Glamorgan need quick wickets to put some pressure on Derbyshire as Leonard comes in, and that's a good shot, and it evades at mid-wicket, and it'll go all the way for 4. Off the legs, whipped away, and good shot from Marsden, the captain.
Yes, well, Madsen as an attacking white ball player might give rein to some of those instincts for the period before tea and see where they are, as they say. 111 for 2, they got there pretty quickly.
Nelson up.
They're now ahead of the run rate.
Leonard coming in and bowls, and that squirts off the outside edge to a point where Callaway fields.
Now, Sam North East is sticking with 3 slips at the moment, but you feel that the point might be near where he takes out 2 of them and sticks them as sweepers on the boundary on either side.
Well, he might have to. Depends what happens before tea.
I think I'd be tempted to say now is that moment, to be honest.
Yeah, we could come to a time where there's a bit of an impasse, as that's well, almost a carbon copy. That's gone the other side of mid-wicket that time, but the end result is the same. It's 4 runs off the bat of Wade Marsden.
Yeah, Leonard, he got the breakthrough, getting David Lloyd out, but he's leaking badly at the moment.
Marsden went cheaply in the first innings, and it was Ned Leonard who got him out. Snap chance caught by Kieran Carlson. That is well defended by Marsden, gets everything behind that.
And now there goes one of those slips. Some North East skipper is...
It's as if you've done this before now.
Well, it's probably an easier job from up here. North East is reinforcing the
where
side field.
Where runs have been leaked in this over 2 boundaries have gone in that area. Leonard is in and bowls, and that's pulled that time. And God, the man lost it mid-flight totally. That was Zainul Hassan. I don't think he moved momentarily, and then said,
I think he was asking for assistance or directions. That was over the head of North East, who'd gone into a close-ish catching position, and Ul Hassan's dash was belated and in vain. Yeah.
So Marsden moves on to 21, just in 15 balls. So he's got going as the captain. Just the 2 slips in now for Leonard, who comes in from the River Taff end. That's defended towards mid-on. And that is the end of Ned Leonard's over, which was an expensive one. Derbyshire 119 for 2, with Marsden on 21. Jewel is looking strong on 44.
Yeah, that over 4.4.4. 219 needed to win off 43 overs. And Glamorgan are in a bit of a quandary at the moment, because these 2 are quickly in their stride. Van der Hoogten is warming up for another spell, and Callaway is continuing, and Jewel is defending. We saw Alex Thompson bowl all morning from this Cathedral Road end. So after a brief bit of seam, we've now got Callaway wheeling away with his off spin. Callaway bowls, appeal for LPW. Given! Jewel on the sweep. Ball running down towards third man, but it doesn't matter. Glamorgan have got another key breakthrough. Caleb Jewel has gone for 44. 119 for 3.
Well, when we thought there was a lull in proceedings, another wicket has made things interesting. Yeah, that looked more than a decent shout.
That was plumber than a very plumber thing.
I was being diplomatic. So, that is a crucial wicket, as Jewett looked to sweep Callaway, played across the line, and was done LBW. Callaway for 44. So that is a big wicket for Glamorgan and changes the complexion.
Yeah, just as I thought they might be forced to go on the defensive, Glamorgan, under the pressure of a Derbyshire assault. Jewel goes angrily banging the bat on the turf on his way past the boundary, and I suppose Glamorgan will be relatively happy to have got Jewel out for 34 and 44 in this match, given his prolific start to the season with 5 half-centuries.
So in comes Brooke Guest.
Coming back to for Derbyshire is Brooke Guest.
I jumped the gun there before Dr. Hignell. Brooke Guest, who another one got into the 40s in the first innings. 45 before being bowled by Zainul Hassan.
So 2 wickets for Callaway, 1 leg before sweeping, the other caught at short leg by Asa Tribe, the way that Harry Kame departed without scoring. As Madsen takes his helmet off, wanders over for a word of instruction or advice with Brooke Guest, who prods suspiciously.
Callaway has a big role here, obviously, with the over 8 in the red.
Yes, he'll probably have to continue to bowl unless he's getting really smashed.
Over 8 is -5 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, they should be doing a running adjustment of that now this afternoon, given it is such a problem, and maybe they are. Callaway into bowl. Oh, that one's close as well. Big appeal. Oof. There was turn there, and Guest was back on his stumps.
Was he just outside the line, possibly?
Could have been. Callaway with a smile on his face nonetheless, but that one did appear to turn, and it was worth asking the question. Glamorgan have got 3 clustered round the bat now as the atmosphere of the game changes again, and playing that one more comfortably off the back foot is Brooke Guest. 119 for 3, 219 runs needed by Derbyshire, 7 wickets needed by Glamorgan. As Callaway bowls and Guest defends.
There's a bit of turn there for Callaway, a bit of encouragement from the close fielders. Short leg, slip and leg slip in now to put pressure on the new man.
Callaway bowls, Guest again going back and defending successfully. So a wicket maiden for Ben Callaway has switched this match again gently towards Glamorgan. Still a draw, the favourite, but both sides still in the hunt for victory. And it's noticeable, I suppose, that the spinners have operated towards the end that had less grass on it from the start. For those of you who haven't been with us during the course of the match, the pitch at the beginning had noticeably more grass at one end than the other, as opposed to just straight strips. So it's provided a bit more from the pace bowling from the river end.
It'll be Ned Leonard to continue from the River Taff end to Madsen, who plays that firmly towards mid-off. There's no run. So another wicket here, and they really are in business.
Yes, it might last longer in terms of interest than last year's game here, where Derbyshire sat about 400 and finished on 225 for 3.
2 slips in for Ned Leonard, who comes in, bowls, and that a few oohs off the close fielders again. That goes square on the onside, where it's fielded by Zainul Hassan, where they take a single. Short leg. Oh, is in. Bit of rearranging the field by Leonard and Captain Northeast. There's 2 slips and a gully in now where Kieran Carlson is in position. Leonard starts his runner past the umpire, right arm over, bowls, driven firmly, and they're off, setting off on a single, which they'll get easily. I'm sure they'll turn to the man with the ball before tea, Tim van der Hoogten, to give him a few.
Yes, he'll probably get a blast when after this over from Leonard, I suppose. This is 6th over, 1 for 40. Tea fixed at 340 on this final day.
Charging in is Ned Leonard, and that's pulled. That could be caught, could it? It's taken. Brilliant catch by Andy Gorvin. A deep fine leg. I thought momentarily that he'd lost it in the air, but it was a brilliant catch, firmly struck. And another one goes for Derbyshire. They are 4 down, and it's a mini crisis for the visitors.
Well, yes, Madsen got a reasonable bat on that, but got too much for his own liking. Guessed head in the air at the non-striker's end. It was asking for that shot, but needed to be hit just that bit harder rather than just turning and swivelling the hip. And a good catch from Gorvin, who didn't have much time to set himself. It was struck fairly low, and Gorvin had to dive to his left to take it. 121 for 4. Madsen out for 22. Leonard and Callaway have 2 wickets each.
Firmly struck by Madsen, and he turned in disgust because he thought he'd evaded fine leg. And as mentioned, I just thought Gorvin had lost it early doors, but took a smart catch. And now Anderson is the new batter.
Yeah, one of the first innings relative successes, made 46 before playing on to Gorvin. Of course, the runs came down the order from Rees 73 not out and Thompson 60. So a lot of power to add for the visitors still, but maybe 4 down might be the end of their aggressive intent.
It probably will be, I suspect. They'll have to stay in check now, but Glamorgan certainly in the hunt.
Latest from Harrogate is that Yorkshire women are 128 for 1 after 13 overs against Derbyshire women. Lauren Winfield Hill, who punished them on Saturday, is 88 not out. 132 for 1 in the 14th. The only wicket to fall so far going to Gemma Rose, who claimed 4 for the Falcons at the weekend. Glamorgan against Gloucestershire. Newport, Glamorgan 86 for 3 after 11. Lauren Parfitt 31 not out.
2 new batters in then. Guest and Anderson, who takes guard. Leonard coming in. Glamorgan attacking. That's left on length and flies through to keeper Chris Cook. Well, they're interested now with 21 minutes to go before tea. And I'd be very surprised if Van der Hoogten isn't given the ball for a couple. Leonard turns, comes in past the umpire and bowls, and that's defended by Anderson up to mid-off, but it's a crucial wicket for Glamorgan and Ned Leonard, and it's the captain Wayne Marsden that goes 4 down then. Our Derbyshire, some pressure then before tea, survival mode just to get through. And what started very serenely, mundane, because Derbyshire had a solid start courtesy of Jewell and Lloyd. 3 quick wickets have fallen.
Ben Callaway has 2 of them. and will try to add to his collection as he bowls to Brooke Guest with 3 around the bat, and Guest is forward. And of course the problem for Derbyshire is that if they rein in their attacking instincts, that will allow Glamorgan then to cluster more players around the bat. As Callaway bowls, nudged away on the leg side, they'll go through for a single as Fernando is the more set back of those leg side fielders. 122 for 4. Run rate is still standing at 5. Run rate required is just over 5. As that's turned away, and that'll be 4 of them to Martin Anderson down towards the fine leg boundary. Tim van der Hoogten thinks about the slide and decides that there are 2/3 of the season still to come.
Yes.
And that discretion is sometimes the better part of valour. Anderson off the mark with a boundary. 126 for 4. 212 needed. Callaway bowls. Anderson
low.
back on his stumps. Yeah, there's a little bit of variable bounce now, as you would expect on the final day, and a little bit of turn as well. 126 for 4. 2 relatively new batters at the crease. Anderson defends to short leg, no run. The men out. Lloyd for 42, came without scoring. Jewell for 44, and Madsen for 22. Callaway 2 for 20 so far. Nudges another one just wide of leg slip. 2 short fine leg. 126 for 4. 5 runs off the over, but Callaway's rattled through it fairly quickly. It's still -5 on the board. And I think they are changing it during the course of the innings, so Glamorgan have to get on with things as Leonard trudges back towards the River Taff end. It's probably time we had a bit of a Derbyshire perspective in the commentary team from Mr. Dave Fletcher.
Thanks, Nick. So Ned Leonard will continue. Thought they might have given responsibility to Tim van der Hoogten. Leonard is in. That's played, and they're off, setting off for a quick single. And they get home. Actually, there's another taken as well for the overthrow. So 128 for 4. Anderson is 4. Guest is 4. 2 new batters at the helm. So if Glamorgan had to strike, this would be the optimum time to do so. 2 slips a gully. Point, mid-off, mid-on, and mid-wicket as Leonard comes in, bowls, and that's left by Brooke Guest. It's taken by Chris Cook. So, games come to life, Dave Fletcher.
Hasn't it just? That was a great catch by Andy Gorvin to get rid of Wayne Madsen, wasn't it? He hit it almost perfectly. Caleb Jewell, not sure when he was out, but about the shot.
No. Leonard turns, wheels round, comes in and bowls. Struck firmly, but Leonard fields. Just this nervy time for Derbyshire. Quarter of an hour before tea.
Well, Nick's sweepers aren't there anymore, are they?
No. It's funny how things change very quickly. A few quick wickets. Glamorgan targeting another one before tea, then through Ned Leonard, who bowls, played confidently by Guest, only as far as mid-on.
Yeah, these two have got to get through to tea now. Anderson and Guest. Still Lewis Rees, of course, who
plenty of batting yet to come.
Alex Thompson. You wouldn't want to get down with a couple of overs to go. Get down to the last two, though, as well as they both batted in the first innings.
Leg slip in for Ned Leonard in the shape of Kieran Carlson. And that's why, because he was targeting the mid-drift of Brooke Guest, but it was left and taken by Chris Cook.
Lancashire now 5-6 down. In fact, one's just gone. 165 for 6, and they only lead Gloucestershire by 26.
Lancashire, who came down, of course, from Division 1 alongside Kent. Leonard charging in and bowls, and that's defended to mid-off, and that is the end of the over. 128 for 4, so a few wickets have breathed a bit of life into the game. Glamorgan interested with 13 minutes to go before tea. 128 for 4, and Derbyshire needing 210 for victory.
That ain't going to happen.
No.
Middlesex are now 5 down. They need another 132 to beat Kent at Lords. That could be a bit of a nipper a little bit later on. They've taken tea early at Southampton with Durham 61 without loss, leading by 102. As Callaway begins a new over. Anderson just plays the ball down into the leg side, and there's no run. 2 centuries to his name already this season, having not got one in his career prior. Callaway bowls to him, and Anderson that strikes the pad and the bat and almost dribbles towards the stumps. Every ball's an event.
Yeah. It is where Kieran Carlson's concerned. You can't knock his exuberance.
He's in again, and Anderson uses his feet and dances towards Callaway, but defends ultimately. Somebody is the designated clapper, clearly. As Callaway is in again and bowls, and this one is turned into the leg side to the short leg. There's a short leg, a leg slip, and a slip around Martin Anderson, as well as the wicket keeper. Zain Ul Hassan doing some interesting stretches at point as Anderson tries to flick this one away into the leg side. It was going down in any case as it thudded into his pad. 1 ball to go in just the 27th over of the innings. Derbyshire 128 for 4. Callaway bowls, and that one beats Anderson and goes off the wicketkeeper, and it's taken by leg slip. And I don't think he got anything, but the suggestion is that it didn't miss the off stump by very much either.
Think it did.
The 2 batters just stand in the middle of the pitch having a chat as though nothing's happened.
There's a change of bowling at the river end.
And have a punch of the gloves.
Is Zain Ul Hassan.
Well, unsurprisingly, there is a change of bowling. Surprisingly, and I say that with no disrespect, it's Zain Ul Hassan. I thought they would have given Tim van der Hoogten another go just prior to tea, but it will be Zain Ul Hassan with 11 minutes to go. You mentioned Lancashire. Of course, in years gone by, Lancashire's presence in Glamorgan's league would have meant a trip to Colwyn Bay, the outground. But they haven't played there, Nick, since prior to COVID?
No, women are playing 1 match there.
Yeah, women are playing 1 match there. It was the scene of Steve James's mammoth triple century some years ago. Zain Ul Hassan then into the attack, bowls firmly driven towards mid-off, and there's no run. 323 or there or thereabouts. 309.
It was also the scene of a double century from an Aaron Donald against Derbyshire in 2017. No, 16. When he scored the equal fastest first-class double century.
Well, Hassan, and that's driven, and that'll go all the way, and the offside boundary for 4. too much width, and it was given the treatment it deserved.
Yeah, not a great delivery from Ul Hassan. I think Darren Donald's record has since been broken, but I've witnessed 2 double centuries from current Derbyshire players.
Yeah, the only outgrounds news now is Neath has mentioned Derbyshire will be there in the summer in the One Day Cup. No cricket, which is a bone of contention at Swansea. No more, as forward is Guest to the ball, and there's no run.
That's a shame. We played twice at Swansea in my time. I'm not sure the windows will still be there now, but because they were a little bit wobbly.
The box was demolished.
Oh, was the box demolished? Oh,
Safety risk.
Yes.
Well, yeah, there's been a lot of protestations regarding the fact that the Ospreys will be setting up camp there. Zainul Hassan comes in, that's wayward down leg side, which means there'll be no cricket. But the truth is that Glamorgan haven't played there for a number of years now. So
It's one of the scariest taxi rides of my life at Swansea. Back from the Gower.
Shouldn't have nicked the taxi.
I'm surprised I'm still here.
Zainul Hassan comes in, and that's defended by Brooke Guest. Just the one blemish on Zainul Hassan's first over, 1 boundary, 4 dot balls. Yeah, well, they're going to have to change that ground in double quick time, because the cricket is going to be played on it until August, because that's the home of Swansea Cricket Club. In comes Zainul Hassan, and they're on about moving in. Well, I've heard Lance Bradley, as that is the end of the over, incidentally, 132 for 4, 206 required for victory. Lance Bradley, the chief exec of the Ospreys, has said they want to be in by October. So it possibly is going to be one of these grounds where you can just quickly bring a 4G pitch in. But there's a bit of work to be done there, because if you can remember St Helens, that there's a bank between the one side and the field.
Callaway begins a new over from the Cathedral Road end, in and balls to Anderson, who turns this one into the leg side. They scamper through for a quick single.
Of course, there was a deliberation that Bridgend might have been the new home of the Ospreys, but they've gone with Swansea.
Anderson on 5. Guest has 8. As Callaway is in and bowls to the Derbyshire wicketkeeper, turns that one into the leg side, northeast fields. And there's no run. Sparse-ish crowd. Cold as well. Sun's gone. Callaway's in, and Guest hits the ball twice, entirely accidentally. A mock appeal from the slip. I hope it was a mock appeal from the slips. The ball was going nowhere near the stumps. As Callaway's in once more, he pushes this one up towards mid-off. Callaway actually goes across and does the fielding himself. 2 for 21 for Ben Callaway. Came and Jewel, his victims. As he bowls to Guest, who just defends this out into the offside, immediately points his bat at Martin Anderson to make sure that he doesn't advance towards him. Guest was the man out in the middle, one of the men out in the middle, when Derbyshire got across the line for the draw with Leicestershire up at Grace Road earlier this season, I think. I'll have to check. Callaway around the wicket to Guest, who defends this one into the onside, and again there is no run. So against Leicestershire, come on Fletcher, you should be able to remember things like this. It only happened a couple of weeks ago. Brooke Guest was unbeaten on 68. Lewis Rees was with him on 38 as they got to 305 for 4 on the final day. They're currently 133 for 4. The Riches of 300, long way off. They still need another 205 if they're going to win this game, which they're not, in 36 overs.
Zainul Hassan then from the River End, and that's defended by Martin Anderson, who's there on 5. Guest is unbeaten on 8. Glamorgan would dearly love a wicket before tea. That would be a big psychological blow.
Not too much time. Let's about 4 minutes till tea, 3 and a bit minutes.
Yeah, so we'll get another one.
Should do.
Coming in is Zainul Hassan, bowls, and that's left outside off stump with the keeper standing up. 2 slips in the shape of Colin Ingram and the ever-present Kieran Carson. So the draw still a likely event, unless something dramatic happens. Zainul Hassan, right back on his stumps is Anderson, who defends. There's no run.
The draw or the Glamorgan win is favourite now.
Oh, what's the stats? Ul Hassan bowls. That stayed slightly low, which there's a few gasps amongst the fielders. And that was the reason. I'd imagine it's still the draw. As we approach tea, probably get another one in with 2 balls to go in Zainul Hassan's over. Chris Cook standing up, bowls that's worked nicely off his legs, clipped into the onside, backward square, hauls it back in. That is Fernando. The last ball of Zainul Hassan's over, and he bowls, and that's defended into the onside. There's no run, so that is the state of play with an over to go before tea. Martin Anderson is 6, Guest is 8. Derbyshire 134 for 4. They still trail by 203.
1 over to go until tea. That over rate's still -5. You don't want to win it too quickly, Glamorgan. Otherwise you'll lose a whole raft of points.
Yeah, I'd imagine that's going to be recalculated.
It went up while Callaway was bowling, didn't it? Which was bizarre. He's bowling still. Bowls to to Anderson, who turns that backward square on the leg side. Fielded there by Van der Hookton. 5 balls till tea. 134 for 4. Callaway bowls. That one is turned into the leg side a little bit aerially by Anderson to the left of the short-legged fielder. He eventually ends up with Gorvin at mid-wicket. Sun shining brightly again. A bit more blue sky up above. Good to see. As Callaway is in and bowls, and back goes Anderson. Forces it up towards Fernando, who's fielding at mid-off. Clock ticks around to 3:40. As Callaway bowls to Anderson, again goes back, plays it right into the ground, fielded by the short leg man. There is Tribe underneath the helmet. Anderson goes back to Callaway's next delivery and pushes it up towards mid-on. So we get to the final ball of the afternoon session, a session that has pretty much belonged to Glamorgan with those 4 wickets almost halfway there. Kellaway is in and Anderson pushes it out into the offside. They want a quick single. He is going to make it. There is oh dear, there's going to be overthrows as well. That's a poor piece of judgment really from Al Hassan, who did hit the stumps. And they pick up 2 to end the session, and at tea, Derbyshire are 136 for 4 with Anderson on 8 and Guest on 8. They would require from the final 34 overs of the match. Just gone off the screen. Terrific work from the people who want the adverts on, but not particularly useful.
202.
Thank you very much. 202 to win the game. Glamorgan, with a couple of wickets each from Ed Leonard and Ben Kellaway, require 6 more wickets in the evening session. The only thing that's cheering me up at the moment is the thought that there were a couple of cakes out there. Yeah, so we'll all be on our bikes in a moment, and we will return in a little more than 15 minutes to describe the evening session. Can Glamorgan get over the line for the first time this season? Can Derbyshire maintain their unbeaten start to the campaign?
All to play for.
It's so fascinating. Anyway, we'll be back in 15 minutes.
I've got some latest scores from around the country. We'll start once again in the Rothesay County Championship, the final day of another series of games elsewhere. There was a result earlier on today at Taunton, where Somerset defeated Essex. Don't think there's going to be a positive result, though, at the Utilita Bowl, where Bad Light has stopped play, with Durham in their second innings, 61 without loss, leading Hampshire by 102 runs. At Lords, though, Middlesex at 242 for 5, still requiring a further 123 runs to defeat Kent. And at Old Trafford, Lancashire in their second innings are 178 for 6, so Lancashire are leading Gloucestershire by just 39 runs. Turning to the Vitality T20 Women's County Cup, the first batch of games there, you may remember it's Glamorgan women against Gloucestershire women at Spitty Park in Newport. Glamorgan women won the toss, elected to bat first, and they're in the 18th over, with Glamorgan women 152 for 3. B. Ellis is unbeaten on 65. Lauren Parfitt is unbeaten on 53. In the National Counties Cricket Association Trophy match, the third one of the season, for Wales National Counties at Warminster against Wiltshire. Wales won yesterday, beating Hertfordshire today. They were bowled out earlier on today for 189, and Wiltshire are currently 120 for 3 in the 21st over. So Wiltshire requires 70 runs in the remaining 29.1 overs. If you're seeking refreshments, don't forget a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Lounge, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. Remember, please, there's a 10% discount for Glamorgan members on all food sales. Drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the mobile unit beneath the Castor Powell stand at the Cathedral Road end of the ground. Snacks can be purchased from the vending machines situated on the ground floor of the indoor school. And if you haven't done so already and you've got an empty water bottle, why not refill it using many of the refill points around the stadium. The Glamorgan Club shop, run by Missouri Sports, is open. It's opposite Gate 2. It'll be open until 5 p.m, selling, as always, a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit and a range of recently published cricket books. If you haven't so far got a score sheet for this game, they're available completely free of charge from reception, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. That's also where you can purchase a copy of the 2025 Glamorgan Yearbook. Don't forget as well the Museum of Welsh Cricket, as well as the Glamorgan Cricket Heritage Gallery in the National Cricket Centre have recently been refurbished. Lots of new information panels for you to look at. Also archive films to view. The one for this game, 1969 playing squad remembering and reminiscing about the season when Glamorgan won the county championship. And if you haven't done so already, the museum has a range of second-hand cricket books and old Glamorgan yearbooks for sale, as well as other items and souvenirs, all on sale to raise funds for the running of the museum. The museum will be closing shortly after the tea interval.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Sophia Gardens for the final session of this county championship match between Glamorgan and Derbyshire, where there is still life in the game. Derbyshire 136 for 4.
After T. Martin Anderson and Brooke Guest. To resume the bowling for Glamorgan at the River End, Tim van der Gooten.
He's going to want a fee soon, isn't he? 136 for 4, 202 runs needed by Derbyshire, 6 wickets needed by Glamorgan, 34 overs potentially left in the match for all that to happen. We may or may not get a summary for BBC Radio Wales in the next couple of minutes. And Tim van der Hoogten is going to bowl the first ball of this evening session to Guest. Brooke Guest on 8 not out, as is Anderson. And van der Hoogten is in to bowl, and Guest pops it slightly aerially on the leg side. And that was wide of Asa Tribe, who's a slightly backward short leg. Had he been a forward short leg, that might have been into his chest. So, a little moral victory for van der Hoogten. As mid-wicket is slightly further back. No run. As van der Hoogten on his way, and Guest defends that one up to mid-off, and there's no run. 2 slips, point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, short leg and fine leg are the fielders. 136 for 4. And you suspect that the departure of Madsen was the end of Derbyshire's outside hopes. As van der Hoogten bowls, and Guest will go through for a quick single. Maybe they haven't given up. As the ball trickles out towards mid-wicket, and there's a single taken. 137 for 4. Guest to 9. Anderson, who batted well for his 46 in the first innings. Guest made 45. Runs lower down the order from Thompson and Rees as well. As van der Hoogten bowls, and one's defended by Anderson up to mid-off. Tim van der Hoogten as economical as usual. 0 for 15. Just a couple of balls left in his 7th over. Ben Callaway has 2 for 23. Glamorgan's over 8, by the way, which was -4, becoming -5, is now improved to -2. Radio update shortly. Van der Hoogten in, bowls outside off stump, no shot played by Martin Anderson. Mark Williams 1 frame away from defeat in the World Snooker Final. Glamorgan have an outside chance of victory still. Derbyshire 137 for 4 in their second innings. They need a further 201 for victory. There were starts for David Lloyd, 42, Caleb Jewell, 44, and Wayne Madsen, 22. But Glamorgan taking wickets at vital times, 2 apiece for Ben Callaway and Ned Leonard to check the Derbyshire prospect of a chase. 338 is the target. Derbyshire 137 for 4. And that remains the situation after a dot ball at the end of the over.
So they have to bowl 16 overs at least, depending on what the scenario is, of course, before they can call it a day.
Well, they have to get to the last hour, don't they? So that might be a further 17. So they have to get down to 16 before they can shake hands. Glamorgan, I think, even if any more wickets don't fall, I think they'll go inside the last hour, to be honest.
Callaway continues from the Cathedral Road end. Right arm over, that's full, and where's that gone? It's
lost it. It's like Whack Tribe somewhere on his anatomy.
Yes. Who's in That short leg. Ooh, yeah. Took the full force of that, did Ace of Tribe.
Giving his left hand a good shake.
And it ricocheted off Ace of Tribe. I think he's okay. In comes Kellaway, who's taken 2 wickets. That's worked on the leg side. There'll be a single on offer for Brooke Guest.
Yeah, Tribe's sensible fellow likes to get out of trouble early if he can at short legs, so it's almost tortoise-like a tortoise's head disappearing into its shell as he ducks down very quickly.
He's quite wise. Not for the faint-hearted fielding there on short leg. Kellaway. Well, Anderson came forward, made a hash of it. There was an inside edge and ended up at short fine leg where Tim van der Hoogten is fielding. Slight rush of blood by Martin Anderson, who's on 8. Kellaway comes in, drags one in short, played on the onside, there's no run. Van der Hoogten fields. 138 for 4, still in the balance this game. Kellaway coming over the wicket. 2 wickets to his name. That's fullish from Kellaway. 1 ball to go. Still likely that this will finish as a draw unless there's a couple of quick wickets. Kellaway coming in to conclude his over, and Anderson rocks back on his stumps in defensive mode, and there's no run. 138 for 4, and they need, 200 to win.
Exactly 200. Run rate required. The screen helpfully informs us is 6.25 now, having been 5.2 at the start of the innings. And Van der Hoogten will try and blast someone out or induce an error from the River Taff end in the afternoon sunshine. As any charges and balls to Guest, who's beaten outside the off stump, pushing forward through to Cook. So Tribe remains at short leg for the seamer as well as the spinner, and there are 2 slips in the form of Ingram and Carlson.
Good ball from Van der Hoogten.
The skip at North East has made his way up to mid-on to chat to his bowlers. In comes Van der Hoogten's bowl to Guest on 10 not out, and remaining that way as he plays it out on the offside. News of Glamorgan women. They made 183 for 4 in 20 overs against Gloucestershire in Newport, with B. Ellis hitting 77 off 41 balls, and Lauren Parfitt, the skipper, batting through for 59 not out off 52 balls. So that looks a decent total compiled by Glamorgan women, as Guest is defending that one to mid-on. As for Derbyshire, well, they are chasing an improbable 206 in 20 overs at Harrogate against Yorkshire. Gemma Rose 2 for 46 was again Derbyshire's most successful bowler. Lauren Winfield Hill hit 88 for Yorkshire. Derbyshire 17 for 1 in the third in reply, chasing 206 to win, 20 over game. Forward comes Guest and defends to mid-on, and there is no run. In the County Championship Division 2, Middlesex still in with a sniff of a big victory chase against Kent. They're 244 for 5, needing another 121 to win, so that match nicely poised maybe at Lord's. Lancashire looked like saving defeat against Gloucestershire. They're 183 for 6, but only 44 ahead. Van der Hoogten bowls. Brooke Guest drives, but straight to Kellaway at point, and there's no run. In Division 1, Somerset beat Essex by 3 wickets, thanks to a century from James Rue. And at Southampton, Hampshire and Durham have given up. Match drawn. Rain, bad light, something or other. Inertia, apathy.
Flat pitch, yeah.
138 for 4. As Van der Hoogten is into bowl, driven nicely back down the ground by Gast as he timed it well enough to reach the boundary. Andy Gorvin is in hot pursuit, puts in the slide.
I think that's...
And he's knocked it back. And there's 4 signals?
Yeah.
Just about
I think he may have touched the boundary rope.
making contact. It was a good effort. Put the slide in, but just a fraction too late.
Yeah.
His feet were over when he made the save, as it were. 142 for 4. Guest on to 14 with that boundary.
Overtime for Ben Kellaway here as he continues from the Cathedral Road end. Fielders at close quarters, short leg slip and leg slip as Kellaway comes in. That's shortish of a length, and that just drops short of short leg. Anderson is 8, Guest 14. Kellaway in, puts more flight on that, and that I think comes off the pad and drops short of Carlson at slip. Derbyshire in defensive mode now. Don't want to lose any more wickets. Rocking back on his stumps is Anderson.
Yeah, even one more in the period before we get to the last 16 would give Glamorgan enough encouragement to go into that last hour, I think.
Yeah, it'd be a nervy time if they lose another one. Glamorgan still attacking then in their field. Coming in is Kellaway. Bowls. That just, I thought that was airborne slightly. Don't think Tribe was ever going to get there. No. But it did squirt off the inside edge of the bat.
Yeah, it wasn't in control, was he? It went between short leg and leg slip.
Penultimate ball of the over. Kellaway in, bowls, and that's prodded into the offside, and there's no run. So maiden so far.
Yeah, it's good for the over 8 anyway, when the batsman just prodded out.
Last ball of the over. In comes Kellaway, and unfortunately is going to give away some runs, possibly 4 of them. Yes, he is. Through the covers for 4. Just too much width with the last ball from Ben Kellaway. So the only blot on the copybook, that last ball.
Yes, Anderson watching it carefully, forcing it away. So Derbyshire at the moment looking okay to travel back up the motorways with 13 points to their credit. Their over 8 was positive, so no problem there. Glamorgan still needing to work on that in this last session. Van der Hoogten into bowl to Guest from the river end. 2 slips and a short leg, and Guest pushes into the offside. Takes a step or 2 down the wicket for no discernible reason as Leonard comes swooping in enthusiastically from cover. So it's been an interesting match. Glamorgan in the ascendancy for the first 2 days. Derbyshire having very much the better of day 3. Glamorgan making sure this morning that they were unlikely to lose and then accelerating to try and win it. Van der Hoogten in, and Guest drives to mid-on, no run. Giving themselves 65 overs to bowl Derbyshire out. Wasn't completely out of the question. We did see some stroke play from Lloyd, Jewell and briefly from Madsen. But that fourth wicket, 121 for 4 in the 24th over, and since then these two have been considerably less aggressive. Still batting to come, Dahl and Rees. As that is inside edged by Guest. He didn't know much about that one, but he will pick up a single down towards backwards square. Thompson, Chappell and Tickner make up the cast list of those potentially to come, though Derbyshire will be hoping that's very much not the case. 147 for 4. Not as many people passing by the ground today. We've had charity events and big crowds of runners and joggers over the weekend. All sedate and serene at the moment in the leafy surrounds of Sophia Gardens, as Anderson cuts and will get 4 runs down to backward point, to very little excitement at all. 150 up for Derbyshire, 151 for 4.
Yes, it'll be the gigs season soon, so much to Nick's displeasure.
Yeah.
Not gigs, but using
Blackweir. Yeah.
Stevie Wonder is there in July.
Van der Hoogten into bowl, and
Are you going to that? Are you going to that one?
No, I haven't got anything planned in Cardiff over the summer, to be honest.
There'll be loads on in the castle. Usually there's something every weekend.
Yeah, there's a couple of people there I've seen quite recently, actually. Ewan League, I think I saw them last year. Sophie Alex Baxter is down in Millennium Centre. I saw her last year.
Stevie Wonder's in Blackweir. You would have thought that he would command a bigger, grander venue.
Van der Hoogten bowls, and Anderson is propping forward. Well, I think it's meant to be a big venue. It's meant to be 30,000.
Was it? Well, I'll be there. However, I thought he would have been at one of the stadiums, but there we are.
Yeah, I mean, Cardiff City takes 30-odd thousand, doesn't it? And
who's at
Principality Stadium.
Who's at the Stereophonics at the stadium, and Oasis, obviously.
Yeah. So no, I haven't got anything planned. You got anything other than Stevie Wonder?
I'm going to Stereophonics, and I believe now I may have a ticket for Oasis as well.
All right.
I hadn't initially.
Have you pawned your kids or something?
Yes. So I may be going to that one as well, because you couldn't get them for love nor money at the start.
Well, you could get them for a lot of money.
Yeah. Callaway trying to get this breakthrough for Glamorgan, but a flight on that, out to mid-wicket. There's no run. On 2 nights are Oasis, as are the Stereophonics, I believe. I think I'm going on the Friday night. Callaway, and there's always a danger. That's the sweep shot that got Caleb Jewell out, but that performed to perfection behind square by Guest, and it runs all the way for 4.
Yeah, certainly nailed that one. Went racing away backward of square up towards the main scoreboard.
A slight risk when playing across the line, but
maybe
executed
just drifting
perfectly
a little towards leg anyway.
Yeah, I'm surprised that the Stereophonics are there. I went the last time. There's only about 3 years since they performed at the stadium. Callaway in, big stride down the wicket by Guest. Of course, they performed last time with a certain Tom Jones.
Yeah, I saw them at Cardiff City Stadium about a decade ago. They're very good on this occasion.
I think I saw that one. And down the wicket is Guest to Callaway, past a wideish mid-on, and it'll run all the way towards Cow Corner for 4.
Well, maybe Guest just deciding that attack might be the best form of defence for a while, and maybe putting a few thoughts in Glamorgan heads about defending and getting rid of that short leg fielder. But 6.32 runs and over, still needed even after that little flurry of aggression.
Oddly, Glamorgan won't be too perturbed. It
Oh,
might
no.
be now.
That one's
Says
gone.
he. It's another boundary in that area. Guest taking it on to Glamorgan. Big stride down the wicket. Big blow from Brooke Guest. 2 balls, 2 fours.
Is this a change of plan by Derbyshire, we wonder?
12 off the over so far. This is the last ball from Ben Kellaway. Putting a bit of pressure on Kellaway's Guest. That time he's prepared to defend. So an expensive over for Glamorgan and Ben Kellaway. 12 off it. 163 for 4. Guest moves on to 27. Martin Anderson is 16. Derbyshire require an unlikely 175 to win in 28 overs at 163 for 4.
Interesting stuff then, as Derbyshire look to get rid of a few of those close fielders. And Martin Anderson is now the man on strike. 16 off 40 balls, 2 slips and a short leg still, as he pulls that one through mid-wicket for 4 runs.
No.
Oh no, sorry, it's gone finer than I thought.
Fernando's there.
Fernando's picked it up at backward square. I thought it'd gone squarer than
But
that.
he charged down the wicket there. So,
Well, is there now a change of thought from the Derbyshire batters in the same way as we saw Glamorgan accelerate late in the morning? And they've achieved one of their plans. They've got rid of short leg. And Al-Hassan trots out to deep backward square close to the ropes. And Tribe goes to a single saving mid-wicket. So Van der Hoogten to Guest, who gets an edge to that one safely enough, and will get a single down to third man because it didn't travel very far, and Kellaway retrieved it fairly quickly. 165 for 4 Derbyshire, as Van der Hoogten retreats towards his mark at the River Taff end. A little bit of blue sky around, but quite overcast at the moment. Van der Hoogten in, bowls. Anderson on the defensive. Ball trickles out to Tribe on the leg side, no run.
of course, gigs season for me, Nick, means an absolute nightmare when I can't park anywhere near my house. There are cars everywhere.
Shame you haven't got a driveway. I could make a blooming fortune out of it.
Yeah, this area around Sophia Gardens is absolutely packed.
Van der Hoogten to Anderson. Short ball and helped on its way, or top edged over the keeper. He was fairly safe playing at that one. It's raced away for 4. 6 off this over, 12 off the last. Derbyshire on the move. Well, he did try and uppercut it, but ended up top edging it, but it was safe. 169 for 4. Anderson on to 21. Still just over a run a ball required. It's a big ask, but Derbyshire not completely out of it. Van der Hoogten balls, and that's left by Anderson, a ball that wasn't that far away.
No.
But shot through to Chris Cook. Old Trafford, Lancashire 200 for 6 in their second innings, just 61 ahead, so Gloucestershire will keep that going there after that magnificent 250 for Ollie Price. And Middlesex need 103 to win with 5 wickets remaining. Luke Holman is nearing his century against Kent at Lords. Van der Hoogten bowls, appeal for LBW, bit high.
Yeah.
Ball ran down into the gully. Kieran Carlson stopped it. 169 for 4. Anderson 21. Guest is 28. And Dave Fletcher can ponder the eternal question of whether there's still life in this Derbyshire chase.
Thank you, Nick. It's, time against Glamorgan, it would seem, in order to conjure up a first win of the season here at Sophia Gardens. They still have 27 overs to do so, but they need some quick wickets. They haven't been forthcoming since the tea interval. And still they use Ben Kellaway. Dave Fletcher's back with us.
Remarkable. Don't get too alarmed by
Kellaway in, and that's a reverse sweep, and it's executed brilliantly. It'll go all the way for 4 off the bat of Brooke Guest, who's in good nick here. He moves on to 32, and he's the one that's taking the gauntlet to Glamorgan.
Yeah, Anderson often takes a couple of steps down the track to anybody. It's just the way he bats. It's bizarre. It's quite alarming when you see it for the first time, though.
Kellaway in his 13th over. He was expensive in his last. 12 runs coming off that over. Back on his stumps is Guest, who defends, and there's no run. 2 for 44 are Kellaway's stats so far. They need something here to Glamorgan quite quickly. That's played, but only as far as Tim van der Hoogten at short fine leg. Or we're going to get into that situation where there's going to be a bit of a stalemate. Kellaway, and that's pulled only as far as mid-wicket, albeit Guest has taken the charge to Glamorgan in the last few overs.
When you look, I did some maths before.
Did you?
That just by itself is remarkable, but yeah.
Kellaway, we'll await the math from Dave Fletcher. That's defended.
Glamorgan first innings 3.39 runs and over. Derbyshire's innings 3.27, and then Glamorgan 3.12, despite that dash at the end. And Derbyshire is still going at 4.5 and over, which is remarkable, really.
Coming around is Kellaway. Put some fight, and dancing down the track is Guest. He got that wrong, and it ended up an inside edge down to short fine leg. There's no run. That is the end of the over.
With a result from Warminster, the national
173 for 4. Anderson 21. Guest is 32. Thought there might have been a change of bowling, but there isn't. It'll still be Tim van der Hoogten from the river end trying to get a breakthrough here, which is desperately required if Glamorgan are to have a say in this game.
Nothing from the good doctor on the 2 women's games, so I'll fill you in on those as this over continues. Glamorgan taking on Gloucestershire at Newport. The run up there for Tim van der Hoogten was aborted. Gloucestershire 31 for 1 in reply to Glamorgan's 183 for 4, so they did another 153 at 11.5 and over. That's going to be tough. As the first ball of a new over from Tim van der Hoogten is pushed into the offside by Martin Anderson, and there's no run. But tough for Gloucestershire, that is. Glamorgan well on top. Conversely, Derbyshire women are now 50 for 3 after 7 overs in reply to 205 for 3 made by Yorkshire, which means that Derbyshire need 156 at exactly 12 and over. That's going to be tough for Derbyshire, I would suggest. Here, the battle is still on, and who'd have thought with 25 overs and 5 balls to go, as Anderson goes back and carves this into the offside. That's a terrific stop in the covers by Ned Leonard. Really, really good piece of fielding. Fernando's warming up. No, he isn't. Yes, he is. Which is good news for Derbyshire. Thank you. Just, if you're going to join in at the back, try and join in at the same time as everybody else. I jest, of course. Partially. Hasn't had the best of games. Certainly not in terms of his economy rate. Here is Van der Hoogten in and bowls to Anderson. He takes him on the short ball, and he's going to get it away for 4 down to deep backward square leg as well. There were 2 fielders there. Ul Hassan running from square leg and Fernando running from long leg, and neither could get there. 4 to Anderson, who moves to 25. The partnership up to 56 now. Derbyshire 177 for 4, well past the halfway mark in the chase. I say chase. They still need another 161 runs from 25 overs and 3 balls. And I'm going to say minimum, but if it gets tight, it will be 25 overs and 3 balls. As Van der Hoogten is in again, Anderson takes those couple of steps towards the bowler this time again and just dabs it down to square leg where it's fielded by Ul Hassan. Anderson on to 26, 178 for 4. The field is starting to spread a little now. We've lost one of the slips. We're down to 1 slip. A man sweeping on the cover boundary, as well as a conventional, my word, what's happening out there? A conventional cover.
It's all
We've been attacked.
kicking off.
We've been attacked. Van der Hoogten bowls to Guest, who defends it. There's an appeal for something from Kieran Carlson. Not sure what. On that occasion, it seemed to come off the full face of Brooke Guest's bat.
Kieran Carlson, T20 captain, of course.
He's at cover, catching mid-wicket too, as Van der Hoogten bowls to Guest, and he defends it back towards the Dutch international. And it's the end of the over. 178 for 4. Anderson has 26. Guest has 32. They put on 57 so far for the 5th wicket. And we've got 25 overs remaining. Glamorgan, well, they still need 6 wickets. Derbyshire, 160 runs. Seems a little unlikely, in all honesty.
Well, there's not going to be a change at this juncture, even though that Fernando is doing all sorts in terms of his prep work, stretching.
Just welcome 5 Sports Extra listeners to the commentary. You're all very welcome.
Indeed.
Carry on, Kenneth.
But it will be Ben Callaway to continue. Right arm over the wicket from the Cathedral Road end. That's whipped into the leg side. They thought about a single, thought otherwise, as it was struck firmly to the fielder, and there's no run. 178 for 4. So Derbyshire require 160 to win, which obviously is a tall order. Callaway, right arm over the wicket, his 14th over, 2 for 44. He's bowling to a slip, a short leg, short fine leg, backward point, mid-off, mid-wicket. And the reverse sweep, and that, well, I think it was Carlson, was it, that tried to anticipate the reverse sweep, but he couldn't get over there, and that's another boundary for Martin Anderson. He just went over, knew what was coming, but
He went too far.
he did.
And then had to sort of stick out the left leg. Couldn't quite get to it. That was a fine piece of anticipation by Carlson. He sort of over-anticipated, if you can do that.
Callaway is in, bowls, and that's looped over short leg, and it evades him.
How did he get there?
It evades Asa Tribe.
I thought that was into the ground, but not judging by the reaction.
No, spat up from the
Yeah.
bit of rough and looped over the despairing Asa Tribe at short leg. So Callaway coming around the wicket to Brooke Guest, who's unbeaten on 32. Comes in, bowls, that's wayward down leg side, and taken by keeper Chris Cook.
cut it with a knife, can't you?
Last ball of Ben Kellaway's over. Put some flight on it. That's judged nicely. Soft hands. Which means they can come home for a single. Takes them to 184 for 4. Anderson 31, Guest 33. So time ebbing away, you would suggest, for Glamorgan in this game to force victory.
Kenneth Davis and Nick Webb from BBC Wales and Dave Fletcher from BBC Radio Derby here at Sophia Gardens late on day 4.
Returning to bowl.
Change of bowling, and
River End.
here he comes. Asitha Fernando hasn't had the best of times. Gets a decent round of applause. Was expensive in the first innings, and once the scoreboard changes, I'll let you know how he's done so far. He's yet to pick up a wicket in the second. He's only bowled 3 overs, but he has gone for 21. He bowled those 3 overs from the Cathedral Road end. He's bowling from the River Taff end now to Derbyshire keeper Brooke Guest, who just guides it out into the offside. Anderson's setting off for a potentially quick and almost certainly disastrous single, and he stays where he is.
He had some success from this end in the first game. Yeah, he had Pfeiffer in that game against Leicestershire.
Derbyshire went to tea at 136 for 4, and now 184 for 4. As Fernando is on his way in again, Guest turns that up towards mid-on. Ace of Tribe steps across to do the fielding. Gloucestershire's women struggling a bit, 44 for 1. The run rate they require if they're going to beat Glamorgan, which seems unlikely, is now almost 12.5, just over 12.5 an hour, after Glamorgan made 183 for 4 in the T20 Women's County Cup. Derbyshire's women are now 58 for 5 in the 9th over. They need 13 and over to beat Yorkshire, who made 205 for 3 in their 20 overs at Harrogate. Fernando bowls to Guest, who clips this nicely into the leg side. Ul Hassan comes in off the boundary to do the fielding, and they pick up a single. Guest moves to 34, 185 for 4 as we tick down the overs here at Sophia Gardens. Middlesex need 80 runs at Lords, and they're still only 5 down.
Some chase there.
That is an incredible effort. They're 285 for 5 in their second innings. Lancashire remains 6 down at Old Trafford, 69 in front of Gloucestershire. As Fernando bowls, and always a fiddle at that one. Martin Anderson shouldn't have, but he couldn't help himself. He's fortunate not just to nick that one through to Cook behind the stumps. Sun out again. Shadows started to stretch across the field. The warm spectators are on the far side of the ground. And there's a draft blowing from somewhere down here that's really causing me some grief. Over 8 -1 now. Fernando in and bowls. Anderson chops it away, 4 runs down to the well, it's sort of third man, but it's more backward point. But Fernando again just proving a little wayward in his line and certainly in his length there. It was too short, wasn't it?
Yep. Short and too much width. Meat and drink for Martin Anderson.
He moves to 35, 189 for 4. He's had a good season so far, Martin Anderson, for Derbyshire, since arriving permanently from Middlesex in the winter. A couple of centuries, his first 2 centuries of his career at the age of 28. I'm sure the Andersons are listening one way or another somewhere. Brooke Guest found a bit of form at Leicester. Here comes Fernando again. He advances on him, does Martin Anderson, and chops it. I think that was into the ground. There was a leap there at point by Kellaway, and they come back for 2. I hope that was into the ground. It was the final ball of the over. Derbyshire move on to 191 for 4. Anderson has 37, Guest has 24. They need 147 to win. They've got 23 overs left. And during those 23 overs, Glamorgan need to pick up 6 wickets. Derbyshire unbeaten this season. You never tire of saying that. Glamorgan looking for their first win of the season.
Yes, and at one point were favourites to get that first win, but game that's ebbed and flowed throughout. Kellaway then continues from the Cathedral Road end, coming around the wicket. It's that reverse sweep once more, and it'll again get to the boundary from the bat of Brooke Guest, who's played extremely well for his 38. Not for the first time we've seen that reverse sweep from Brooke Guest. Went square of the wicket. Guest 38, Anderson 37. Partnership of 74. Kellaway comes in. More flight. It's a reverse again. And it's exactly the same result. Another boundary that went past what would have been a short third man. Brilliantly executed from Brooke Guest.
Can't get carried away though, he said, with a note of caution in his voice.
He's still gunning for victory, obviously.
I've got this nasty feeling that they are.
They need 139 now in 22.4 overs. So there's a change in the field. Ace of Tribe goes to short cover. Expensive start to the over by Ben Kellaway, who comes in. Good length delivery, and that's play to mid-wicket. There's no run.
Did anything silly here?
Fine partnership between these two for the 5th wicket. 78 so far. Kellaway coming in to Guest. Again it's reverse, but that time it's gone to short third man, which in effect becomes fine leg because of the reverse.
There's too much thinking involved with the reverse sweep for me.
Kellaway. Glamorgan need some inspiration here. That's too short and whipped off his legs. It's gone behind square on the onside for a single. So the 4 wickets, David Lloyd, LBW, Ned Leonard for 42. Caleb Jewell, LBW bowled Kellaway for 44. Harry Kane went cheaply without troubling the scorers. Caught try, bowled Kellaway for a duck, and Wayne Marsden caught Gorvin. Good catch on the boundary in the deep, bowled Leonard 22. Kellaway drags that one short, and it enables Anderson to cut. They were thinking about a second, thought otherwise, and settled for a single. 200 up for Derbyshire, 201 for 4. Another good over for the visitors. Still need 137, so the match still interestingly poised. Draw still likely as each over passes.
It's interesting, isn't it? At what point, how close do Derbyshire have to be before they think, I know what we'll do, we'll send in Zach Chappell, who is an enormous hitter of the ball when he gets hold of it, and is probably, with the greatest of respect to him, less useful in trying to play out overs at the end if that needs to happen, whereas Alex Dahl, Alex Thompson, who they can all hit long balls, of course, but Alex Thompson and Alex Dahl and Lewis Rees, more technically gifted batters. Before I dig myself an enormous hole, here is Fernando in to bowl to Anderson, who pulls it away down towards deep backward square leg. Leonard is there, so they'll only get a single. Score will move to 202 for 4. Anderson up to 39, the partnership 81. The over 8 -1, so everybody can relax in terms of points, losses. And Callaway has bowled pretty much the entire innings, almost. I think 3 overs at this end from Fernando, and then it was Callaway. So he's bowled 15 overs now, 2 for 60. As Fernando is on his way in again, bowls to Guest, who just guides this out nicely into the offside for a single. And off the boundary comes Gorvin. Some dashing around going. He's moving quickly again, which always unnerves me, Nick, when he moves quickly behind me. When he moves quickly anywhere, really, but...
It doesn't happen very often.
203 for 4. There's a chap down below us is reading a book. Blimey, I know you might have just bought your book from the second-hand bookshop, sir, but there's a game of cricket going on here. Fernando into Anderson, takes 2 steps towards the bowler and then just flicks it away off his pads down towards Leonard at long leg. He moves to 40 now as well. 204 for 4. Halfway through the 44th over, so 21.5 remain, minimum. Last hour will start in 5.5 overs time. Fernando turns at the top of his mark and then runs towards us and Brooke Guest, who plays this up to mid-on slightly unconvincingly on that occasion. He batted really nicely, Brooke Guest, for his 44 from 59 66 deliveries, I beg your pardon. Anderson's faced 59 for his 40. Number 338, the target. Initially at a rate of 5.2 and over. It's now gone up to 6.2 and over. Almost out of reach, but not quite. As Fernando is in again, and that one is played into the onside by Guest. And it's fielded there by Kieran Carlson. There's no run. So there's 3 runs off this over so far from Fernando. Hasn't bowled a loose delivery yet. A lone clapper. With the encouragement. It's very quiet in this ground, isn't it? There are people here. They're sprinkled around liberally. As Fernando comes in and bowls, and Guest just dabs it down backward a square on the offside. They go through for a single. As Callaway does the fielding, the over comes to an end. So Guest has pinched the strike. He has 45. Anderson has 40.
I'm going to make way, Mr. Fletcher, for Mr. Webb.
Thank you, Kenneth. And Derbyshire. 205 for 4. Need 133 to win. And Andy Gorvin is going to replace Ben Callaway, who's been bowling a lot. And has picked up 2 wickets. Those are Jewel and Came.
Yes, been a good exercise for Ben Callaway. It's been a good day for him, really, with a career best 74 and a couple of wickets to set back, it appeared, Derbyshire's chase, but now Anderson and Guest look as though they are picking up the gauntlet again.
It's not quite in the balance, is it? Because it's still a long way off at 6.3 and
feasible,
over.
Though.
Absolutely feasible. Especially with Dahl and Rees and Thompson to come.
And once they get close, they might as well have a dart, you feel, with less time to have to shut up shop should things go wrong.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, a lot of thinking for Sam Northeast to do. Wayne Madsen can't do anything directly about things apart from send out messages to his men in the middle. And Gorvin will bowl once Guest is ready. In comes Gorvin. Bowls, that's forced into the offsides. That one could go. There's a chase round the ropes. It's a tumbling stop from Zainul Hassan and saves a couple of runs, and they'll come back for 2 very comfortably. 207 for 4, 131 needed to win.
The other thing to factor in, of course, is this ball is now 44 overs old. There will not be a new ball.
True. Gorvin bowls to Guest, who works this one on the leg side, and that'll be a single out to Colin Ingram, who is in the unfamiliar environs of deep mid-wicket. Given that Colin Ingram stands at slip for 90% of Glamorgan's time in the field.
The field is quite spread now, isn't it?
It is. 5 saving the single, 4 out, and no one in close catching as Gorvin bowls. That's hit off the back foot by Anderson. Straight to northeast at mid-on.
Not quite as spread as it was towards the end of the Glamorgan second innings, when there were players dotted around the rope and nobody, apart from the wicket-keeper and the bowler, anywhere near the middle.
Yes, that was when Glamorgan was swinging hard in the half hour before lunch as Gorvin bowls tucked away on the leg side, and has that one got through? No.
Ingram was
slightly
he had you on there.
Done by Ingram, continuing his run around the mid-wicket boundary, oblivious to the fact that Acer Tribe had in fact succeeded in stopping it at short mid-wicket. Thank you, Colin. 208 for 4. Anderson remains on 40. Gorvin bowls, again punched away through the offside. Hassan really attacks that one and saves a single. They were kept down to a single, and you could almost feel the determination in Zainul Hassan's charge off the boundary there, knowing that every run could matter. 209 for 4. Gorvin to Guest, who plays it back to him. Dot ball. 4 off the over.
Yeah, good over. Really good over.
So nice tight stuff from Andy Gorvin, who is expensive early on, but that's probably his best over to date. 20 overs remain, 129 to win. Just under 6.5.
Yeah, it's hovered around there for a while, pretty much since the loss of Jewell and Madsen within, 8 balls of each other?
Yeah, successive overs. But these two started quietly,
yes,
as if they'd said, right, that's it, we'll shut up shop. And now that we're going deeper into this final session, there are definite signs of intent, and have been for the last half hour, really.
Yeah, that Middlesex chase, they're now 6 down, but they need 56 against Kent. Here is Fernando bowling to Anderson, who just pushes the ball back down the pitch to the on side of the stumps at the non-strikers end. It's fielded by Sam Northeast. And there's no run. Lancashire look like they've survived. They're 6 down, but they lead by 73.
Yeah, they've been 6 down for a while, haven't they?
Valiant effort by Gloucestershire to try to force a victory there. Luke Wells has 33. Tom Hartley has 23. The Middlesex heroes, who are they? Here comes Fernando again. Jack Davis is on 57, not out. Fernando bowls. Anderson takes on the short ball. It's in the air, is it? No, it's going to hit the deck now. And is it going to go all the way to the boundary? It does. Hassan puts the dive in, but can't prevent the ball from reaching the rope. And it's 4 more to Martin Anderson. He goes to 45. Derbyshire 213 for 4. 19 overs and 4 balls to go. 125 to win. Still 6 wickets for Glamorgan.
And Fernando just hasn't been able to generate quite the same hostility that Tickner did, who bowled really well in the second innings and quite well without much luck in the first innings, albeit overdoing the short ball. But Fernando's been expensive.
Yes, 5.2 overs for 36. He's in again now to bowl to Anderson, and it clips that into the leg side. It sets off for an unlikely single as Carlson picks up and threatens to throw down the stumps. Derbyshire in a whole heap of trouble in the Women's County Cup T20. They're now 75 for 8. They still need 131 or 41 balls. That doesn't seem likely, really, does it? Glamorgan's women now are heading for victory because Gloucestershire did 95 off 39 balls at Newport.
That's not going to happen either.
No, you wouldn't have thought so. Derbyshire still seeking their first win of the season. Fernando bowls. Anderson clubs it into the leg side. That's 4. Blimey, he took 2 steps again, as he has this tendency to do, and just clubbed it away. He moves to 49. Derbyshire to 217 for 4. And that was dismissive from Martin Anderson. Genuinely dismissive.
Yes, it's a problem for Sam Northeast when he can't rely on the overseas strike bowler to lead the line.
What's his response going to be? He's on his way in now to bowl to Anderson, who whips this one away into the leg side and goes through to complete his half century. He has it's his first half century of the season, although that's not strictly true because he's not made a half century when he hasn't gone on to make a century. He's got 2 of those. So his numbers are a little bit weird.
67 deliveries and 9 fours.
Yeah, it's been he's a very combative cricketer, Martin Anderson. And he's at the non-strikers end because Guest is on strike. There's a big appeal for leg before wicket, and he's given, and Brooke Guest has gone. Glamorgan get the wicket they've been desperate for, and it's Asitha Fernando who gets it. Guest goes for 48. Derbyshire at 218 for 5 now. 19 overs to go for Glamorgan to get 5 wickets. Derbyshire still need 120.
Well, desperate was the right word there, and Fernando really enjoyed that one, as you can imagine, and getting all sorts of encouragement from his teammates. He has had a difficult game, but a little bit of extra speed, and Guest playing across the line, hit fairly low down. And boy, that was a wicket that Glamorgan really, really needed at that point, because Derbyshire were in the ascendancy. The partnership was 97.
Yeah.
Oh, it's up on the board. I didn't need to do the the maths there.
No, you didn't. I wasn't going to stop you though. That's always good fun, isn't it?
An A-level has to be good for something.
A-level?
A-level, yeah.
Wow. That is impressive.
You're easily impressed.
Well, I've only got an O-level. Brooke Guest, he's just gone. Anuj Dal
coming
is
back
the new batter.
for Derbyshire is Anuj Dal.
It'll be interesting to see
who
if...
toppled over in the first innings, I understand.
Yeah, he's overbalanced and was stumped down the leg side second ball, which is a bit of an ignominious way to go, really. It'll be interesting to see whether they go with Rees or, as you say, Chappell, if another batter is required.
I'm clearly not in charge. I might have chucked Chappell in now.
Yeah?
Because now's the moment. 19 overs to go. In 5 overs, he could really come off, and all of a sudden you've got an opportunity.
Yeah.
And you've still got Dal, and you've still got Rees, and you've still got Thompson to come in and if you need to shut up shop.
Returning to bowl at the Cathedral Road end.
Because Lewis Rees, hampered by the fact that he needs a runner because of the hamstring injury he suffered bowling in the first innings, day 1, wasn't it?
Now, this is interesting. They've taken Gorvin off straight away and gone back to Callaway.
I assume it was Callaway who got him in the first innings, was it?
It was Callaway who... No, it was Gorvin who got Dal stumped.
It was Gorvin?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, the medium pacer standing up. So Callaway has been returned to the attack after... Was it 1 over from Gorvin?
Yes, I think so.
It was not a bad one either. Perhaps... well, not quite sure of the thinking there from Sam Northeast, but anyway, Asitha Fernando has got a much needed wicket for him and for his team, and Ben Callaway will bowl to Martin Anderson on 50 not out. Reverse sweep comes out. Carlson tried to anticipate, couldn't block it, but it wasn't firmly struck, and it's just a single down to third man for Anderson, who moves on to 51, 219 for 5, and Glamorgan have gone back to putting a couple of close fielders in.
Got to him there.
That's short leg and slip. As Callaway is in to bowl, and on the back foot Dahl defends to short leg. I suspect with 5 down, this game is going to go a very considerable distance into the last hour,
Yes.
even if Derbyshire do shut up shop. As that's deflected by Dahl off the glove down to short fine leg. Van der Hoogten picks it up, tosses it back, no run is attempted. Chris Cook just signalling a little change in the field. Colin Ingram is wandering round to find leg slip. As back on his stumps goes Dahl and defends. 219 for 5. Radio update coming up reasonably shortly. Callaway floats one up, and it's driven, and it's past mid-off. They'll get a couple of runs here. Leonard slides enthusiastically just inside the long-off boundary, having backtracked from mid-on. 2, 3 off the over so far. Last ball to be bowled by Callaway to Dahl on 2 not out. He pulls. And did that hit short leg, or did he just mistime it again? It's a dot ball anyway.
Maybe a little suggestion of a missed time. I don't know if it did hit him actually.
I see a replay.
Oh, it has.
Yes, it's hit Tribe on the side of the buttock. So
It's rolled up in a ball.
hopefully not doing his best tortoise impersonation. 221 for 5, 18 overs left, 117 runs needed to win. Still within the bounds of possibility at 6.5 runs and over. Could still go either way. A really good game of county cricket,
Certainly is.
despite the thoughts at times in this final day. Better continue for the moment, as Fernando is on his way in. Ball edged for 4 by Anderson, despite a despairing attempt by Ingram down on the boundary at third man. Went flying to his left. Through the bat at that one, Anderson. No slip in place. Raced away for 4. 225 for 5. 113 to win.
Will you not keep a slip in there? 5 wickets needed.
Says Captain Hindsight. Yeah, yes, yeah, probably once.
But in hindsight, you definitely keep a slip in there because he would have caught it. But it won't 5 wickets. You've only got 17 overs and 5 balls.
Some fine judgments to be made. Both sides still in the hunt. Fernando bowls Anderson down the pitch, dismissively drives to deep cover, and there is just the single.
It is alarming to see him do that, but he does it all the time. It's quite frightening.
Dahl on strike, on 2. How quickly can he push down on the accelerator and help out Anderson, who is going really well?
Derbyshire's women have lost by 122 runs at Harrogate.
Fernando in to bowl, pulled by Dahl down to fine leg, and that's a bit of a chase for the sub-fielder. He's wearing Mason Crane's jersey. I can't quite see if it is Mason Crane. Looks reasonably like him from this distance. But 2 runs is the important fact. And Dahl has 4, 228 for 5, 110 to win. Fernando bowls, and it's a rare leave. Cook tumbling across to his right. Does the take, flicks it up to Carlson, who is in at slip now. And fairly wide ball. 228 for 5. One slip. 3, 4 maybe saving the single. Plenty on the boundary. A fascinating county championship match going deep into the last hour with both sides still in with a chance of winning. Derbyshire 228 for 5. They need a further 110. Glamorgan needing the 5 wickets. They have got rid of Guest for 48, Legby 4-2, Fernando in the last hour. But Martin Anderson is still there on 56 not out, and Derbyshire do still have batting power to come. They've made an unexpectedly lengthy bid for victory here, and Glamorgan though still in the hunt as well. Derbyshire chasing 338 to win. They're 228 for 5. Fernando bowls, and Dahl plays into the covers, fielded by Tribe. No run, 7 off the Fernando over.
Glamorgan, wearing shirt 3. Mason.
It is Mason Crane.
Mason Crane. Yeah.
It is Mason Crane wearing his
Mason.
jersey, and it is good to see him back on the field, because he's had a shoulder injury which has prevented him playing for the first team. But clearly, if he's capable of charging around and chucking the ball in from the deep, then that shoulder should not be troubling him.
You'd say so. You'd say so. And Callaway is going to continue from the Cathedral Road end here at Fire Gardens. Initially he'll be bowling to Martin Anderson, who's on 56 from 70 deliveries, and there's Dahl 4 from 9 at the non-strikers end. This is the final over before the last hour officially begins. So 17 overs to go. Derbyshire need 110. Glamorgan need 5 wickets. Callaway is in to bowl. Let's just turn nicely, gently into the leg side. They're thinking about coming back for the second, but decline to do so as Tim van der Hoogten gets to the ball and throws it in. 229 for 5. 8 more runs. No, they'd have to get 9, wouldn't they, to make it around 100 off the last hour. Still feels unlikely. And there's a slight change in the field for Anuj Dahl. There is a short leg and a slip, but the man's come around. It's called Colin Ingram to cover. There's also a man at close mid-wicket, that's Sam Northeast, as Dahl pushes it to Northeast. And there is no run. Morgan's women moving towards victory nicely. 64 Gloucestershire require off 21 balls. It isn't going to happen. As Callaway bowls, Dahl comes down the pitch and lifts it out towards the mid-wicket boundary for 4. He didn't get all of that, Anuj Dahl. It looked like it might have been about to stop as it reached the boundary rope, but it just had the energy to get over it. Dahl gets his first boundary of his innings, and Derbyshire move on to 233 for 5.
As David Bowie sang, "Boys Keep Swinging."
Yes, he did. You're right. What was that song?
Wasn't it called "Boys Keep Swinging"?
Oh, well, there we go then.
I believe it was.
Was it?
Maybe wrong.
I don't know. I can hear him singing the line as Callaway bowls to Dahl, who clips this away out towards the cover boundary for 4 more. A little bit too short from Callaway. Initially, I thought he'd missed it or even feathered it through to the keeper, but he got the full bat on it, and Dahl moves to 12, and Derbyshire is 237 for 5, 101 away from victory. Remarkable, with 16 overs and 2 balls to go as a minimum. If Derbyshire get anywhere near, it will be 16 overs and 2 balls. If they're 9 down, you'll see players dashing around all over the place as Callaway bowls, and that one is clipped into the leg side. He's going to pick up a single for that one, Anuj Dahl. He moves to 13, 238 for 5. They need exactly 100 to win, Derbyshire. I was joking before. when I suggested that might happen. And below me it has. In comes Kellaway to complete the over. Bowls to Anderson. That one turns. Oh, and he sends it through the legs of the man at leg slip. Is that Carlson? It is. And they're thinking about coming back for a third. They actually take two in the end. I think it hit the ground before it reached Carlson, but it went straight through his legs. And as the last hour begins at 17:09, just before 5:10 in old money, Derbyshire are 240 for 5, and they need 98 to win.
It was Boys Keep Swinging was the title, and it reached number 7 in the UK charts.
I didn't realise that's what it was called.
Released in April 1979 off the Lodger album.
Were you a Bowie man? I never really was, but
only mainstream Bowie, to be honest.
yeah.
Not an in-depth aficionado. 240 for 5. Fernando is in to bowl, and that's cut nicely by Dahl, but straight to Ingram at third man, so it'll just be the single. 98 in the last 16 overs, which is pretty much a runner ball, and Derbyshire keeping it. Well, it's never gone more than 6.5 an over.
No.
And really has been a good run chase, whatever happens now. Kellaway's figures starting to suffer a bit too for 75. Fernando 1 for 49 at the start of his 8th over. He's steaming in, and that's dismissed through mid-wicket. They'll take a single, they'll come back for a second. Leonard gets the throw in, but Anderson is safely back for the second as he moves into the 60s. He's on 61. Anuj Dahl 14. And once again, Glamorgan in serious need of a wicket.
95 off 94 balls. Blimey.
County Championship drama here at Sapphire Gardens.
You're used to it, Nick. You're used to it. The master of drama.
Field now spread once more as Fernando's into bowl, and Anderson will take a cheeky single, knocking it into a gap on the leg side. Mid-on, Northeast can do nothing about it, and Northeast really on the defensive now.
I know what it's like in the changing rooms, because at various stages today I thought Derbyshire, well, they've got no chance. Then they had a real chance, then they had no chance again. And Glamorgan would be the exact same, only the opposite. And now, I'm not even sure I could call it from here.
Is a Derbyshire win marginally favourite from here?
Putting pressure on me there, Nick. Putting pressure on me.
Fernando into bowl, short ball, well hooked by Dahl, down towards fine leg. Crane is going round and picks up, but they're home for 2 runs. 14-16 to Dahl, 2-4-6 for 5. Thrilling stuff. Fernando has the 1 wicket to get rid of Guest, but Dahl, who's replaced him, has started as a runner ball as well, or just better, 16 off 15. Fernando waving through his square leg to move him a metre or so. And Fernando is in to bowl. Nice strict delivery that Dahl can do nothing but prod to mid-off. And there's no run. We've had 6 off the over already. Final ball from Asitha Fernando. The Sri Lankan signed for 7 matches potentially. We're in the 4th of those, and he only has 7 wickets to his credit. He needs to get that up fairly shortly. as that's again pulled around by Dahl. He's pinged that straight to Leonard on the boundary at square leg. Single taken, 7 off the over, and that will do Derbyshire very nicely. They're romping along at nearly 5 and over, 247 for 5 after 50, and the equation now is 91 off 15.
Because I hadn't factored in draw with the runs, with the scores level. I've never seen one of those either. I've never seen a tie. Scores with the draw with the scores level would be.
Yeah.
There's a very bizarre.
Batting side gets extra points, I believe, don't they?
Yeah, there's a strange points system for that one. And now we've got a lengthy conversation going on. Colin Ingram, Sam Northeast and Ben Kellaway, who's going to continue from the Cathedral Road end at 247 for 5, Derbyshire. Needing 91 rather, off 90 balls. Always had one on, Fletcher, come on. Kellaway into bowl to Dahl, who turns it into the leg side. There is a single there. There was a huge cry of no from Aloj Dahl, who now apologises to Martin Anderson for misleading him. It was to the right of Sam Northeast.
No,
Who's
yes.
now going to swap positions with Kieran Carlson. He's going to go to sort of leg slip, leg gully and put. It is Carlson, isn't it?
Yeah, Carlson can run around faster than Northeast.
Yeah, that makes sense. Kellaway in, Anderson defends. Come on, Martin, what are you doing? He's played a terrific innings here. 62 off 75 deliveries. Kellaway in again, and this time he drives for a single up towards Fernando, who's quite deep at mid-off. Not as deep as the long on, who is currently windmilling his arms around down to our right-hand side. That's Ned Leonard, who may well be coming back into the attack. Kellaway in again. Dahl drives towards Leonard. There was a dive to his right from Kellaway, but he couldn't get near it. 250 is up for Derbyshire, 250 for 5. Nobody's even noticed. There are a fair few Derbyshire supporters still in the ground, I can see dotted around. As Kellaway bowls, Anderson just clips that out towards the square leg boundary. Van der Hookton does the fielding, single is taken. Anderson moves to 64, 251 for 5.
Yeah, with this field, it's proving quite easy to milk Kellaway for a singular ball, isn't it?
Which is not quite, they need a little bit more than that, but it will do. For the time being, Dahl drives this. That's a really good stop by Carlson, diving away to his left-hand side. That stung his hand as well. It was well struck by Dahl. A dot ball to finish the over. Derbyshire 251 for 5 with 14 overs left in the match. They need 87. Glamorgan need 5 wickets. All results remain possible. Each and every one of them.
Well, fascinating game of county cricket.
River End, Ned Leonard.
Leonard is going to have a crack from the River End. I suspect they're saving a bit of Van der Hoogten for the closing stages.
Leonard picked up the wickets of Lloyd and Madsen, so a couple of decent operators there.
And is Gorvin the player who's gone off, possibly? Because we did see Crane as a sub-fielder, and
Carlson's, well, he might be on, but standing off.
Oh yes, he's starting beyond the mid-wicket boundary.
Fielder on the cover boundary, standing beyond the rope as well. Yeah, they're both involved.
Right, it's scattered far and wide now, the Glamorgan field, as Ned Leonard starts a new over, bowling to Martin Anderson, who plays the first ball back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Renan Steenkamp in South Africa, regular watcher of Derbyshire matches and listener, slightly nervous now.
Slightly nervous? What do you think we are here?
That was at 5 o'clock, so sorry, that was 20 minutes ago. How are you feeling now, Renan? He loves county cricket.
Yes, there's nerves in all parts of the ground, and indeed Everyone listening, I suspect. Derbyshire making a really good go of this chase, which would be the third highest in the championship history if they got there in their championship history. As that is slapped by Anderson, but straight to Callaway at backward point. Could have been 4 runs, metre either side.
Straight at him. Perfect placement of the field there. Dahl comes down, pretends to do some girdling, and I'm fairly sure said to Martin Anderson, don't worry about that, keep going. 87 off 82.
Dot balls, the currency that Glamorgan need. Leonard's got 2 of them. Can he string a few together? Single to Anderson out through the offside.
That's
That I
Gorvin,
think
isn't
is
it?
Gorvin, yes.
Yeah.
So perhaps Crane was only on temporarily. But nice to see Crane on the field anyway, for the first time for the first team this season. 1 off 3 balls in this over. Leonard has got a maximum of 4 fielders saving the single, and mid-off maybe only just about, as he bowls to Anuj Dahl, who pulls to point.
Pulls it to point. No idea.
It was a pull shot, it ended up at point.
Been a good over this from Leonard.
Maybe off the end of the bat.
Could only have been, couldn't it? Or the back of, well, kind of at the back of his back, wouldn't have gone there then either.
More chalk needed, please. Good over from Leonard, the 22-year-old London born, former Somerset seamer. As Leonard charges in, can he keep it up? Dabbed by Dahl down towards third man. Single taken. 2-5-4 for 5.
Because there's still only 5 down with, 4 overs to go. They really can start swinging. They have to get near the ball, of course, when Tim van der Hoogten's bowling. But there'll be the opportunity to swing the bat at some point as long as they stay in touch, which they are at the moment.
Next delivery from Leonard to Dahl, down leg side. Cook. I recognise that trick. Cook was almost running down leg side to catch it, but stopped, put the brakes on immediately, because if he'd ended up any wider, the umpire might have thought about a wide. I know what you're doing, Chris. It probably wasn't a wide anyway. But Glamorgan have beaten Gloucestershire by 33 runs in the Women's T20 County Cup at Newport. Gloucestershire finished up 150 for 5 in reply to Glamorgan's 183 for 4. So plenty of runs in Newport. Well done to Glamorgan women.
Absolutely. I've got some confident Derbyshire supporters messaging me. As Callaway is in and bowls to Anderson, who plays it straight back to him, and Dahl was almost run out of the non-strikers end there. I think if Callaway had released the ball, he would have been. He's got away with it there, and as Dahl just rubs down his right pad. As Callaway is in again. And it's just cut away nicely by Martin Anderson. He's going to come back for the second as well. He won't have to be that quick in the end. It was a good piece of fielding, in fairness to Asa Tribe, who had to dive away to his right, but in doing so he tumbled past the ball. And as a result, they were able to get back for 256 for 5, 82 to win from 76 deliveries. Callaway in again. This one's just punched down the ground. There's a fielder down here. It's Leonard. He does the fielding. Anderson moves on to 68. Waiting for Martin Anderson to cramp up. That's always a good sign. He's been out there a long time. I don't think he didn't cramp up for his second century, which was against Middlesex. Callaway in and bowls. Oh, and Dal has wow, how's he got that there? He's chopped it.
Bottom
Must have
edge.
been bottom edge down towards the very fine leg boundary for 4 runs. Fortuitous, but well, you need a bit of luck when you're chasing. And yeah, chopped it down and between the wicketkeeper's legs. Dal moves to 25. 261 for 5. 77 to win now. Of 74 balls. Callaway's in again. Dal just dabs that down to short third man. And Anderson turns down the opportunity of a single. Correctly, it would appear from this distance. Final ball of Callaway's over. Bowls Dal, steps forward and then defends it straight back to him. 7 off the over. 77 to win Derbyshire. 72 balls remaining. The 261 for 5. Martin Anderson has 68. Anuj Dal has 25. These have already put on 43.
Yeah, Dal has really picked up the pace, or kept up the pace straight away, hasn't he? 25 off 26 deliveries. And a real test for 2 young and relatively inexperienced bowlers here in Callaway and Leonard. They've got 2 wickets apiece. Asitha Fernando has the other one, but he's proved too expensive to keep on, and I presume they are saving Tim van der Hoogten for maybe the final 4 or 5 overs from that River Taff end, which has been favoured by the seamers as the spinners wheel away at this Cathedral Road end, and bowls a short ball that's uppercut, and there will be runs. Fernando is chasing round and picks up just inside the ropes at wide third man. They'll think about a third and decide otherwise. 2 more to Anderson. He moves on to 70. Total 263 for 5.
Middlesex 8 down now. They need another 39 runs at Lord's. Beat Kent.
It's a thriller there as well, as Leonard is in to bowl, driven by Anderson, but straight more or less to northeast at mid-on, and it's a dot ball. All the drama, all the fun of the fair at 5:30 on day 4 of a county
Where
match.
would you rather be? Don't answer that.
I think from the playing point of view, I'd rather be in the Derbyshire dressing room, as Leonard is in to bowl. Fenced away through the offside, but it'll be stopped at the second attempt by Gorvin on the point boundary. Keeps it down to a single. 71 to Anderson. It's 264 for 5.
The other thing to take into account is the pressure on the fielders now whenever the ball comes to them. It's flying off Martin Anderson's bat. And one error, and it really would hand the initiative fully to Derbyshire. You would have thought they're 5 behind a run of ball.
Yeah, and that can be easily made up with a boundary or 2 in the last couple of overs. Leonard bowls, Dal flicks it off his legs down to backward square, single only. 265 for 5, 73 needed.
Perfect example of why in T20 cricket, with the circle and the number of players you have to have inside the circle, it is a lot easier to score at 10, 11, 12 and over as the innings goes on. Here there are 1, 2, 3 players on the leg side boundary and 1, 2, 3 players on the offside boundary, and then you've still got to pierce the 3 fielders who are closer in, although not that close.
Yeah, it might be a push and run on either side of the wicket, as there's an attempted pull by Anderson. The ball bounces wide of Chris Cook, possibly off the hip. It's gone down to fine leg. Leg by is signalled as Zainul Hassan does the fielding. 266 for 5.
He did rub his hip immediately, which is Don't do that. The umpires might give you the run. You never know.
Don't think he'll care too much about it
No, I don't
at
think he
this
will.
stage of the innings. Dahl on strike on 26. Leonard coming off a longish run. And Glamorgan still -1 on the over rate. So after run round between overs as Leonard bowls, and that's played back down the pitch to the bowler, who gets a hand to it, sends the ball trickling back towards the batter. Anuj Dahl picks it up. It's a dot ball. 5 runs off that over. 266 for 5. And it's now 72 off 11.
72 runs, 66 balls, 5 wickets. Take your pick.
Yeah, we have got this close. I think Derbyshire could shut up shop if they lost a couple, but they might still be going for it, so they might be less inclined to shut up shop.
That's the new Derbyshire.
The resilient Derbyshire.
Well, I can't get used to it. I'm really struggling to get my head around this new Derbyshire.
Well, you've suffered for a few years.
Callaway to continue from the Cathedral Road end, bowls to Anderson, who reverse sweeps, and he's going to get 4 from the first delivery of the over. You can hear the applause from the balcony. Everybody on there now, nobody moving. 270 for 5. They need 68 to win off 65 deliveries. Anderson up to 75. I'm not a huge fan of the reverse sweep, but it's mightily effective, isn't it, at times. This time he goes into the leg side, just clips it out towards the mid-wicket boundary. There's only going to be one here as Van der Houten picks the ball up and hurls it back to Cook. Anderson moves to 76, 271 for 5, 67 of 64. Nothing changes for Glamorgan. 5 good deliveries, and they win. Derbyshire, solitary win this season came at home to Gloucestershire in the first round of matches, draws in the subsequent games. As Callaway bowls, and Dahl doesn't time that one, as he pushes it into the offside, remarkably. He doesn't time that one. I don't think anybody, I think every single batter has mistimed a shot over the course of the last 4 days. Callaway bowls, Dahl's down the pitch, and it just comes off a thick inside edge into the leg side for a single. He moves to 27, 272 for 5. 66 to win, 10 overs and 2 balls remain. Lewis Rees, Alex Thompson, Zach Chappell and Blair Tickner still to come, all desperately hoping that they won't be needed. In comes Callaway again, bowls to Anderson, who pushes it straight back at the bowler. midnight in China, Jonathan Case tells me.
Keep listening.
Absolutely. Callaway in. The reverse sweep comes out. There's no appeal for leg before wicket. Not from on the pitch anyway. He says, I haven't dared move for the past hour. Thanks once again for the coverage. Regardless of the result, red ball, county cricket, nothing comes close for a story and excitement in sport. You might be right. Thank you, Jonathan. Just stay with us. You've got another 10 overs to go. That was the last ball of the over that hit the pad of Martin Anderson. He's on 76. Dahl has 27. And Derbyshire need 66 to win from 60 balls. Glamorgan need 5 more wickets.
Glamorgan women will be here on Saturday in the County Cup, having defeated Gloucestershire. They will face the winners of Sussex Sharks against Buckinghamshire in the T20 Cup. So well done to Glamorgan women. Here we've got Ned Leonard earning some very valuable experience. 22-year-old seamer, trusted at this late stage of the game. Bowls a short ball to Dahl, who hooks it down into ground, thinks about 2. They are going to come back for 2. There's a throw at the non-striker's end, and Leonard can't gather it cleanly. And Carlson throws his cap in the air in frustration, as Leonard, I think, tried to flick it onto the wickets, but that was really well run by Anuj Dahl there. It didn't hit it very hard, which was the key. Hit it down into the ground, and that meant that they could think about 2. And gap there, just would have been a tight call with a direct hit. Leonard is in to bowl, and there's a quick leg by. This will be out if it hits. Surely it doesn't, and it's well backed up by Sam Northeast.
Well, yes, he was a goner. But that's brilliant from Sam Northeast, because the ball spat up at him, came to him at shoulder height off the bounce.
And that would have been another 4.
Sussex Sharks, incidentally, have beaten Worcestershire by 29 runs, so it's Sussex, yeah.
Sussex here on Saturday for Glamorgan women, but Glamorgan men with plenty to do to even salvage a draw now. As Leonard is into bowl to Anderson, who pulls ferociously but picks out deep backward square. It's Asa Tribe, who's been lurking at short leg for most of the innings. 2-7-6 for 5. 62 to win.
Oh, Big Clive's opened a beer. Don't do that, Clive. Says, I hope this isn't too previous.
Is that a celebratory beer, or I can't
so.
stand the tension? I need a
Not
beer.
sure.
Beer.
Paul in Dartmouth, he calls Big Clive 1 on Blue Sky.
As Leonard bowls up in the block hole, driven away on the leg side. Single taken by Dahl. He moves to 31, 2-7-7 for 5. This partnership with 59. Dahl has slightly more than Anderson, who's on 77 not out.
Tim Singleton's with us. Long time no speak, he says, in Saddleworth. Much more interesting this than watching Lancashire flounder, he says.
Good afternoon to Peter Miller, who's watching in Trinidad.
It's tough, isn't it?
Leonard is in to bowl. There's an appeal for LBW from the bowler. Anderson has been hit possibly amidships.
I think it's a bit high for an LBW, certainly.
Yes.
And we'll all laugh.
Yeah.
Anuj Dahl will be having a snigger at the non-strikers then. Nobody can do anything for him.
Absolutely. Anderson will take 5 and count 2. It's a dot ball. 2-7-7 for 5. 61 needed to win. 5 of the first 5 balls of Leonard's over. This one really is going the distance, you feel, to the last over or 2 anyway.
Shake hands, really.
Leonard in bowls, again worked on the leg side. Single taken, down to backward square. Anderson to 78 will retain the strike as he, well, I'm not sure the towel is going to do much use to the injury that Anderson's just suffered, unless it's to hide behind while he examines the damage. But 278 for 5, 60 to win, 9 overs left. So 6 came off that Leonard over. As Dahl takes some liquid on board as well. So Derbyshire surely now favourites, Dave Fletcher.
But I'm not sure, Nick. I'm not sure. I'm unwilling. I'm now starting to get instructions for the 6 o'clock show, which is not. They're not helping. Excellent. No, that's excellent, Dom. Thank you. Quick end of play. Shout before we go off to speak to Mickey Arthur. What kind of mood will Mickey Arthur be in? Well, he's always in a jovial mood, in all honesty. Win, lose or draw. Ben Kellaway then. Derbyshire needs 60 from 54. He's in to bowl, and the reverse sweep comes out. It's gone up in the air. He's going to be caught, and he is caught behind by Cook. He went for the reverse sweep. Martin Anderson got a top edge on it, and he has gone. What a crucial breakthrough that could be for Glamorgan. Whether they go on and win this or not, it will certainly slow Derbyshire down. They're 278 for 6 now. Martin Anderson's lengthy stay out there comes to an end. 95 deliveries for his 78, but he's been caught by Chris Cook off the bowling of Ben Callaway.
Yeah, Cook back pedalling. The ball flew up and over his shoulder. He had to judge it, even though it looked like a fairly simple catch. And to be fair to Anderson, that has been a productive shot for him. Say, caught reverse sweeping. Wouldn't have happened in my day, but he's nailed quite a few boundaries in that area. So it has been worth the risk-reward assessment. As Anderson wanders off, stops to disconsolately get rid of his gloves and helmet, maybe. And
Alex Thompson.
No particular words of assistance needed for Alex Thompson.
It's
Zach Chappell.
I beg your pardon. I knew it was somebody tall. I just figured it would be Thompson rather than one of the two more regular. Lewis Rees is an opener by trade, but he is hampered by that hamstring injury. Alex Thompson got his career best 60 in the first innings, but here is Zach Chappell, who can biff it. I wonder if he can control himself, though. This is going to be the key here for Zach Chappell. He will have held his hand up and said, "No, send me out, I'm sure."
Me, sir. I can do it. I can strike some big blows.
Fear into the heart of the Glamorgan bowlers. 60 required, 53 balls remain in the game. We will not get any extras. I can assure everybody of that.
Glamorgan's over 8 has slipped to -2, though. That's the trouble. So
that's unlucky.
Maybe they're going to have to keep bowling Callaway, whether they think it's the best way of getting wickets or not.
It quite often is when you're faced with somebody like Zach Chappell, who's as likely to close his eyes and swing as play a glorious cover drive. Don't think he'll get the reverse sweep out. He reverse swept when he was sent in early in an innings in the T20 last season, and there was a certain amount of anger, might be too strong a word, but from Mickey Arthur. Said he's never played that shot in his life.
There's now a slip and a short. There's a leg slip and a short leg.
What's happening here? Does he want? Yes, he'll need a helmet. He will, standing at short leg, leg slip rather. Short leg does have a helmet on already, so the helmet is brought out.
That's another 30 seconds wasted.
Yeah, it's Sam Northeast who's going there. I assume it's still Tribe at short leg.
Mostly has been.
It certainly has. At least he's kept his ears warm. Callaway in to bowl to Zach Chappell, who is bowled. First ball. Callaway gets through him, and it's 2-2 for Ben Callaway, and all of a sudden the pendulum swings again. 278 for 7 now. Zach Chappell out first ball.
Extraordinary. Well bowled Ben Callaway, keeping his nerve. 4 for 92. It's been a long bowl for Callaway. He's in his 21st over. Was that a free hit for Derbyshire, really, sending Zach Chappell in when they've still got Thompson and Rees to block things out if they need to? Are we going to go back to seeing fielders round the bat? Are Derbyshire going to keep this chase going with 7 down?
All will be revealed in the latest episode of
Soap. 80s telly's reference,
yes,
in case you're wondering.
Just look it up. Just look it up.
Started off with lots of questions from the voiceover artist.
All will be revealed in the latest episode of Soap. So Zach Chappell walks up the steps that he's just walked down, and now Alex Thompson comes out to bat for Derbyshire, ahead of Lewis Rees. Did he come in ahead of Lewis? I can't remember. I think they were both there.
No, Rees came in at 8 and Thompson at 9 in the first innings.
They've swapped around.
Coming batter
Thompson
for
is coming in at 9.
Derbyshire is Alex Thompson.
It's a good 9.
Yes.
Rees isn't about 10.
Rees is an even better 10, and
And then we've got the character that is.
Blair Techno
Indeed.
did well with the bat in the first innings. Chipped in with 28,
Yes.
to everyone's excitement, with a full array of shots.
Thompson walks out to meet Anuj Dal, who has just seen 2 of his teammates, Martin Anderson and Zach Chappell, go in successive deliveries.
That one spun nicely through the gate from Ben Kellaway. There was turn in that, and it was enough to bamboozle Zach Chappell.
It was a poor shot there, wasn't it?
That was a free hit for Derbyshire, really. Thompson now
Just a shame he
for
didn't hit it.
Thompson for the hat-trick ball has 3 on the leg side in close, plus a slip. Callaway on a hat-trick then. Here at Sapphire Gardens, bowling to Alex Thompson. And Thompson back on his stumps and defends. No hat-trick today, young Ben.
Well, they know what he's trying to do, because he's off-spinner to off-spinner here. Can Derbyshire's off-spinner read Glamorgan's off-spinner's mind? He turns that one into the leg side, when it's fielded by Gorving. Far more attacking now, Glamorgan, as you might expect. 60 off 50 balls. It's still not impossible, but they are 7 down now. Glamorgan just need 3 more wickets. Callaway is in. Thompson drives very pleasantly.
And that's interesting, because they put all those close fielders in for the hat-trick ball, but then they stayed there.
Yeah, kept them in. They've kept them in. Very attacking. If he sweeps conventionally now, there'll be fielders jumping around all over the show, as this next one is played down towards the deep backward square leg boundary. Has it got enough to get all the way? I'm not sure that it has. Northeast now. Northeast is going to catch it here. Dal comes back for the 3rd. So he will lose the strike, because it was the final ball of the over. Thompson off the mark with those 3. Derbyshire 281 for 7. 57 required off 48 deliveries. A really good over there, though, from Ben Callaway. Just the 3 runs from it in the end, and 2 wickets in it, which is crucial from a Glamorgan point of view. And we're into the last half hour of the match now, with 8 overs remaining, although it might take more than that.
So the over 8 is now -1. Glamorgan are charging round madly and trying to get in their places as quickly as possible. Leonard is going to continue bowling, and he is bowling to Alex Thompson, who got off the mark with that 3 not out. 2-8-1 for 7. As on his way in is Ned Leonard. Bowls driven by Thompson straight to mid-on. There's a shy at the stumps. It's well backed up by Colin Ingram, who has played this game for a long time, as has Sam Northeast. So he must have thought there was a danger of Anuj Dal having strayed. 2-8-1 for 7. 57 to win. 7.5 overs. Square leg, fine leg. Point 3rd man on the boundary. There is a slip now as Thompson plays it into the offside. May look for 2. No. Gorvin scampers round in the covers and does the fielding. Kenneth Davis will replace me fairly shortly. And we'll also have to take on the 6 o'clock Radio Wales bulletin update on this very line. 282 for 7. Leonard into ball down leg side. Dal doesn't get anything on it. Cook again checks his progress towards the leg side, gets rid of the ball quickly so the umpire doesn't... It wasn't a wide, but the umpire didn't have time
it's
to...
not a wide in red ball cricket, is it?
No, it would be instantaneously a wide in white ball cricket.
I've got one here. Hemingway teaches that things end gradually and then suddenly. But for which team here? Kind regards, Anthony from the edge of the seat in Hina.
That's a very good thought. Leonard into ball, run down by Dahl towards third man. Sitha Fernando does the fielding there, and it's just the single.
Mick Wood was unimpressed by Martin Anderson's shot, but as you very correctly pointed out, it had been a very productive area, the reverse sweep for Martin Anderson. He'd be angry with himself, I would have thought, but for getting out rather than for playing the shot. And then he says, even though the big gun Zach has come in, that hasn't aged well.
No.
Sorry, Mick.
The big gun Zach came and went in the twinkling of an eye, Ben Callaway's eye. Leonard is in to bowl a short pitch ball that's pulled around through mid-wicket, and that's gone for 4. Alex Thompson seizing onto that one. He might just have arrived at the crease, but his eye was in to dispatch that one through mid-wicket, and 51 runs are needed to win.
And from all out attack at the end of the previous over, there were suddenly fielders dotted around the rope again. It's remarkable.
It is a constant battle of wits as Leonard bowls to Thompson, who's caught at mid-on. Ned Leonard gets the wicket. 287 for 8. Glamorgan 2 wickets short of victory now. And Derbyshire still needing 51 runs for victory. Well, that ball from Leonard was probably driving length, but didn't quite get on top of it, and North East made a good diving catch. Thompson comes and goes, and the injured Rees and Tickner now to keep Anuj Dahl company into the closing stages. Thrilling stuff here on BBC Sport Online. We were sceptical as to whether we would get a thrilling finish, but boy, we are. Kenneth Davis and Dave Fletcher will take you forward.
Thank you, Nick. You're going to have a lie down. So, I assume it's going to be Lewis Rees next. It might take him a while to get down the steps with his damaged hamstring. We haven't seen him yet. Here comes one batter, and right behind him comes another. So it is Lewis Rees. I'm going to have to wait to see. It was Harry Kame who was his runner in the first innings. Who will be his runner in the second? I imagine it'll be Harry Kame again. Lewis Rees making his way very gingerly down the steps. The over rate has gone back to -1 for those keeping an eye on that. Kenneth, what's going on? What is going on?
Championship cricket at its best.
Unbelievable.
Ebbed and flowed. We've gone from the draw being the likely result, then it swung. Well, Glamorgan made a pitch for it with the 4 wickets in the afternoon session, but that 97 stand swung it back in Derbyshire's favour.
It's killing me.
Gone back and forth, and well, we did not think that it would go down to the wire.
No, not at all. Not at all.
But now it's a case of Derbyshire surviving with, well, 51 now, the runs required off 42 balls. Thrilling stuff here. They've certainly had their money's worth on the last day.
Haven't they just? There'll be some tension on that Derbyshire balcony to the right-hand end of the pavilion as we look. Men around the bat for Callaway, bowling to Anuj Dahl. Lot on Dahl's shoulders now. Rees, of course, if he was going to come in at 10, would be ridiculously low in the order, but he has this issue. It's Brooke Guest, in fact, who is his runner on this occasion. And Callaway runs away from us from the Cathedral Road end. Dahl just defends that into his pads. Dot ball to begin with, 51 off 40. Derbyshire, 41 rather. Derbyshire went for it, suffered a bit of a collapse as Callaway is in again. Dahl drives. It looks like it's shutting up shop time here, to me.
Yeah, which brings its perils, obviously.
Well, absolutely. 287 for 8. Callaway is in again.
Ooh.
Goes back and gets his bat down on the ball.
Luckily he did. I think that would have been all three.
He was reasonably in front. They say don't go back to the spinner. Well, that's what Dahl did, but he survives. Just rechecks his guard. 3 balls left in the Callaway over. He just guides that, and they'll take a single, which will bring Lewis Rees onto strike for the first time since he came out to bat in this second innings. He just walks slowly towards the stumps. Brooke Guest, his runner, moves away to point. 288 for 8. Derbyshire now, having been in a pretty decent position, needing a runner ball going into the last hour, are now clinging on for a draw if they can. That one's well wide of the off stump, and Rees leaves it alone. Who's clapping? Callaway to complete his 22nd over of the innings, and that one goes past the edge of Lewis Rees's bat through to the keeper, Cook. 6 overs to go, then 36 deliveries. Derbyshire, well, they're 49 away or 50 away from victory. That's not going to happen now, sadly. Can they hold on for the draw, which would give them 13 points from the match? They should get bonus points, these two, for the entertainment they've served up over the course of the afternoon, certainly. It's been terrific stuff here at Sophia Gardens as the evening sunshine breaks through.
Yes, and still tension in the air because we're still not sure how this one is going to pan out. 50 required with 36 balls remaining. So realistically, Glamorgan now likely to get victory. Survival in terms of Derbyshire are concerned. That's squeezed out towards third man by Anuj Dahl, who's played brilliantly for his 34. Lewis Rees, of course, seems a long time since he pulled up with the hamstring injury on the first morning. Gallantly played in the first innings with a runner. How will he fare? Needing to survive. Glamorgan have 35 balls to get 2 wickets. That is the equation for the home side and secure their first victory of this county championship season. 2 slips in for Ned Leonard with 3 wickets to his name, and that's fended off to backward point, fielded by Ul Hassan.
Middlesex, 23 runs required, 48 balls left.
What incredible.
8 down.
Chases everywhere.
These 2 games in the second division going right down to the wire. They have drawn at Old Trafford, Lancashire and Gloucestershire.
Which proves it's the purest and best format.
I don't think there's much doubt about that, Kenneth. No doubt in my mind.
Ned Leonard coming around the wicket with 3 slips now. Leonard in, bounces Lewis Rees, who sways out of the way and is taken by keeper Chris Cook. Well, who would have thought? We all thought it was this morning just going to meander to a draw, He of little faith.
Well, yes, I apologise.
Well, I think we were all guilty, Dave, at various points, but it certainly has got into life in the afternoon. Leonard coming around to the left-handed Lewis Rees. Bowls. I think it was a leave. Just a few oohs and ahs, just outside off stump. A dot ball. Just one from this over. This the penultimate ball. Leonard with impressive figures of 3 for 62. Ben Callaway, the pick of the Glamorgan bowlers, with 4 for 95. He's gone through an awful lot of work, 21 overs in fact. Glamorgan on the attack. Ned Leonard coming in. Bowls, that's just drifting down leg and taken by Chris Cook. 1 ball to go of the over.
Got the best of both worlds here. I can look straight out over the ground and watch what's happening here, and the tension to my left on the big screen is Middlesex's run chase against Essex. They need 20 to win off 44 balls with 2 wickets left. Zafar Gohar and Toby Rowland-Jones, the batters, out in the middle.
Leonard coming over the wickets this time, and it's another bouncer, and Rees steps back, and that is the end of the over. Just 1 run coming off it, and the simple equation now for Derbyshire is that the visitors need 49, an unlikely 49, but Glamorgan need 2 wickets in 5 overs.
289 for 8. Yeah, there'll be an update shortly, won't there?
Yeah.
5 overs to go. 5 overs for Derbyshire to survive with just 2 wickets left. They gave it a go, but those 2 wickets in 2 balls were massively damaging. Ben Callaway, who got them, has been edged down towards the fine leg boundary, an inside edge. Carlson is giving chase, and they pick up a boundary. 293 for 8. See that replay. It was forward defensive, and it's missed the off stump somehow. They need 45 to win Derbyshire. They're not going to get them, but they've got away with 1 there. That was very close. Callaway is in again and bowls, and Dahl is going to be stumped, and he is stumped. He's walked past 1, and Glamorgan are on the brink of victory here as Anuj Dahl, for the 2nd time in the match, is stumped. Derbyshire 9 down, 293 for 9, with an injured Lewis Rees about to be joined by a number 11 Blair Tickner, and still 4 overs and 4 balls remaining. That is remarkable. I'm not sure I can actually believe what I've just seen, but he's walked past it and was stumped by Chris Cook. Remarkable. And he knew it. As soon as he missed it, he knew it. Ben Callaway now has a 5 for 96 from his 22 overs and 2 balls. People will be wondering what Anuj Dahl was doing. 42 deliveries for his 34. I have no idea. Genuinely no idea.
Well, we've had it all, haven't we? On the final day. It seems so unlikely.
Well, we've had it all in the last hour. Derbyshire were 240 for 5. Anderson and Dahl going nicely. 98 to win from the final hour. Then all of a sudden, Anderson out, Chappell out, Thompson out, Dahl out. And here comes Blair Tickner, windmilling his arms as though he's going to hit a couple of 6s and get them over the line. Both batters out there on naught. Rees with a runner. I mean, it's just madness. Absolute madness.
Well, nerves jangling.
Rewrites at the
Now.
back, of course. That's the
Steam coming from Nick Webb's laptop. Right, there's a bit of a conflab now between batters and fielders. All fielders in close. Kenneth Davis here at Sophia Gardens. A thrilling climax on the fourth and final day at Sophia Gardens. 338 the target for Derbyshire, but Glamorgan need 1 wicket in 28 balls in a game that's ebbed and flowed. Glamorgan in the ascendancy in the afternoon session with 4 wickets, backing Derbyshire with a stand of 97 for the 5th wicket. But with another defeat on the cards, it was Ben Kellaway's intervention that made all the difference. He has taken 5 wickets for 96. The equation is simple for Glamorgan. Derbyshire 294 for 9. Glamorgan need 1 wicket with 27 balls remaining.
Blair Tickner has just gone through for a run. It was a bye, as this next one from Kellaway's turned into the leg side by Lewis Rees. There are 26 balls remaining for Glamorgan to get this final wicket and secure a remarkable victory. Timed it perfectly, it would seem, as Kellaway bowls and Rees is beaten as the ball turns away from the left-hander.
This tension's too much for a lot of people.
And comes Kellaway again. Balls to Rees, who goes back and cuts. There's going to be runs here. I thought that was another fielder. It wasn't. It was Brooke Guest. And the ball's gone all the way to the boundary. That's interesting. Tim van der Hoogten is happy to concede the boundary because it means that Blair Tickner will be on strike for the start of the next over. 298 for 9, unless those runs haven't gone on yet. And I'm not sure whether they have or not.
Remember
they
doing the game here against Northants last year, and that ebbed and flowed, and you thought Glamorgan was in the ascendancy, and it was Northants with all the men round the bat at the end, and again that went down to the wire. Just proves what can happen in 4-day cricket.
Here we go.
Well, that's why he left it.
One quick bowler about to bowl to another. Just get your body in the way, Blair. Come on.
Derbyshire 298 for 9. The target is 338, but just to simplify things, Glamorgan need a wicket with 24 balls remaining to win what would be a superb game here at Sophia Gardens and break their duck for the championship season. Here comes Tim van der Hoogten. Oh, that just evades a short leg. They will settle for a single because that brings Lewis Rees on strike. Tim van der Hoogten would have been disappointed with that, just straying down leg. He wanted a few balls to aim at Blair Tickner. 3 slips for Tim van der Hoogten, who, just to reiterate, Glamorgan need a wicket with 23 balls remaining here at Sophia Gardens. What a day we've had. It's reached its climax, as Dave Fletcher was alluding to, in the last hour. Didn't seem likely that Glamorgan were going to be anywhere near, but here comes Tim van der Hoogten to Rees, and there's a shout, but everybody getting excited out there. You never know with those, they can tickle the glove on the way through.
I hope your voice is in good fettle. Because it's all you now, Kenneth. All you.
299 for 9. Rees is 4. Blair Tickner is yet to get off the mark. A wicket is what's required for Glamorgan. They've yet to have won this season in the county championship. Here comes Tim van der Hoogten to Lewis Rees, who dabs that down on the onside, and there's no run. Every ball now is greeted with the same anticipation. Bit of a conflab between Sam Northeast and Colin Ingram at slip. How are they going to get this wicket? Well, we've had it all today.
And then some.
When it seemed unlikely. Wheeling round is Tim van der Hoogten, coming over the wicket to Lewis Rees, and that's played round the corner, but it stopped at what would you say, short fine, because there's a leg slip in there in the place of Gully, in the place of Kieran Carlson. It's Andy Gorvin, the unorthodox leg gully, geeing the troops up, so to speak.
I was just going to say, he's the clapper as well, isn't he?
Yeah.
I'll have a word with him.
Tension here as Van der Hoogten comes round to Lewis Rees. Bowls right up in the block hole, and that's a great shot. Gets that one away. It's 4 to his tally and Derbyshire's, who get over the 300.
10 more of those. Thank you, Nick. Oh dear,
28 balls, 21 balls, beg your pardon, remaining. I got ahead of myself there. 21 balls remaining. A wicket is what is required for Glamorgan to pinch victory here at Sophia Gardens. All the fielders in. Around the wicket comes Tim van der Hoogten, bowls, and that's well defended by Lewis Rees. That is the end of the over. So it will be Blair Tickner on strike against Kellaway, who has 5 wickets to his name. Brilliant figures for Ben Kellaway. Brilliant game for the all-rounder with 74 earlier. We forget that it was his knock, aided by 49 not out by Chris Cook, that put Glamorgan in this position. They sped up in the last 40 minutes before lunch, then declared, with Derbyshire needing 338 for victory. They're 303 for 9. Kellaway coming from the Cathedral Road end floats that one. That's a full toss that time, played back by Blair Tickner.
He's not going to be able to resist. I've just got this horrible feeling.
But it's counting down. 17 balls remaining now. Can Kellaway do it? Forward is Tickner to smother the ball. 16 to go. Which way is this one going to go is the big question. Blair Tickner forward again to Ben Kellaway. He's played this well.
So far.
I wonder, is Kellaway going to float one up just to tempt Blair Tickner like he did with Anuj Dal? Just take stock, does Blair Tickner? Someone coming on with a bit of running repairs.
Helmet, I think.
And then
been waved off.
Wheels off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men round the batting. 6, including keeper Chris Cook. Ben Kellaway striving for 1 wicket. Coming in, floats that one, and Tickner is to the pitch of the ball, once more defends. 4 dot balls in this over. 2 to go. Kellaway, 5 wickets to his name, floats one again, and again Tickner is to the pitch of the ball. So he's been equally adept to whatever Ben Kellaway's thrown at him in this over. As Blair Tickner, to be fair, this the last ball of the over. Everybody crowding round the bat. Here comes Ben Kellaway, bowls. That's a shorter ball that time, and that's dabbed down. So he survived. A maiden for Ben Kellaway, but that's irrelevant in the grand scheme. They need a wicket, and they need one in 12 balls.
I'm not sure I can watch. Middlesex need 12 runs, they have 25 balls and they're still only 8 down. Roland Jones on 21, Zafar Gohar on 19. It was a very short burst from Tim van der Hoogten, the 1 over for 4 runs, and they try Ned Leonard, who was bowled pretty well in this innings. 3 for 62. He's been expensive, that won't matter now. If he can make it 4 for 62, he will be the hero. And he's bowling initially to Lewis Rees, who could really do with a single off the last ball of the over here, so that he doesn't expose Blair Tickner to the final 6 deliveries of this match.
Has been a pulsating final day, final hour. Here comes Leonard, who bowls. That's worked into the onside. And it's fielded by Tim van der Hoogten. 11 balls remaining. Plenty of clapping and optimism from the fielders, but with each ball, the chance is going here for Glamorgan to secure victory. Here comes Leonard up in the block hole, and Rees is adept to it, and that is defended into the offside.
I feel like I'm leaving you to it. If I just say the number of balls left, I'll just go 10 from now. From now, we can do a proper countdown here.
We can.
This is remarkable.
This is really
remarkable tension.
Getting down to the wire now. 3 slips in. There is a leg gully as well. Mid off, mid on. There's someone at short leg. Point. Everybody in. Lewis Rees, the injured Lewis Rees, takes guard. Ned Leonard just rejigging the field somewhat, bringing mid-wicket up a bit, needing a wicket with 10 balls remaining. Here comes Leonard. He bowls, and that's a bouncer, and that's easily dealt with by Lewis Rees, who sways out of the way. He's not interested in that at all.
9. I found my niche at last, my broadcasting niche. Just saying a number with a deep voice.
Well, we've had it all. Who's to say, are we going to have another dramatic last act in the final 9 balls? Lewis Rees takes guard. Kelly, Ned Leonard coming in, and that's squirted out. They won't go for a run, obviously.
Brooke, but see, here's the rub. The runner, Brooke Guest, set off.
Yeah.
And fortunately, Blair Tickner had absolutely no intention of running. It's too early in the year. Well, it's too early. Is it too early? It probably is.
You've missed your cue.
Oh, yes, sorry, 8. I'm trying to relieve the tension. It's not working.
8 balls left. What a day it's been. Leonard past the umpire, right arm around the wicket, right up in the block hole once more. That'll be 4 runs. Backward square boundary, but that's irrelevant really in the greater context of what's going on here. Well, worked off his legs.
Sorry, I'm miles away now. I can't concentrate. 7 balls to go. A single will be handy here.
Yes, to get Lewis Rees on strike.
Rather than,
and I think that's what.
They just had a conflab, haven't they?
Yeah, this is why Glamorgan are rearranging the field to ensure that Blair Tickner is on strike in the next over. Here comes Ned Leonard, coming in past the umpire balls, and that's well defended once more. So we are down to the last over in this championship match between Glamorgan and Derbyshire. It's going to go down to the wire. Who would have thought this morning when we came into Sophia Gardens that we would have such tension at the end of the game? So Glamorgan needing 1 wicket and have 6 balls to do so.
You've taken me a line. I'm just watching a close-up of Blair Tickner on the screen there. He looks like the coolest man in the entire ground. It's remarkable, really. The number 11 bat, the former New Zealand Test player. I wonder how many times he's been in this particular situation. With 6 deliveries to go, and he will have a lot of company. Because at the moment, it looks like we've got a leg slip. We've got 2 leg slips.
Well, everybody is in bar mid-on.
Yeah.
And
a
a shortish mid-off.
Everybody else around.
He's got a lot for company, has Blair Tinkner. Well, Ben Kellaway's been the star man for Glamorgan today with the ball. 5 wickets and bat because he scored 74. Can he do it for Glamorgan? Not that time, because Tinkner is down to the pitch of the ball. He's unfazed at the moment by the situation. Everybody else is completely aware of the equation. In comes Kellaway, bowls shorter that time, and that just evaded Timmy van der Hoogten at leg slip. He's going to run all the way.
Don't go.
For is it? Yes, it is. Is it? No, it hasn't.
No. I thought it might have nestled on the boundary's edge there, but it's just a single, and it brings
Well, that is a blow
Lewis
for
Rees back onto strike.
Glamorgan.
Incredible.
Because they wanted the 6 balls at Blair Tinkner. They're not going to have that now. And you would have thought Lewis Rees would have enough nous here.
He will turn it away from the left-hander though, won't he, Ben Kellaway, which is just an added bit of jeopardy. Just saying.
Some dialogue going on between the close fielders now. Everybody crowding round Lewis Rees's bat. 4 balls they have to survive, Derbyshire and Lewis Rees, to ensure a draw here at Sophia Gardens. The umpire's not quite happy with something. There's a rejigging of the field. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 round the bat.
It's a mad field.
4 balls for Glamorgan to pinch this one. In comes Ben Kellaway, floats that, and that's a dolly for Lewis Rees, because that won't go all the way, but they won't run for it either. 3 to go, and it looks as if, I say that with a degree of hesitation,
As you should.
Derbyshire
As you should
survive and secure a draw. And we've had it all. It's gone back and forth. It's ebbed and flowed. Momentum has gone one way to the next. Kellaway coming in, bowls, and that's played to the onside. There's no run. 2 to go then. And Derbyshire, you would think, will see this one out through Lewis Rees. Can Kellaway conjure something up with the final 2 balls? Is there a dramatic finish in store? We have a pause once more.
Of course we do. The last hour started an hour and 10 minutes ago.
I don't know how he evades any of those fielders. They're everywhere around the bat. If he gets an edge on it, it has to go to a fielder. Unless, of course, it lobs over short leg. Here comes Ben Kellaway, the penultimate ball of this game. Bowls, and he did try with the left hand that time. That's the first time we've seen that from Ben Kellaway. He's taken wickets with his left hand. Not that time. This the final ball. They need 1 wicket with 1 delivery remaining of what has been a brilliant last day here at Sophia Gardens. Tension throughout. Back and forth. Here it is. Ben Kellaway.
Oh.
We had a false start there. Kellaway coming in to the left-handed Lewis Rees, and that is that. It has ended in a draw. It's been a brilliant, brilliant final day, a brilliant last session of action, which proves Championship cricket at its very best. It ebbed and flowed. Momentum went one way to the next. 4 wickets in the mid-session from Glamorgan put them in the ascendancy. Then we had the 97 stand for the 5th wicket, with Derbyshire seemingly on course for victory. Ben Kellaway then with 2 wickets in 1 over, tipped the balance in Glamorgan's favour, but in the end it wasn't enough, and Derbyshire have survived for a draw on a wonderful last day's play at Cardiff. Derbyshire needed 338 for victory in the end, with 308 for 9. Glamorgan just short then, and it has been a great final day here at Sophia Gardens, with all results possible, as Dave Fletcher departs to give an update to Radio Derbyshire. Nick Webb joins me in the hot seat. What a final day's play, Nick Webb.
Yeah, you don't get those coming around very often, do you, in county championship cricket, where, as we've been saying, the result could have gone any way. Deep into the last hour, Derbyshire looked favourites to pull off what really would have been a hugely unlikely run chase, the third highest in their history at 338. And Glamorgan taking wickets at vital times. 2 young men in Ben Callaway and Ned Leonard getting most of those wickets and keeping their side in the hunt. And then in the end, the injured Lewis Rees and Blair Tickner defending the last 28 balls. So it's a draw, but what a draw. And Glamorgan take 14 points to Derbyshire's 13, and it really has been a fine advert for county cricket. So thank you very much indeed for listening, wherever you have been following this game. Derbyshire 308 for 9, finished 30 runs short of victory. Glamorgan 1 wicket short of victory. Ben Callaway a starring role. Martin Anderson with the bat for Derbyshire got them within sight of an unlikely win. Dave will be back with Derbyshire's game at Lancashire a week Friday. I'll be back with Glamorgan's game at Kent on Friday, or from Friday. Look forward to speaking to you then. From Kenneth, from Dave and myself, Nick Webb, a very good night, North Star.